Israel, the standard, the reason you get an exemption, there's a phrase, Torato umanuto, that Torah is their trade.
That's my fucking point.
One second, please. The amount of people who make Torah their trade is very, very, very small. There's a huge percentage of the Israeli Haredi yeshiva population that says they do that, but they're called shababnikim. They just hang out. They hang out in town. They smoke cigarettes. They don't really learn, right? And these people are receiving government subsidy and government funds.
I understand.
That's number one.
Okay, and how do you prove what they're not doing? Is my whole point.
Because
how do you
walk
prove?
Around the streets in Mea Shearim and see it. You can see it. And everyone knows it. Right? The other thing is as the Haredi population grows, the strain on the military and the strain on the other people who do pay taxes is only going to grow and grow and grow. I think a few years ago, 40% of the first graders in Israel were in Haredi first grades.
It's up to 50%
What's going to happen when the majority of the population, or half the population, is Haredi, and they're not serving and they're not paying taxes? What's going to happen? You have to consider the burden on everybody else, and the everybody else is people like you, Bibi.
I understand it, bro. I'm not saying what Daniel's saying is wrong. I agree. I'm looking at it from the Haredi perspective.
But
you're taking it wrong. You're taking what I'm saying wrong, and you're thinking I'm attacking you. I'm not. I'm saying if you look at it from the Haredi perspective, they're saying we don't need the IDF. We believe in Hashem.
So this is what you're missing. They're exploiting you.
Okay. I know they're exploiting it, brother. I know they're exploiting it. They're taking advantage. I know all about it.
Do you notice that every time that I open my mouth, you start talking? Did you notice?
Because I'm agreeing with you.
Okay. This is how agreement is? Okay, so let me speak. So I feel at least that I'm heard, that I don't need to shout over you all the fucking time. It's exactly.
You don't need to be honestly, to be appeased. You speak, we hear you. Go ahead.
So now you're saying he needs your permission to go ahead.
It's so fucking weird. Like, this guy wants a pat on the back every time he says something. Yes, Daniel, we're listening to you. Yes, Daniel, good job. Yes, no, I don't get it. Emotional day. Get off Clubhouse today, bro. Come back tomorrow.
Let me offer.
I think he just wants uninterrupted speech for like a couple of minutes.
Fucking uninterrupted speech every fucking day, bro.
Stop talking.
Not projecting. Why the fuck would I be projecting? How am I projecting?
Enough.
Bro, you're saying the most weirdest shit right now. Grow up.
My point about arguing with the Arabs. You see, it's like all Jews in this room, and even something that everybody should agree on, which is like the existence and the success of the state of Israel, turns into World War III. So can you imagine what it looks like from the Arab perspective? So back to Caleb's point. Okay, do you really think you can argue with somebody about something like that that's so far apart, and you have people here who agree that it should be someplace safe for Jews to live if they can't agree on how to pay for it? And all of this argument and all of these bad feelings about people that are the same thing. So what does it look like trying to reason with Arabs about reason with them as partners in any sense of statehood or anything? It's like talking astrophysics to a minor. It really is. It's just not happening.
Bibi, I want to say to you, I think prayer and Torah study does have cosmic effect in the universe. All Jews are obligated in prayer and Torah study. And so what if we, right? So what if, right? Why do we only say those people are doing it on our behalf? We should all be doing Torah study and praying. And I believe that there's cosmic effect, but we cannot do without our material, physical protection. We can't do without it. And there's a drain on it right now.
Yeah, and this, I agree. I know many people who actually grew up in this world, and they left the world because they wanted to serve in the military and they wanted to become more of Israeli society, but they were trained to hate the system of Israel, and they have a lot of fear that there will be a lot of retribution from their parents or their families. In some cases, some of my friends their parents stopped talking to them for 7 or 10 years or something like that. And they had to find other means and other ways to live. So this is one of a tactic that unfortunately the Haredi community uses to control their people, and I think that as many people as you saw out there, a lot of them were out there because they were told to be. They had no other.
Did you see the video of the religious army guy playing the piano in the mall while he was surrounded by all the Haredim in black and white, standing around the piano, listening to him play the piano and sing? It was very funny. The funny.
And she said she would take the money.
Please let me quote you. You said, or you can be a whore and take Junset's offer. That's what you said. And she was thinking of taking it, which means that you
Junset's offer.
That's whatever. It's close enough. It's close enough.
What he's gonna do? Has anyone ever just listened? Have you listened to the Madison Square Garden speech that he did before the election? No, we can give an example. What you mean? Like he said,
you're trying to make us feel propaganda on him.
Any of you heard of this before? So, and the lack of liquidity for the banks.
I want to point out that restraint training also includes
mirror,
that you
and that's why we have mirrors, so people can.
Medical issues.
You are not. Your reflection is a reflection of you. When you move and when you animate, you can see that in the mirror. But guess what? You can also do. You can destroy that mirror, right? But you're still you. So human beings, the whole world, you can all be destroyed. Source of all cannot be destroyed, and so that's
but the intention was to create like this.
Of course, I know, but that's what I'm saying. Where's our fucking sickle? Where's our brain?
Who's?
The heads of the yeshivot. Like, why are they doing it? Like, come on, like, because do they not feel they have a responsibility to the image of Jews around the world and to the image of Israelis in the world?
No,
do they feel completely insulated from that?
With this, I don't agree that we need to do something for the image, because it doesn't. If you think that one guy throwing a bottle as a journalist will taint the entire Jewish community, that is basically literally anti-Semitism.
No, we're not helping. I'm saying we're not helping.
It doesn't matter. We would never be perfect, and you could always find someone and use it to paint Jews. This is not the issue. They believe that the leaders, that once those people will go to the IDF, they will lose control of them, and it's about controlling this population.
But all of the videos they say. Here's what they say, and you're partially right. They say they'll go in Haredi and come out secular. They're worried that they will not be Haredi anymore. And part of that is about social control. Part of that is about this very narrow sense of what Judaism is supposed to be and not giving that up. And a lot of it is about money. A lot of it is about money. Money for their schools, money for their programs.
For their pockets.
Yeah. Their pockets. Yep. I mean, there's a lot of problems with Haredi society and its integration or non-integration with the rest. And contributing. And that's not saying they don't contribute a lot. There are nonprofits, and they do a lot of good, and Yad Sarah and all this stuff. But they need to pay taxes, and they need to do some kind of national service. The girls do national service, Orthodox girls. Some of them are exempted from the army. Why can't Haredim do national service, even in their own communities? They wouldn't even have to mix with secular people.
So they have the Hesder Yeshiva for a purpose, right? The Hesder program is there to allow people who want to study in yeshiva to study in yeshiva part of the time, and then serve in the military part of the time. And it all counts as military service. A lot of Dati Lumim do it, and if the Dati Lumim can manage to strike a balance between their learning and their military service, why can't the Haredim? Why are they so fragile emotionally, intellectually, religiously.
And physically.
It's gonna happen, Todd.
They aren't that weak physically. Stop making excuses for these people. If they were to like just
they kind of are was physically weak.
Yeah, they need to do push-ups in high school instead of like lifting their Gemaras.
The problem is they haven't done any of that, and now they're 18. And what use are they going to be in the army?
There are a lot of positions in the army. Not all of them are fighters. There are intelligence. There's like even guards, drivers, cooks, educators, police. There are many positions in the army. Some of them, even people with flat-foot and with like half a leg can serve.
Okay, let me ask you a question, Daniel. And I apologize if we got off on the wrong foot. 40 years ago or 30 years ago, when you had people that were joining the IDF, they wanted to be there. They were proud to be in the IDF. They were proud to be in certain divisions. When you look at the youth today, it's not the same. When you see the IDF today as opposed to 20, 30 years ago, it's different. You can see it's weaker. Why?
I disagree with completely. What I see is a very strong conviction. You saw with the recruitment.
I think just after October 7th, but pre-October 7th, when you had people joining, it wasn't that strong conviction.
It depends on the goal. I mean, at the end, there are many people that have like lives and careers also at this age, and they need to stop it. Like, the religious, by the way, do not need to stop the schooling. Others do need to stop their life for 3 years. And depends also on the position that you get. Sometimes, as I said, you get a position that is not really the fun thing to do. Not everybody goes and fights.
Nationalism isn't a forgiven situation, right? It's something that's built, and the school system is partially responsible for building it because it's controlled by the government. And if they don't share a national identity, it's because the issue is that they have the Haredim have too much control over the school systems. They don't allow they don't follow the national curriculum. As a matter of fact, they actually have some of the lowest reading levels and math levels and science levels in the country in the Haredi school systems because they are choosing to cripple their own people. They're choosing to cripple the future generations because they are so afraid that if they learned anything about the outside world, they're going to disappear. So they're using them basically as a weapon against the country and taking away tax dollars and not contributing anything to the state. I won't say not anything, fine. They do have jobs and do stuff, but it is a detriment to society.
It's tax shekels, not tax dollars.
Excuse me, tax shekels.
I mean, this is what I think that maybe.
Hey, Rabbi. Is that my rabbi?
Because guess what? Niggas be getting confused.
How you doing, motherfucker?
Hey, you dirty son of a bitch, you filthy cock-sucking motherfucker, you. How are you, you piece of shit, human fucking turd, fat life, shawarma-eating, kanafa-making motherfucking piece of shit. How are you piece of shit? Can't even fucking park a car in a fucking parking spot. You park your shit in the street, you piece of shit. Good for you, my friend. When was the last time you read a book, you piece of shit?
I'm 1/4 Ukrainian, so I might be a white nigger Jew. I like to study African Nagas because they like to fucking gyrate and God damn it. Like the fucking abandoned in the interior of Medina. With bullet, with green and yellow. Three pills that are gonna be turned to chalkstone around the altar. In the
What is it like when you talk in a forest and no one is there to hear you?
It's not an all or nothing thing.
No?
If 6 times 7 is 42. That's how you know the 6 times 7 is no longer 42. It was true up until the very minute that it made sense to a large majority of them, and then you got to discard that idea.
Yeah, I think it's okay to hold the belief that there's cosmic effect to prayer, provided you also have guns and tanks. You can't not have guns and tanks.
Siddur in the one hand, rifle in the other, right?
To suggest that the claim, though.
Talking
I'm not making a claim, dude.
That's what we mean.
I'm not making a claim. I'm saying if you are a person who believes that prayer has a cosmic effect, you would do well to also know how to have people protecting you with guns, and you should participate in that. That's all I'm saying.
That's a claim. You're saying
I'm not making a claim. Fucking moron.
Whoa, why is everybody getting so emotional and
I don't know.
sweary saying something?
Simon, I'm not making a claim. I'm giving an opinion. I'm giving an opinion. Not making a claim. Not everything is this highfalutin philosophical discussion where you have to employ the laws of logic and talk about fucking Ayn Rand. Shut the fuck up.
Nobody brought up Ayn Rand.
Oh, wow, what the fuck's the disrespect today? Holy shit, man.
Bro, I mean, this is just emotional.
Like, Simon was he's just trying to go back and forth with him combo. You're calling him a fucking moron and shit. Like, come on, Taylor, that's wrong.
Yeah, this is Hebrew Israelite type behavior, by the way. Just so you guys know. Think about it. So now, do you know what you're doing is wrong now? Okay, and if not, should you visit to like a Hebrew Israelite room for like say 4 or 5 minutes, and then you realize a better way to talk?
If I'm being honest, you know, this is just leftism. It's not necessarily him being Jewish.
Absolutely correct.
Well, in any case, I'm going to ask you, BB. So if you believe the power of prayer, I'm going to give you like my Hebrew name, okay? And the next time you're like doing inserts and you do the Amidah, it's this one person that's like really, really beautiful, whose name is Kelsey Dillon. I want you to like pray that person comes to me, and I'll know how to proceed further. If you believe in prayer, you put me in your prayers. All right?
Did you hear what I said though about prayer? Or are you just mocking me now?
Well, I heard what you said. I think that like $3 would get you a cup of coffee, or maybe $3.50 these days.
No, I'm saying you're gonna be a better person, bro.
Well, I mean, okay. I mean,
if you truly believe in what you're doing, look, your PTR photos of you fucking reading the Torah, man. Like, come on. Why do you even have that as your PTR photo if you don't believe that there's power in prayer? He's very devout.
Number one, to make the point that I can read, because like it's so few black people who can, and number 3, because that's like part of my identity. Like you like reading the Torah and like trying to like grapple with these Jewish texts, independent of whether or not they have any basis in reality. But you know, it's like putting somebody in I heard what you said about putting you in a cosmic state and make you a better person. I could tell you like a 30-second story. It was this guy here a few years ago here in Oak Park, and he cursed me and he called me like the N-word. This is like a Jewish man. And so next thing you know, several months later, he's actually saying reading Musa on Yom Kippur. He's like acting as the
what is a Jewish man? There's black Jews, bro. Like that's so.
No. This is just what he said. Okay, that was his opinion. What if I called you a nigger and blah 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 blah? And the next thing you know, he's reading Yom Kippur. So it's like you want to talk about a contradiction in terms, because I've seen people be angry with each other and have a grudge that goes on for like 30 years. These two dried up old men, and they've been through Yom Kippur at least 30 times since this grudge started. Okay, that's probably like, let's say 9 hours of service. That's like 270 hours worth of saying how sorry you are, how you're going to become a better person. And then 5 minutes after Yom Kippur is over, you go straight back to the same grudge. So I mean, it's like, you don't really think that they believe what they're saying. Do you think anybody believe what they're saying? Okay, and then also, if you hear about people saying that, if you like work there and you want to make a living in like Israel, a lot of your customers will be with black hats. You know, and you see people like talking about they know the taxi drivers can tell you that they're taking them to get a shot of blood. You know, so it's like they're doing all the praying, they got on all the clothes. They don't really believe that this is the case. If you look at the way people act, then it'll tell you everything that you need to know about what they believe. So, you know, they say they believe in prayer. Really? You really believe God is watching you?
I do, 1,000%.
I mean, it's something
talking about the Haredim who don't want to serve. Is it purely out of devotion, or there's some like Yatzer Hara, like lower inclination motivation?
Okay, and so I can tell you about this, Normal, because I'm an expert about this topic. Okay, I know more than probably everybody on this stage about this, where you have somebody who doesn't want to get up and go to work. Okay, and so in order to like avoid getting up and going to work, they become like a Louis Farrakhan or like a Marvin Winans or a Creflo Dollar. Okay, the affliction is called lazy ass niggeritis. It's very common. So
I fucking love this guy, bro. This guy thinks
There's nothing you can tell me about people who don't want to get up and go to work and become religious in order to do that, because I can write an entire volume the size of all 6 orders of Shas, because I got so many relatives and so many people that I see. It's nothing about Yetzer Hara. It's about trying to avoid doing any work. And if you want, and I've seen this before with my own 2 eyes, if you want to clear out a room full of Haredim, okay, and you see that like some furniture is being moved around or something like that, I want you to ask them, hey, can I get some help moving this furniture? And that room will clear out faster than if you pull the fire alarm. Now, these modern Orthodox schools that I go to, you know, it's one place that I go to where we rent the building. And so after we get finished with the service, everybody just picks up, they just move the bima, they move the chairs just like they got good sense. And when they finish with the kiddush, they clean it up just like they got good sense. But you go to a place like, you know, like DBN, that's a shul around here, and they actually have to hire people to clean up in behind people because these guys are too good to pick up their own plates and put them in the trash. Okay, that is about laziness. And, that's just what it is. I mean, if you said to them, okay, you have to do all this praying and studying, but you have to pay for it. Oh, watch how many fewer religious people there would be.
Probably. I think that's called lazy ass kid.
That's kind of racist.
See, the thing is, when Jewish people are smart, they do it with like panache. Okay, have other people paying for their EBT card, and they're feeding like food, and they got on like the $1 million clothes and all like that. They do it with panache. Whereas you had like these Negro lights in Detroit, they'll knock over a 7-Eleven, get probably like $75 for it, and spend 3 years in jail for like $75.
Dodgers.
I mean, you want to steal? You smart about it?
And a package.
You're like the Jewish. You're like the Jewish version of like Larry Elder. I fucking love you.
Larry Elder. I haven't heard that in a while.
Yeah, Larry Elder's a goat.
But no, I mean, seriously, I want you to come and visit, like, any city, go to Baltimore, go to Detroit, go to Chicago. And of course, I wouldn't ask you to do something as filthy as to walk into a church. But if you just take a look and see, like, how many of these guys are doing all this preaching, as many of them as have jobs, that's like this was as rare as hands teeth.
Bro, I know everybody mistaken what I was trying to say, man. Like, I understand how hypocritical they are. Trust me. I get it.
I understand.
I have family.
Four celebrities killed by
at least somebody. I wasn't trying to be disrespectful. I was like, I'm looking at it from their lens.
And so yes, it's true. I agree. So
and it's fucked up. They're hypocritical. They're lazy. They take advantage. Like, believe me, I'm my own brother, man. My own brother. I'm like, yo, bro, you're educated. Like, you're always like, wondering where money is, this and that. Why don't you fucking work? He's like, Hashem will provide. Every Shabbos, bro. Like, just before, like, Shabbos, something happens for me. He's like, look, Hashem provided. I'm like, you're fucking dumb, dude. Like, Hashem gives you free will. Why wouldn't you go and work and make the money so you don't have to worry? And every time something good happens, you classify it as a fucking miracle. It's like, like, why do you want to starve or, like, suffer just to, you know what I mean? And I find that very hypocritical, lazy, and fucking taking advantage of the system. I get it. I can't talk about it.
You can't talk about it. The same thing with the Arabs. So I got to go back to work now. But you guys, Kelsey Dillon is the name of this movie star. So, you insert me in your prayers and she'll come and knock on the door. And I hope something will happen. If it does, I'll get back to you. All right, bye-bye now.
Later, brother.
You see the Haredim, for example, in the United States, they know that the Shem will not provide, so they go to work. And when those people that you say about the Shem will provide, it's not that the Shem is providing, it's the system provides. Because if they had no choice, you see them, like, really, the American Haredim are like, have businesses, they're like, they can do both, amazingly. Not less religious.
As a Roman Catholic, we love our miracle.
Do you love me, Daniel? Don't be mad at me, bro. It's like, you took it the wrong way, and I apologize if you took, like...
You guys are screaming at each other.
I separate love and sex, baby.
Okay, I accept it.
So,
choose if you want me to love you.
I'll take it all, bro, all of it.
Sorry, Shai, go ahead.
as someone who believes in a volunteer military, I also understand the need and necessity for a conscripted military, which Israel has. And unfortunately, we live in a world where it's necessary, and Israel needs to maintain a conscripted military for purposes and its own safety. And these people, they can't just have an exemption just because they don't like it. Like, there are probably a lot of people that don't like waking up every morning and going to war and to battle, but that is the function or the way the military works, and that is the way the country works, and that is part of their national service and the national reality.
I think it became even more evident now when you had like the non-religious or like non-Haredim doing like some of them more than 200 reserve day. And when I mean reserve day, it means that they are people with businesses and families. And if like the husband or the wife goes to 200 or 300 reserve days, the other partner needs to stay alone. This is like, and they need to do more and more because at the same time during the war, the religious were like pushing for this, like to make this law permanent, and this was kind of. This is it. Like this is like we are not part of this. We don't care how much you suffer and how many days you need to do and how much you lose. And meanwhile, they're getting the money. So it doesn't make sense because the people that are serving are also the people that are paying the taxes. So
exactly.
We have a problem there.
Yesterday or 2 days ago, I saw a guy in the news who said he served 400 days in Miluim alone, right? And this was about the upcoming bill. He has a wife, he has a business, he has kids, and he had to serve in Miluim. I know a woman who had 3 children, and she had just had a baby, and her husband died in Miluim. And he just finished his PhD, and he was religious, right? Their whole family's religious. So why can't the Haredim do it? And there are 60,000 of them who are delinquent in service. And I know people right now who are 40 years old.
We can no longer afford Shine.
People who are 40 years old. I know a 50-year-old. They're trying to get into the military to serve in Shalab Bet.
There was 60, there was a 70 that didn't really just like expect like on 7th of October, not after during the war. But on 7th of October, there were people that were like 60 and 70 plus that had uniform and took a gun.
Maybe leave.
If they say that they're protecting Israel with their prayer, so maybe there should be also an investigation on what happened on 7th of October with them. Like, why no accountability?
With the Haredim?
Yeah, if they are supposed to protect us with prayer, they also failed.
Yeah, that's true.
We have to find that guy that wasn't praying.
They need to do investigation. I don't know. They demand investigation in the IDF and the government, all legitimate. But if your claim is that you're protecting, okay, so what the fuck happened, guys? Like,
it's a bit of a joke, I know. Look, I think we exist because we feel it's part of our identity. And also, we wanted everybody to be included. So especially, we have to offer a refuge to the religious, to the Haredim. And they were some of the biggest victims of the Holocaust. Okay, everybody welcome. The thing is now planning for the future. It may not be sustainable. You may not be able to afford excluding a larger number of people from this basic Israeli responsibility. It'll probably be good for them. In fact, they'll feel more integrated. It'll be good for Israel, I think. But again, we have to overcome some resistance to it.
In America, Haredim, they also try to get around taxes. That's true, but they can be integrated. They understand how to live together in a normal society, even the closed off communities. I'm not saying there should be less Haredim, but it's possible to be Haredi and part of the real world at the same time. Those are not in contradiction with each other. And like, if you're not strong enough to have the willpower to like be up, you got to put your hat in front of your face with the camera. Come on, man. Like, you have to throw water bottles and dirty diapers at people you disagree with. Come on.
Shalom Aleichem. What's going on, guys? What y'all talking about?
Shalom.
We are talking about the Haredim in Israel serving in the military.
Just out of sheer morbid curiosity, just a theoretical question. Back in Vietnam, when they were drafting, how would the Haredim with all this? Is there any draft cards sent to Haredim?
Now, there were exemptions for religious studies, like priests and rabbis and stuff like that didn't go to Vietnam.
And college students
college students.
Haredim were college students, but okay, I get the idea.
I didn't stay at the protest, but I went and I walked through it and I just checked everything out, and I knew what was going to happen before it happened. Just right now, my social media should happen to you as well. And so I knew what was going to happen. So I was just like, nope. I just kept on walking.
So you know that October 7th was going to happen before it happened.
Why are you asking?
Why am I asking?
No.
Did he just say that?
No, he was talking about the protest.
I put the protest and that it was going to be messy, and he went around them. That's what he was saying.
Yeah. So, Eitan, I have a friend who was a conscientious objector, and but he did serve in the Israeli military, and he served as a prison guard. And instead of going out and like doing a combat role, he did a service role. He worked as a prison guard. He did a pretty good service. But still, like there are roles for people who may be conscientious objectors or whatever in the Israeli military, even to be teachers, even to be spokespeople to like do media, all sorts of things. The Israeli military isn't just fully combative. There are many different roles in the military, but the point is that they are there when they're needed.
My rabbi's daughter is over there as a EMT, as like an ambulance person. What's that called again? She's in like Hatzala.
Magen David Adom.
Magen David Adom. But what's the English word for somebody who does that?
EMT or a paramedic if they have more
first responder.
There's all of that. So, we need to, by the way, here's another thing that would be good for Haredim. We're going to need a lot of therapy and social work and all of that. And I think that's something actually that some of them like to do. So they can do
national service. That's the point.
All right, could someone help me out with this one? I have a situation. There's a 75-year-old who goes around the city collecting bottles and cans of ice so she can make enough money with little Haredi son to study Torah. Is this what Torah must for a 75-year-old boss go and collect cans of ice so he can study Torah? Is there any way to talk reason with this guy?
Adarabah, he should be working to support her.
That's what I'm saying. This is what's going on.
Fifth commandment, Eitan. Fifth commandment: honor thy mother and father.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I understand that. But how is this going on?
Is he sending her out there to collect cans and bottles, or is she doing that of her own free will?
It's a default behavior, because if he just sits and studies Torah, he can't make money, so she has to do it. I'm sure he's not saying, "Go, mom, go do it."
Right, if she's doing it of her own free will, there's no issue. She's doing that because that's what she wants to do.
No.
Hold on a second. You guys feel about it this time?
What? Is this what the Torah teaches that we take our study?
There's two versions of this: active, telling her to do it, and passively telling her to do it. By not working, he's passively forcing her to do the work. You can actively force someone to do the work, or you can passively force someone to do the work.
Do you think the son should let her do it?
If that's what she wants to do, then God bless her. She's being blessed for every can and every bottle she wants because she wants to do it, and that's how she's putting her son studying Torah. She's going out selling crack. If she's going out selling crack, that'll be something completely different.
Studying Torah is one thing, practicing Torah is the other. Respecting the mom is practicing Torah. is more important, yes.
So he's going. So here's the issue. If she was a lady who was 75 and continuing to work in a career that brought her kavod, her life, or brought her honor through her life, and she chose to support her son at that time in that manner, I think Ryan would be correct. But because the way she raises funds is through what would be considered a degradation of herself, he should not accept the money based on he's actually putting a stumbling block before a fool in his mother. And it's causing her to dishonor herself in violation of the commandment of honoring her parents. Just because it's from her own free will doesn't mean he's not obligated to remove that stumbling block.
Very good point, Joe. And you're forcing her to do it, so I don't think it's her will. She's forced into that situation.
Forcing her to do it? We can't assume she's being forced. That's also not proper.
I'm just saying, when somebody studies Torah a day and doesn't bring money into the household, it forces the other people, i.e. the mother, to go and figure out how to make money. This is how she's making money.
I think this is it's not forced, but it's like a sort of coercion.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a passive, movement. It's not like, go out and make money, I want you to do this. It's, it's the path of least resistance, and it's a difficult path.
How did all this develop? You can study. They had jobs. Every rabbi there had a.
Sure, they had jobs, but the basis for the not serving in the army comes from a passage around providing for the security of the town. And does everybody have to provide monetarily to to building the wall for protection of the town? And the Talmud Bidei Chachamim, the Torah scholars are given exemption, and it's called in the Aramaic it's Sorba de Rabbanan lo tzricha de tiruta. The Torah scholars don't require protection like that. And so since they don't benefit from the protection of the wall, they don't have to, because they have other protection from Torah study, they don't have to contribute to the building of the wall.
What about Safra with Saifa?
What about
it? It specifically is studying and Saifa is fighting.
Yeah, but you have to understand that
Very strong. I mean, as a pretty. Where did Ty go?
Hey, you know what? I think that's a great idea. Thunder
I took off.
We can make a cartoon with all the codes.
What you're creating?
Come together.
We can't even
come together. We can and we just come into this big massive cone.
You gotta get out of debt first, Omari, before you get out of debt.
Oh, I have to talk to you.
I've been adding it up. Your interest is growing. Omari, you gotta get that boy paid, man.
If I can get $100.
The good news, Aleph, is that actually the Fed reduced interest rates. Actually,
What up? Oh, really?
Well, do you eat dream shawarma with me?
Who would I eat ream shawarma with you?
Yeah, if I have dream shawarma, would you eat it?
In Jordan or in America?
In Jordan, I am obviously it will be rotten.
24 hours. Did you see that?
Oh, give him a little grace, okay? I'm not talking.
It wasn't 24 hours, and he just started talking, calling somebody Israel mouth or something.
I'm saying if you happen to be good, can we give that?
No. He's in the chat, the for chat. I don't even know who he's talking to be honest.
Yeah, he needs to slow down on that. That's community.
There's this other guy named Mountain that's on this app.
Oh, we had him last night. Oh, this morning. Mountain?
Yeah, Scrub and you go by Scrub Mountain. Those two are sometimes you can tell like they going through something mentally. Like that's a different type of like we chose.
I just know nothing was wrong. Mountain. He sounds like typical
Didn't he call me a bitch or something? Who called me a bitch this morning?
No, that was the libtards. Morning. You were called a B twice by Democrats.
In the morning?
Yeah.
Motherfuckers.
We used to get called a B twice by Democrats.
Not a damn.
You wake up, you pour your cup of coffee, and you just nasty. Damn.
Wow. They might be right about you leftists. The violence is real. I wasn't doing anything but pretend like I was a magnet.
Did you hear Matt and Jeremy yesterday? That was JD was in there.
Oh, I heard some of it. It woke me out of my sleep. I was like, what is going on?
You was dreaming about it. You was dreaming about being a magnet.
I was.
So basically said Jeremy comes in and drops like talks out both sides and he tries to be in community with them and then he's using the leverage and that just took them off. It was over for him.
That's something I told him before. He got triggered with the way Matt went after him. You know how Matt is. But everything I said, I've had that back and forth with Jeremy a few times, and that's it. I don't have it to the point where no, you're not coming in and saying I'm not going to be on stage. You none of that. I mean,
you talking about that stuff that happened with Matt and Jeremy?
Yeah, Jeremy.
Yeah, I was feeling bad about that because I like those guys. Well,
it was brutal.
Yeah, that's why we started talking about the Dodgers. You know,
just running, brace your joints.
But you notice how it's you men. I'm trying to figure out what can I do to help you men. It's the men who can't seem, and we get the bad rap. But you men, you guys, we're going to have to learn how to do better representation of our community, our men. So I was very heartbroken. I just rolled over. I rolled my comforter over my head. I was like, what the hell is this going on? It's crazy.
Breaking news. The U.S. will limit the number of refugees to 7,500 and give priority to white South Africans.
No
doubt.
I don't believe you.
That is
for real.
Yep. Once again, feeding the
that's 2 hours ago. Think as nativists.
Oh, don't forget to come to the. Only reason this room is open like this is because there's a special programming later on where there's a special guest going to be in Politically Correct, right, Patty? And then, but you can't, it's a racial thing. I'm not sure what that means. So that means that you guys can't be doing your usual, being, I don't know, you know what your usual is. You have to be on your best behavior. We don't want this person to see the worst of us. And we also want them to come back if we need to, do maybe a room 2, part 2, whatever, or a series. So racial, I'm not quite sure what that means, but just be on your best behavior. If you, when I say this to you guys, I'm not being funny or anything or trite. If you're on medication for whatever reason, hypertension or something like that, or maybe you have something that controls your Tourette's, or maybe you have mood swings or something like that, why don't you guys go ahead and pre-medicate yourself? And then that way you won't have to, getting Triggered is the words like to use on Clubhouse. Triggered. So yeah, I think it's going to be great. We never talk about race in these two rooms, hardly ever, and I think it's going to be really good in a controlled environment. We might learn something.
Is it
So everyone is welcome.
Is it Tim Wise that's going to speak? Is that the person?
Is it Tim Wise? Well, what's that got to do with racial?
Rachel?
No, racial.
I don't know. I just was wondering who the guest speaker was.
Yeah, I thought I heard Tim Weiss, but I thought, well, that doesn't go together when we're talking about, racial. Does it? Am I missing something?
He has written a lot of books, right? I haven't read them.
Yeah,
I've heard him in Dr. King's.
No, I said I don't know how racial comes together. Can you explain that to me? How is the racial component to Tim Weiss?
Apparently, Tim Weiss, Ari put in the chat that he's written, I guess, multiple books around anti-racism.
That's why I asked you, do you know who he is?
Oh, I might be confusing him with someone else. Can somebody give me a synopsis of who he is? Anybody?
Yeah, he went to school with Dr. Carr in middle school. They're from Nashville, and he's an anti-racist. And so he's a champion for suppressing white supremacy and all that. I think he has a Jewish background. He's an atheist or so, and yeah, he spits the good fire. Yeah, love Tim Wise.
Yeah, I was in Dr. Jim's room.
Guys, I'm happy.
Yeah, he's a super academic and he knows the facts. Like he's always doing speeches with a lot of the policy institutes with black organizations.
Do you guys want to make up maybe before you come in, make up some questions or something so we can sound like we're prepared and intelligent?
I don't think so. I've heard it on Karen Hunter show a lot, right? Like he goes on Pete Dominic's podcast a lot, and I'm a Patreon member. He's hung out with us on Zoom and stuff. Like, he's a straight up dude. Now he ain't gonna take no shit from no trolls though. He can't be inviting the trolls in here.
Oh, okay. Enter at your own risk, maybe.
It should be a control space. Like it should only be like the monster geek. That's how we used to do our rooms. Like you can't bring your regular people or people who have to stay in the audience, and then someone watches the chat and someone acts up, they automatically get booted. And when you have serious speakers, you have to have a control space.
Yeah, he's a serious speaker.
Yeah. That's how we used to do it. So yeah, hopefully I'll sign some rules out tonight, and so that people could be in their best behavior.
Oh, as a matter of fact, guess who I'm going to try to get to come back? Since we're having a lot of MAGAs on stage lately, I'm going to ask CEO if we can get the attorney who was working on the Epstein case, the one who was assigned to, what was the name? Whatever island chain, and she was responsible for that part of it. Maybe we can have her come back and speak on the despicableness. Nobody else is despicable, but the despicableness of that whole case, because she was an actual attorney working on the Epstein case, the part that dealt with the island, the people who actually came to the island. So I don't know what happened with all that, but I'd love to get an update. And then we can tell she already knows that we haven't released the files, so. That was very informative. Shut y'all up too to have one of the actual attorneys on the case.
I mean, can we also get Alan Dershowitz on there too? Because that would be someone that actually.
Alan, I don't know. Does anybody know anybody that knows him? Because I would love to have him.
I mean, that's someone could get Alan on up there. Not the other Alan, the one that comes in the room.
Yeah, we should start doing that. As a matter of fact.
If we raised enough money, we could have a seance person, like, contact Epstein.
Oh my God.
We don't be doing that witchcraft over here, bro.
Did you say seance? Can we invite maybe maybe some of the women to come on. Maybe we can reach out to some of their social media and see if they wouldn't mind coming talking about it as well. What you guys think?
Let's get Angela Ryan.
That too. You guys, I'm serious about that.
Yeah, because she just said something very. Yeah, I heard something that she said. Her sidekick. You know, I heard something that was said, and a person made a comment that, you know, disparaging Newsom at this time is just not the thing to do. They had some issue with him not supporting reparations, and you know, I agree that like this is way bigger than
Newsom
reparations.
not support reparations though.
This is what I heard so far. I gotta get some more information, but I did see a clip earlier. I'm gonna go grab the clip and I'll put it in the chat so you guys can see.
Newsom, they have that thing in California. Alef, you have to tell us about that because I'm not too familiar with what's going on with reparations in California.
Yeah, I'm not really caught up on the latest of it either.
But what happened? I mean, I know that it went all the way to trying to figure out who was going to get reparations, and then poof, I didn't hear anything else about it.
Something happened where didn't Newsom say no go on it or something like that?
I don't know.
I don't know. I'd have to search it up. But you did hear about him suing, right? He's suing Trump.
Yes.
Suing the administration. Yeah, that's pretty cool. 23 states or something.
Yes, that I have heard. Yes. Yes. So, I mean, it's going to be a really good night. So, if you guys have to take a nap, I know how you get sleepy and everything and irritable. So, take a nap and get you a snack.
Positioning a nuclear submarine.
So, we can be ready. It's going to be a long night.
You know, submarines here for increase of suffocations. Those are largely.
All right. So can someone please tell me I know I asked this question and you guys are taking me as a joke, and then I got into it with Anthony for no reason. TC had to jump in to save Anthony. So it's just it was a bad segment. Do you know why we need to start doing nuclear testing on nuclear stuff that we already tested? No. Yeah, Patty, because the flex is real. I'm scared. I'm really scared because he's not responsible. He's just not a responsible president. I know he doesn't have anything to do with all that. It's like he's not pushing any button or sending anything up. But just the recklessness of it all. When was the last time we tested anything under what president? I was trying to look under that, but back in '92. So there is no purpose. Okay.
Anybody in here from Detroit?
Michigan? Over there in Michigan?
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Green Boots farm. They give the food away, starting tomorrow.
Oh, good.
Yeah, it's a black guy. He's the owner. He called the show and gave out his info. And they're giving food away for people who need.
And not only that, restaurants are also going to be giving out food. You guys, I don't remember. It was late last night, and there's some restaurants, MSNBC or either CNN, put a list of restaurants who are going to be, after the thing runs out, like I think this after November the 2nd, they're going to be offering some type of free fare.
What channel is this? Lisa?
Stop calling me Miss Lisa. That's weird.
I'm sorry, Lisa.
Miss Lisa. Isn't that weird, Miss Lisa? I feel like I should be sitting in the.
Well, they can call me Miss First Lady. I like that.
But yours sounds better than Miss Lisa. That sounds kind of.
I used to make my class call me by my last name. I didn't like them to call me.
Oh yeah. I agree with that.
That was a pickup line back in the days. Excuse me, Miss Lady.
Do you know where you saw that channel where they had the list?
It had to be only watch 2 news stations, and it's News One, which comes out of New York, and then I also like CNN, and I like 24/7 and MSNBC. So out of those, so I'm sure if you Google, you should be able to.
I'll send that out. So I appreciate that. I wonder if they're gonna. I wonder like how they, because that's a good idea. Hopefully more restaurants will do that. That's good. I like that.
Yeah, it's still throwing away food, right? You know, we throw out every night food to restaurants, even the
Little Caesars.
Sorry to talk over you. I gave one earlier for those who weren't here. Plentiful.org. Plenty, PLENTI.
Devon, I still have to wait for time.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Shout out to the link up top. Yeah, I found that today, guys. Spread the word. They're gonna look out for people.
Because you're President Wong.
Hey, Your Honor, he has the ballroom though. Give him some slack.
Yes, with the meatball ring. Great ball.
Let me go.
Baron needs some place to have a ball. You heard about Baron likes older men. Did y'all hear about it? Carlos, he's 34. He's from Venezuela.
Stop lying right now. Forget a channel clip. What?
Allegedly, Baron likes older Latino men. Allegedly. You didn't hear about that?
Well, that's cool.
Oh yeah, he went to a liberal NYU school and they made him gay.
Whoa.
Our agenda's finally went.
That's great. Take my game. That would be alright.
Google it. They're trying to debunk it, but it's a rumor. Barron Trump has an older boyfriend. Allegedly. Don't come for me, Donald.
Child, I ain't got time to be playing with you, child. Listen,
hey,
I ain't getting in trouble with you. No, I don't even want to be in that clip. Let me change the subject real quick. If you aren't busy tonight, is it Thursday night football? No.
Next Thursday night football, but I won't be listening to you.
So you watching football tonight?
I watch sports every night. I bet.
Don't bet on any sports, Amari, because we know
That's the thing. Oh my God, that's the trend. Y'all, the people that listen, the MAGA people, they are addicted to gambling. It's a trend.
But they got a system, so I'm sure they won.
Exactly.
Oh, I read the story. Divine.
Well, tonight we are at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Politically Correct will be hosting a special guest, and I'm hoping that you can join us as we walk through and talk through race. So don't be late, don't be square, meet me there. We were just talking about that. Can you give us a little bit more information or no? Can I give you a little bit more information? More information about the topic, maybe? Oh, okay. Well, first of all, you are listed as a co-host, so if you don't know that, then that's more information. But the cost of division, we're going to explore when race becomes a wound and the price it will cost. The thought-provoking discussion will dive into the deep social, emotional, and historical impact of racial division. Because it's still haunting us today. I understand people are trying to erase history, but I feel like history trying to do a full circle. What's the circle? Was it a 360? So let's have the conversation. Let's talk about it. Hey, Trenty Trent.
I found out today that, you know, I'm trying to stay with you on this, but I don't know if you guys know, Mandani studied at Baldwin University or Baldwin College, and he was one of 5 students that majored in Africana studies and the whole history of imperialism, right? And this is a Ugandan man, right? Muslim man. And so I was a little bit impressed by that because here we have someone who's running for mayor who actually knows history and may want to preserve it, right? He knows the truth. I'll just say that like that, right? And we know that there's certain people that want, oh, forget about it. It happened. Let it go. When it comes to the African diaspora and African history, no, let's forget about it. But they don't want us to forget all the other atrocities. They're gonna yell stuff like "never forget" and all that stuff. But we're supposed to let it go. But I just wanted to add that piece. So shout out to Mondami and his major, in undergraduate, which was Africana Studies, the African diaspora, and the effects of colonialism. That was a global thing, because remember, slavery wasn't just here in America, guys. They had African slaves across the globe. They want us to think it just happened here.
Well, someone in the chat says, that's not the history you're thinking of, sir. So I don't know what that means.
Oh, like you literally studied African history as a continent versus African American. Is that what we're trying to say?
Studied the whole diaspora. He studied the effects of colonialism. All of that, all of the above. This man studied global history, right? When it comes to, come on, African history is world history. Like, if you don't know that, I don't know. You better go back to undergrad. I land.
The response is no, he did not. Lisa, what are you doing?
It's good to see you, First Lady.
Good to see you, brother.
I was on the interracial or on the racial tip. I was in a meeting earlier this week, and the fastest growing, does anybody know what the fastest growing racial minority in the United States is?
Fastest growing minority in the United States. I have not a clue.
Minority group in the United States.
Indians.
No.
Asian trip.
Indians.
Very close. In fact, it is Indians in by percentage.
I mean, like I said, guys, you know I'm right 90% of the time. Just go with what I say. You'll be all right.
But the fastest growing racial demographic in the United States is actually interracial, which is now 10.7% of the U.S., and it is beginning to rival the 12.7% of African Americans. It will surpass it sometime in 2030. So interracials are the ones that are on the rise. Just want to leave you all with that.
Well, now does MAGA have anything to say about it?
I don't think MAGA could do anything about
Trent,
it.
I'm telling you, you're gonna have a penalty. I'm gonna have to assess you with a penalty. You keep coming here dropping eggs, and then you leaving. You can't keep doing that, man.
Hey, First Lady, Trent said he wants some punishment from you.
Watch this. Watch.
Oh no, don't be like that. That's nasty. That's nasty. That's a nasty, nasty man. You're nasty. That was dirty. You dirty rat. Oh, Nathan, please. It's good to see you, though, Nathan. But please, he was smooth. That wasn't nice. He just come in and just say what he want to say, and then he leave. Like, who does that? I know that's your bro, and that's good. You can have him.
You just had
That's
a
a
whole
fact, Mark.
conversation with the chat, ain't you?
Well, ain't nobody else having a conversation, so I'm gonna have a conversation so we ain't gotta hear what's going on in other people's background. Hello? You got a problem with that? See, there you go, pointing out the obvious. Do you have a solution? No, you don't.
CEO, man. Hey, listen, hit me up in the back chat, bro. I'm at One Liberty right now. I'm just leaving a meeting and I'm headed back. But if you're in Philly, bro, we should connect.
Actually, we could probably do Thursday because I'll be flying back in next week.
All right, I know we connected on LinkedIn, but I don't have you. I don't even know where to find you.
I'll hit you up.
All right. You can find me. My name is pretty much the same.
CEO, you guys gonna have a MAGA conference?
Hey, no cards. Listen. Wait now.
Only if you were hosting.
Oof. What say you?
It would be a MAGA conference if I'm hosting. It would be a progressive conference.
A progressive?
Hey, TC,
You're a
one of your boys
progressive.
is looking for help. Is looking for a job. Nathan's looking for a job.
Progressive, yeah.
Hit him up.
Hang out with ML.
ML, you're progressively wrong. That's all I know about you.
Comes up, yeah.
The phone don't blow up.
What they got for me?
Balloons and
ML, can I just jump in real quick? Cause before I forget the what I'm trying to say. So, you notice how he came in and made that stat about what's the what did he say? The fastest growing high. What was the word?
Well, he first started off with the
Fastest growing minority.
and then he came back with the fastest growing.
Okay, so then, and he says outpacing whom?
African American.
Okay, so we're talking about people who are really black people, but they gonna do anything they can. I noticed this.
Yeah, I don't think that was a legit stat, honestly, because they're just...
But can I just finish my thought? Because I interrupted y'all to finish the thought. Okay, so you know that, oh Lord, my God. Lord, my God. So I'm just noticing how, am I in the Matrix?
No, man. Lord, my God is where you were. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, First Lady. I'm just noticing how they're trying to, in every possible way, eradicate the people of African descent. Now everybody's gonna be mixed. Watch. It's gonna be mixed. We just can't be black anymore. I'm black. So now it's mixed race. But when back in the day, when my granny was around, and I'll put a picture of my granny, they put in the census in Robertson County, Texas, the mulatto. I didn't even know what the hell that meant. So, but back in the day, one drop, right? Wasn't it one drop or was it the paper bag? So now it's all going to be just completely eliminated. Like, like we don't exist. Our history, nothing. Our origin, history, culture, it's just going to be, we just mud, it's a mixed bag.
Or is it just me being hypersensitive to it? I don't know.
So biracials are supposed to be the fucking what?
The new racial category.
Outpacing black. So, and then he put something ridiculous thing like 12%.
Are they talking about biracial, whether you're Asian and white?
That's what I'm saying. Trent just dumped his trash. And then now he done left. We don't know nothing.
Yeah,
we don't have no follow-ups, no nothing.
I bet you his source of the information was linked.
Okay, I'll try to look it up later.
Yeah, right.
He's somewhere listening. I bet you he's somewhere around here listening. He likes this because he likes this.
Yeah, and he said he has it's important to him, I think, because, and I'm not trying to say anything about nobody's family, but I'm just saying, he's married to a person of non-color who's also Hispanic or Mexican, what he said, and white. So his children will fit into that.
No, he doesn't have kids. He doesn't have kids. I don't think he wants
Mexican
kids.
and white. Yes, he does.
He wants kids.
In that category.
His wife's daughter. That's his stepdaughter.
That's his deal. He doesn't have any kids. No, he doesn't have any kids of his own.
Yeah, Yeah, but Mexican and white would not fit in that category unless they're Afro-Latina. Let me clarify though. They have white. Let me clarify. Okay, so I have to wait till he comes back in for me to clarify because he shared something with me, and these people are obviously biracial. I'm gonna say biracial. So I'll wait till he comes back. I don't want to speak on it then. I don't know what I thought. I thought he had.
Yeah, he said that his wife, I think, has a daughter, but it's not his. He doesn't. He says he personally does not have any kids, and he doesn't think he wants any.
Okay. All right. I'll wait till he comes back.
Yeah, no, wait till he come back. I think he needs to be on timeout because he can't keep doing this to us. I'm gonna call 911.
You guys know.
I don't like it.
You guys know when you'll put Trent out of a room or you'll get mad at him.
Bro, this is an emergency.
Hey man, I don't know what's going on. First thing they put me out of the room.
He called all the time. He called me directly.
Okay. I have an answer. I have a possible answer. This is a possible answer. The possible answer is he's referring to people who identify as mixed race or multiple race based on the new census category.
Okay.
So they add mixed to the census category.
Or is it that they added more than one race when you put? You know how when people apply for jobs now, they'll say, "Are you black, white?"
Good question.
Oh yeah, 2 or more races. Yeah, I've always checked that too. So maybe I'll be checking that. Every black person in America should be checking that.
Was two or more races always part of the census? Like,
not the census, but for other stuff.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, we check it off. That doesn't mean we don't identify as black. Exactly.
I know. I think I'm identified as black on some applications.
What? You said you don't want to identify as black? I believe you.
No, Zoran.
I'm just saying it. Omari.
Zoran did. I think he put black on some of his applications.
Omari, like, there's no box for B.
Oh, just for the ladies in the room, real quick, little FYI. I started watching the Kardashians' new show, and Kris Jenner's facelift has just gone to pot. Oh my God, she looks horrible.
She looked really good last year.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I don't know if the plastic got melted or got recalled. I don't know. No, I'm being straight. Watch the first episode. It looks horrible.
Wait a minute. No, did you just say you don't know if the plastic got recalled?
Yeah.
That is a nasty word.
Defective plastic surgery. Class action lawsuit.
Let Lisa talk.
I know. She needs a nap for at least an hour or two because she is charged up. She is charged. You hear me? Huh?
Right, I do need a nap.
That's crazy. I mean, who mind thinks like this? I don't know.
Did you hear that speech this morning that she gave these black men?
Yep.
Girl, I promise you, girl. I want to go outside and make some signs. Your ass is so much. That shit was bad. I was like, let me go make a sign and get my hair in an afro real quick and let the sun shine in that bitch. Because your ass was going off, girl. I'm sorry, I was not triggered. That shit was good. No, I was triggered, you guys. Certain things just trigger me. And that's one of the top 5. Yeah, but the way you put some words together, girl, that shit was good. Well, when I start drinking again, then we gonna, y'all gonna be like, oh, hell no.
You gonna bang your Beyonce?
What does that mean? What does that mean, sir?
Yes, I be drinking. Is that how it goes?
Not sure.
The words. You said you get injections in your hips.
Huh?
We're gonna put some in your lips. You keep talking. That's what's gonna happen. We're gonna put some lips.
Not too much on lip injections.
Not too much. We're gonna put it in. We're gonna put it on Omar. He wants them.
Trump will be happy. Trump will be happy about that.
If you get Kybella lasts longer than 9 months. Kybella is better than
Oh no, I'm gonna stay out of this combo.
Yeah, Kybella is better. Lasts a year. That way it gives you time to get your appointment instead of these damn appointments every 9 months.
True. And if you women and
That's Patty's recommendation.
No, because he
coming from the lip injection.
His original question was, did you say you were getting something on your hips? And I told him, no, we're gonna put it on your lips.
No.
So, yeah, I don't know why he thinks anybody would need anything on their hips in this space, sir. What's going on?
I thought I heard that earlier, like someone's getting hip injections. I might have been hearing things.
No, I'm making a point.
Well, I don't see nothing wrong with hip injections either.
Wait, y'all in the Matrix or somebody. Is somebody in the Matrix or is it me?
I think Lisa's on her phone.
Okay, well, let me tell you what Miss Georgia Peach said. The DOJ has scrubbed the J6 riot from the court records. What? Get out of here.
Shout out to him. He just let a whole bunch of people free and gave them a free pass.
What?
So essentially, it never happened.
Oh well.
That's a fact. Oh well, it's a fact. Oh well.
What were you gonna do?
Done nothing.
Nothing.
Not a damn thing.
Like,
That's it.
if you commit a crime, make sure you put a sign up that says "Go Trump." Maybe you'll get a pass as well.
So didn't the DOJ
Favor answer?
didn't you just suspend two prosecutors yesterday that had recommended some prison sentence for 2 J6ers that I think they said they were trying to do something to Obama. I can't remember what it is, but they had recommended some prison time. I guess the DOJ folks didn't like it and they fired those 2 prosecutors yesterday.
This nigga, I swear to God, I'm fully goddamn dog.
Get off me. Come here.
Huh?
You know we can hear you? I didn't know if you knew. What did you say? Who got fired, Ben?
No, I was saying there were 2 prosecutors yesterday that recommended some prison sentence for 2 folks that participated in J6. I think that the guys, they were going to do, I think they threatened Obama also. They were going to do something to Obama. And they had recommended, two DOJ folks had recommended prison sentence for that. And I guess DOJ had like that, and they fired those 2 prosecutors yesterday.
Wow. Oh.
Is it really this quiet in here?
Oh, child.
We put the kitties to bed. They were sleeping.
Look at something. Need to go get something. Nothing but some freaking stuff.
Hey, Chef, you're on.
Let me look something up, buddy. What's going on?
GA, my main man, what's going on with you?
How you doing? Everybody switching out.
Oh, you sound better. You better.
Yeah, a little bit better.
Oh, there's some judge that said she'll intervene. She will intervene in the fight over SNAP food benefits.
What's the latest, Patty?
Let me see if there's a video. Play that real quick while I get my shit together. Nope. No video.
Anybody stopped it yet?
No, unfortunately. At this point. Let me see. When it start interfering with my hair and nails, we're gonna have a problem, y'all. Not playing. Y'all laughing. Or what did they see on that ass? Let me see.
I don't want them Alabama people coming over here to South Carolina. You know, Alabama said that they weren't going to give anybody. They were shutting everything down. Alabama said that. I don't know about other states, but I saw Alabama. I want them Alabama people coming over here to South Carolina.
Y'all cousins, ain't it?
No, we ain't related to them people.
What did you say? You want the Alabama people coming over?
Yeah, we
like they're a different breed.
Yeah, we don't want Alabama people coming over here to South Carolina. We don't want that.
We don't like them folks. We don't like them folks.
We don't like them country folk.
It's
They
different.
got different trailer parks. They got different trailer parks.
That sounds a little racist.
I'm sorry to all these people in the middle of the country or like the South who are, you coastal elites are so out of touch and act like they're all unified. This is the hate I knew was, residing just beneath the surface.
You just verified our suspicions.
Like, I watched those games. Those people don't like each other. Like, Auburn and Alabama don't like each other and they're in the same state. Come on.
Shit, they all the same to me.
We don't play with them Alabama people. We don't rock with them. Stay for that.
One fried chicken ain't no different than the other.
But I have to say they are different because I've lived in Mississippi and Alabama and they're different.
Are they? I don't know.
See,
so different. I feel like we shouldn't keep talking about it. That's how much different I think.
See y'all Northerners. You see how y'all act?
They look Lee's in the chat talking about that Southern rivalry. I like it. It's good.
So, but what happens if segregation should come about? What y'all gonna say then? You gonna say they not your cousins then?
No, they're not.
Oh my God! Oh my Lord!
They're not coastal. We sit there, they got elitists over here on the coast.
Oh, y'all elitists?
We sit there, they're elitists, yeah.
Okay, I got you. So y'all the East Coast Southerners.
We don't even like our upstate in South Carolina. We don't even like Greenville people.
See, that's the real stuff right here. That's just like NorCal can't stand SoCal. Whole place.
Okay.
want y'all to keep that in mind for tonight's discussion. Seriously, this is something else.
You all talked about what's going to happen if the Blue Jays win one more game in this World Series. Can you imagine?
Oh, wait a minute, they won last night? They won last night?
Yeah, they did.
Oh.
They had one game away. It's 3-2.
Oh, wait, I thought it was 2-3.
Y'all gonna make Trump lose it.
Wait,
Yeah, the Blue Jays, because I don't know.
They're Canadian.
Okay, so guess what? Then I knew it was Toronto. And it's like, my mind, something was like, this is Canada. But check this out. And y'all gonna give Jeremy rain if they win. Y'all was being mean to Jeremy yesterday.
And he was lucky he wasn't there later. There was another guy from Canada came in.
Yeah.
Jim and I kept telling him, we're taking Canada.
Oh, he was
all the time.
No, you can't do that to my friend. Y'all said that?
I was losing
his mind last night or this morning, whatever you want to call it.
But y'all can't talk shit about the Blue Jays. They've actually won 2 World Series already. This is
But he get amped up in conversation. That's just how he is. Like, because even when I was here, he kept on talking. He was like, okay, but one last thing, Patty. One last thing, Patty. And then he'll just keep on going. And it's, okay, Lisa. I'm gonna land here. I'm gonna land in. He does that. Like, I don't know if it's a nervous thing. Huh?
Canadian thing.
No, like a nervous thing. Like, just, I don't know.
You know what I think should happen? Can we, speaking of nervous, if you guys want to come to the thing that's going to be tonight with this illustrious person, well learned and all those good things, you have to put $5 in the 420 PC Cash App thing, and then we're going to give that money to whoever needs any help with gas or whatever. $5 is not a lot, right? $3?
Only thing is, I ain't putting my personal information on it.
$5 shouldn't be nothing.
That's a fact.
Shit. Y'all got these dudes on stage fighting over
how big their bank accounts are.
You got a wedding planner that's talking about get like me.
Keep it going, sis. Keep on. Go ahead. Give it.
You got another one that's talking shit about social services, but his ass got Section 8 tenants.
My God. Keep on preaching. Go ahead, sis.
Body shot.
Let me get my ass in this car.
Well, at least it was called to be twice this morning from Democrats.
Anti-value Negroes. Y'all better have $5.
Or 10. Or 20. whatever the Lord lays on your heart.
You got 5, you got 10, you got 20, you got 20, you got 50.
That's a fact.
We just gonna tier it. If you claim to clubhouse billionaire, you gotta do 50. If you claim to be a millionaire, send 30. Work our way down.
Praise the Lord. I like it. Close the doors of the church.
Follow the instructions of the ushers.
Lock them doors.
And when they give 30, you didn't hear what I said. I said 50.
You know what you messing. You just
Your boy sound real evil right then.
Oh, Lord. That's what happened. That preacher told that lady that. He said, what did I ask for? She said 2,000. He said, then you 800 short. I said, oh my God, that was nasty. I need y'all to do what I ask. Are you serious?
First lady, you gotta see her video.
She
Gave
responded?
that man $100,000.
Yeah, she responded. She sided with him. She said he was doing right. I was in the wrong line.
It's not that serious though. You don't have to embarrass me like that in front of everybody. If I'm giving $1,200, like seriously, don't poo-poo on my $1,200. That was nasty, right? I got 1,000 here and one check from such and such and such and such, and a $200 check. He said, "Now wait a minute." That was nasty. I don't care how you put it. That was not. But how long ago was that? Was that years ago, or was that recent?
No, that just happened.
Really? I thought it was a long time ago based off how they was dressed. I thought that happened back in the 90s.
That's Kojic. That's Kojic.
No, that's 90s Kojic though. Come on now. She had that white chantilly lace dress on with the hat cocked to the side and the pearls, and that suit he had on was quite old. Come on, let me go find it.
Yeah, but after that, he got some. I said Tyler Perry donated $100,000. He was announcing all the donations he got after that video went viral.
Really?
Yeah, Tyler Perry donated $100,000.
$100,000 ain't nothing for him. He could have done more. But what was it for? What was the donation for? What they trying to do?
See, that part I don't know. So I
See,
look, the reason I'm saying that is because
now people giving $100,000 and they don't know what they ain't talking about what they're putting their money towards. Because that should be part of the message.
Internet made it sound like it was for some personal debts. I'm like,
the church.
Oh Lord, no.
I'm sure the church knows what it's for. I don't know.
But we the people want to know. What's going on?
You just need to get that $2,000. That's it. No questions asked.
The members know. I'm sure the members know.
But now that y'all have put this out here in the street, the people want to know, what is this money for? And why you was chastising that lady over $800?
I'm sure his members know what the money is for.
And y'all want me to go back to church? I don't think so.
That's why I said I believe that they need to treat church like Dave Chappelle concerts. Collect all the cell phones.
Oh yeah, Quincy was to finish the new sanctuary and support community programs. Well,
that's nasty work. You gonna turn that lady's $1,200 down and embarrass her in front of everybody because of a fence and building up what? I mean, seriously, you okay with that?
You know what, First Lady, especially because I'm a preacher's kid, I've always believed this. What people do in their house is their business. And if somebody like the way somebody runs their house, go to another house. Ever tell that man what to do in his house? That's his church. That ain't mine.
That's
you know what you sound like? You sound like MAGA. My God.
No, you know what?
Good God Almighty, what's happening?
Ain't nobody gonna ever tell me what to do in my house.
But I didn't ask you whether you should tell them what to do in their house. I'm just saying the fact that what he did in regards to asking and telling her that she got it wrong, I asked you for $2,000 versus $1,200. There might be something else to the video that I haven't seen.
That's why
But the way it was presented, regardless whether she says she got in the wrong line or not, I don't understand why the humiliation in front of everybody. That part part to me alone. If the pastor is acting like that, and the people see you acting like that, then what makes you think that that person won't go to work and think that they can do the same daggone thing? Or go out in the streets and act the same way for somebody to smack the mess out of you?
Ooh,
Do you see what I'm saying?
why we gotta smack people though?
But because that's what I'm talking about. Like, if you did that on the streets and you embarrass somebody, these people are not equipped for those type of things. But if you showing it that that's the type of behavior that you want your congregation to follow, to sit there and embarrass somebody, I don't know what that lady went through to get to 1,200. You could have simply just taken the money and said, okay, next time maybe you get the right line, sis, laugh it off or whatever. But to sit there and tell her, calculating this and doing that, I think that was I think it was too much. I guess I just don't understand.
I hear you, and I've sat in many church services where I disagree with the way that they do things in those church services. I just don't go back to that church. I ain't gotta be your member. I don't like the way you run it. I go to another church.
Yeah, I guess you can go to another church. But that's a renowned pastor. Like, that's the big cheese. You wouldn't consider him up there?
Yeah, Perfected is a well-known church, but again, that's one of the personal issues that I have with modern day churches. That's why I would never be a pastor, because I'm like, y'all niggas put everything on the internet. If y'all can't keep stuff in house, then don't come here. That should have never been on the internet. That was house business. First lady, you old enough. You know how our mamas used to tell us, look, whatever happened in this house, stay in this house. Don't go out there broadcasting stuff that happened in this house. I see church the same way.
I agree. But hence why you need to be even more careful, because at any point in time you could be judged. And how you might have done things at one point in time you have to evolve to the time that you're in it. Some things you can't control because it's outside of that now. It's gone beyond that. So I don't know. Let me see. Oh, Quinn said he was not rebuking her. She said he was correcting her because she was announcing her donation in increments, not rebuking her for the amount. Leave these damn churches. You don't need them to have a relationship with God. Facts. Do some real tithing by being charitable. Exactly. I 1,000% agree with you. I don't agree with that. Okay, he doesn't agree. I agree. Like the fact that I attend office free schooling along with the good word. Okay, all right, that's good. Whatever is done there, the world should be able to see. Okay? I ain't putting no man on a pedestal. That's a fact. Don't talk to me like, okay, I'm not gonna read that part. The church shouldn't be proprietary in that way. I mean, yeah, but why? You talking about so far as in the camera? What are you talking about?
I think they mean the Jesus house.
Shouldn't matter if the video get out. That's what I'm saying. Shouldn't matter if the video get out.
Yeah, that's why I disagree. But that's why I would never be a pastor. Because I'm like, if you can't keep church business in church, they don't broadcast their church business meetings. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. That's what happens in the sanctuary with the membership. needs to be between the church and the membership. That's why I couldn't deal with churches. I couldn't deal with pastoring a church nowadays. I don't know how my mom does it. I don't know how some of my friends do it. I'm like, y'all crazy. I don't trust these niggas.
Mm-hmm. He said, but that ain't church business.
Y'all defending that was embarrassing, that woman? Is that what we're doing?
Hey, Gemini, you saw that? Did you see that clip?
I seen the clip, or y'all defending the clip? That's what I need to know.
I'm not. I'm sitting there saying I think it was crazy. How he was sitting up there talking to her like that. What's wrong with that?
Run that man pockets the way he running the whole congregation pockets. That's what I think.
Run the pockets?
Run his fucking pockets flat. Because he running the whole church flat and embarrassing people and utilizing public embarrassment as a leveraging tool to try to make you cough up more money.
So why y'all would just give it silence? That's all I understand.
I do.
Yeah, I
do that now. Well, I don't personally know if I used to.
So here's the thing.
You go to a mosque, they got a freaking little box at the door, they got a QR code, and you can give anyone.
Right. Now,
for wealthy, you can give 2%. You don't have to get, and nobody knows who gives what.
But Patty,
right.
In these
wait a minute, Gemini, because most of the time it is an offering. It is an offering, right? So offerings, they don't usually do that. But I think that this was something specific where they had like a goal to meet, and then whoever met it, they're coming up giving their donation and blessing him with it. That's how I'm thinking.
This is a fundraiser. This is a fundraiser for some of their community outreach that they do. And it was for, I think, don't quote me on it, but I think it was for something for the sanctuary, to expand the sanctuary for another community program that they're starting. So, and they have plans to do it as perfected. They have a board, and the church agreed. The board brought it to the church. The church agreed to do this. Well, this is how much it would cost. Who's going to pledge to actually get this done so we can institute this community program? That's what that was about. Most offerings are free will. They don't announce nothing.
Right.
People blow what they want in the offering plate. That is not how it normally goes.
Well, not unless they doing another kind of call-up offerings where, that was a good service. Come on up. Who's got 100 on the pastor? Who's got 100 on the pastor? Come on, lay it at his feet. Come on and bless the man of God. Come on, bless the man of God. Come on, I don't see enough people moving. Am I lying? Like, what are we doing?
Some churches still do that garbage. I hate that.
To me, and I am a pastor's son, right? My dad's been a minister since I can remember. I don't know when he started, but ever since I can remember, that's what he does. He does it now. There is an aspect of peer pressure that is subtly involved most of the time. Right? When the plate is passed, everybody, they won't acknowledge this, but everybody kind of watches and sees what everybody else is doing as it takes place. It's a public event, right? From person to person to person. Now that's the unspoken rule, but everybody knows that is a part of church, right? When you start highlighting it and when you start utilizing that in the way that he did, you're doing the devil's work. That's when God was flipping tables. Don't forget Jesus. Who else said Jesus was flipping tables? Like, you don't go and try to monetize and pressure people into giving you money they might not be able to afford. Probably why they were reserving it in the first place, right? Whenever you start doing that, like, I got no respect for you on any level. Like, I would treat you like anybody else outside of that church. Seriously, probably worse. Because you're trying to squeeze people. Like, one thing you got to know about congregations and churches, and I'm not trying to be mean to Christians because both my parents are, and I'm a Christian by faith. They're very, very, very gullible, very easily peer pressure, right? Like, a lot of the scammers will target congregations because if they can get the pastor, they got the church. And that's a fact. As long as you get the pastor, you got the church. They're going to follow his lead. They're going to put money wherever the fuck he tells them to. Right? So when you see people doing this, to me, they're very predatory. And those are the worst type of predators because you're going after innocent people that are trying to be righteous and walk in a righteous path. I really have a thing for that, bro.
I agree with you, Gemini, in that sense. I really do. And I have an issue with, like, what First Lady was doing. That's Kojic fundraising, Kojic preacher raising. What didn't the word burn? I need you to actually step out on faith and put some action with the word. I need you to. That's not to stand with me with $100. How many people are gonna stand with me in faith with $100 if you believe God? You know, that kind of crap. Y'all can tell I'm right in the church kids.
If you sow the seed of $100,
if you sow seed,
I'll come back to you within 2 weeks.
2 weeks, just turn around and believe on it. Turn around sometimes before you get home. Your child will come back home from jail. You know, he love that. That's sad. They love that. Is trash garbage to me. I'll get up and walk out on you in a minute. But I will say one thing, because I've been in white churches and I was raised in black church, and I will say this, that white people will actually do events to raise money. Where I have with black churches, they will do something that's community focused that benefits the community, but they will actually take pledges from people that are in the congregation that's already given offerings, that's already struggling, and say, hey, we want to do this as a church, so, you know, we're going to look for $1,200 from each church member by the end of the year. And then we're going to take it all up at one time in December. And they do stuff like what you saw in that video. That's what I have a problem with. Go and start business to actually generate the funds to do the community outreach you want to do, as opposed to squeezing out the pockets of the membership that's getting offered every single Sunday. That's crazy to me. White people do that so much better. I think white churches do that so much better. That's my issue. But I can tell by the way that they was raising that offering, that was something that he had probably told them 6 months ago, that we're going to give this $1,200 or $2,000 or whatever. And they were going to save that money up and bring it all at one time. That's the kind of stuff that black churches do. I hate it. I hate that they do that. And Gemini, you know as well as I know, black people don't love nothing better than being recognized for them giving money in church. They love that crowd.
Break them down, count the ones out real slow. They go extra hard on trying to see when they're making their donation.
I gave my $2,000. Call my name. Call my name now. Don't forget to call my name because I gave it. Black people just, I don't trust these niggas over there.
I can't believe this is the same room from last night. That's crazy.
And you came in our code.
hey, they don't know about us being converted to MAGA last night. Have we revealed to the room?
Lisa did. You know she did. Now she didn't put y'all out there, but she put it in the chat that she has converted. So
we've seen the righteous way, and Trump is our fearless leader. And
it's a fact.
Like he didn't get there without God. Since we talking about God, like he couldn't have made it there. We'll have to support this man and see where the trajectory takes us. He might be on the right trajectory to get America great again. He just might be, you know.
Preach.
He's gonna put us on our knees. That's why God put him in here.
Hey, Mr. Stokes, how you doing?
Hey, y'all, I'm sorry I came in like that, but I heard y'all calling the $100 line.
What you doing? Show up. We want $100.
Hey, Pastor Stokes, how you feeling?
You forgot something. I hear the name Michael.
You know what?
You're working up in the line, and you ask the person that's up in the line, do you know anybody named Michael? Yes. You gotta be a real man of God, because you call a name that I don't care. Everybody in the church that know a Michael. I see what is Michael. Them have problems. Okay, trouble. trouble.
He sounded like dope, man.
And that lady that gave the $1,200, and y'all out with this, I think I'm older than everybody here. If you read your Bible, that was her reward. That's the only reward she'll get when she gave it openly. Won't no blessing come behind that reward, because she already did it openly. They didn't give secret receive open. You know how it go. You give secret, you get an open reward. Okay, so this is where, man, these folks, what is called, y'all, I took the word pimp off the street, and they done bought it in the church. You just being pimped and don't even have enough sense to realize.
My.
Yeah, we're being pimped. We're being pimped. And we're stupid. Then you wonder why so much divorce going on in the church. Because these brothers, these preachers know how to pimp the sisters that's got unsaved husbands. And then they talk, well, my husband got a, no, something wrong. Something is wrong. You can't even go on a fast if you got a saved husband or unsaved husband without that man's permission. I don't care how much consecration your pastor said we going on this week. We want everybody to go on a 7-day fast. And you believe your pastor, but you got to go ask your husband, is it okay for me to go on this consecration with my church? If he said no, I don't care how much he might shy your pastor got. I take my seek my y'all, my son, no, your pastor got. You can't go on that fast if your husband didn't push.
That's a fact.
At all.
Because it's by your husband first, not by the pastor.
Right.
By order.
Right. The first order is in your house. God is the head, then the man, your husband, and then your pastor ain't even listed in that list. Your pastor don't write you. All your pastor supposed to do is watch over the sheep. All right, but we letting him be our spiritual parent. We letting him be our spiritual parent. And the Bible said in Romans, the 1st chapter and the 32nd verse, when you approve of this, and you're not practicing these different spirits in the church, you are just as guilty as the ones that's doing it because you agree with it, you allowed it to happen. That's why the devil didn't turn people over to the sin God gave them over to a reprobated mind. How do you know when a church is turned over to a reprobated mind? When the leaders allow them to do whatever they want, whatever they want to do, but just keep my pews filled up. You can go in the club on Saturday nights and Friday night and sing your heart out, because that's your job. And then you can come run my praise and worship team on Sunday morning, smelling like the club, but you can still do it. Because you've been given over to a reprobated mind. There's 2 types of Holy Ghost. There's a Holy Ghost to take things.
Look at the Holy Ghost.
Who said that?
I'm sorry.
I ain't want to say the Holy Ghost don't take his mic.
Oh, God.
I thought it was Dolomite. Hey, First Lady, I went and looked. Actually, that fundraising service was for their new sanctuary on 7th and Woodward. And the city of Detroit actually sued them because they started construction in 2002, but because of layoffs and city ordinances, they had to stop construction. And now that all of the lawsuits are done, they can actually continue construction. That's what the fundraising service was for. And I thought, because I know the drummer there, I thought it was what I thought it was. What actually happened is Pastor Winan said, I'm going to actually take everybody who's given $1,000, who's given $2,000 first, Everybody that's giving $2,000 first, come up. And then after those people are done, and everybody who's giving less than that, then you come up. And the rebuke was not for the amount of money. It was because of the fact that he specifically said, I asked everybody that's giving $2,000 or more to come up first. And then the people that were giving less than $2,000, wait till those people come through the line, and then you can come up. That's what he was rebuking her for.
Right. And I got it the first time you said it, right? Because you said she did a rebut and said it was her fault. She got in the wrong line. I understand that. Again, I'm just saying for me,
He didn't have to say it like that.
That's all.
I got you.
That's it. That's it. That's all. That's all. That's it.
It was a little bit too Detroit in the way that he talked to that lady.
That's it. That's it.
That's well put. That's well put. And that don't give a true preacher's vibe. Like, you're supposed to be accepting anything that somebody's willing to part with. They're not obligated to do anything, and they're doing what they can, not what you want them to do. Like, that's crazy.
I think that he probably, now I don't know this for a fact because I wasn't in the service. I would probably guess that she was not the first person that came in that line that did not follow the instructions. And I'm guessing that she's probably not the first person. And I'm guessing he was irritated at that point, not giving him a pass, because still, where I fought him, where I have the biggest issue with him, Pastor Wyden, is why were you down there touching money? I mean, taking money. You should have been sitting in the pulpit, and your finance staff should have been taking money. You shouldn't have had anything to say. You shouldn't have even been touching it. That's where I have the biggest issue. As big as your church is, you have over 3,000 members. You had no business down there taking actual money from members. That was out of order, and that would have never happened if his tail was up in the pulpit and his finance staff was actually taking the money. He shouldn't have said nothing. He shouldn't have even been down there. Here's that part.
Exactly. Happy Thursday, y'all. Hi, Lisa, everybody, all the mods. GA, I agree with you, and that's why, well, one of the reasons I don't go to a predominantly Black church, I go, in a mega church. But our pastor, my pastor is Caucasian, he does not touch money, even if people bring it up, which we don't have to, because now you can give online and all of these type of things. And so, we don't showboat giving money. We don't need to, So anyway, he never touches money. One time, when he did we were at the altar and he was talking about something and a couple of people just brought money up. He requested it, that you could do it privately, but they brought it up anyway. And so he just said, put it down. I don't touch money. And he backed away because, you want everything to be in order with these mega churches. You have people that, that take the collections and things of that matter. So everything looks, in order as it should be. So I agree with you on that. I land my jet.
You land your jet. I know that's right, sis.
Y'all must not know Lisa. I know Lisa. What up, Lisa? The one thing I will say though, like, I don't want to make it a black and white thing, because my father is very, very black, right? And I've never seen him utilize the church in any other way than using the money to benefit the church. He's always had a job until he retired as a chemist, right? And I think there are a lot of black pastors that move in that way. And I think there are some that are very predatory. And I think there are a lot of white pastors that are very predatory. Whether they touch the money in front of you or not, they touch the money. Oh, they touch the money. They don't do it in front of you. That don't make it better, right? If somebody's secretly touching kids and you don't see them, and then you see the guy touching kids, neither one is better. They're both predatory, right? You just seen one and one you didn't. That doesn't mean anything. So I really need to focus on the predatory pastors of all races. It has a race attached to being a predatory pastor. I think they're on all sides. I'm sure there's some Spanish ones, Asian ones. I'll guarantee if you look around, you'll find one of every racial ethnicity. But the focus point should be that there are those that are out there and are preying on very righteous-minded people, very vulnerable people. They call themselves a flock because they follow the shepherd, right? And he's supposed to shepherd their spiritual. And that to me is a way bigger problem than any racial aspect of it.
But Gemini, you have to admit, now some things we have to be honest about. It is a church cultural, not a phenomenon, but it is a tradition that they raise money that way. We have to be honest about that. Now, I agree with you. And class actually made it a thing where, hey, it ain't just black. I can do it too. Yeah, just do planners, the whole line. We can go down the whole thing. But as a rule, go to Chicago and pick a random church, and I guarantee you, 1 out of every 2 is raising offering that way with the pressure that you're talking about. That we gotta be honest and say, black churches especially, and I was a licensed ordained elder in country, but I'll say this with my whole chest. Church of God in Cash is the deal. They know how to do that with that pressure. That we gotta admit, black people have refined that to an art.
Say something, Gemini, because
Oh, I will.
he said I brought something up.
I've only visited certain churches.
Well, wait a minute. No, Lisa, why can't you respond to Gemini what he said about his father?
Yeah, I definitely wanted to respond to that. Matter of fact, I'll wait for her to respond to that, but let me respond to GA first, and I would like to hear a response afterwards. I'm sure that there are, I don't like to put that blanket statement at most. I haven't been to most churches, so I'll just concede on knowing how most operate. I will tell you the ones that I've been involved with and the ones that I've been to and I've visited. The majority of them did not operate in the manner that you described, and the ones that did, I made sure to steer clear of and let my family members know the same, right? Because I don't like the Jesus hustle. I know how to recognize the Jesus hustle the second I see it, and that's what I call it. That's the Jesus hustle. You leveraging Jesus to get some bread, bro. Like that's it. You're hustling. You're hustling the congregation, right? But I do know if you were to go to stats and facts, and that's where I like to do more than just just how I feel about. I guarantee you, if you were to look up churches that have been condemned or pastors that have been condemned, the majority of them will be what race? The majority, and the numbers are going to be astronomical if you try to compare what race actually generated the most money via scamming churches. It's going to be white. Very, very white. I'll let my jet.
I just jet too. Jet too want to die.
So
I agree with you though, because black churches don't report their money. Y'all know that. Exactly, Lisa.
You're doing that thing right now. Come on now, GA, stop it.
No, I meant Lisa. Am I being unfair?
I'm not Lisa.
Oh.
Wow, what are we doing, GA? Come on, man.
Oh, you talking about that Lisa? Okay.
Oh, I'm confused too.
So, yes, so
he does call me Lisa often, so I'm not sure.
I've been good, First Lady. I've been good.
No.
So the only reason I had mentioned that was because GA had mentioned earlier when I was cleaning, my home, something about the black churches. So I was just following along that line, and so that so that's why. And I have no response about your father. I don't know him. You do. And the only other thing I'll say, another reason why I don't go to black churches is because I don't have 3 hours to be in there.
Come on. Tell the truth and shame the devil.
So do you think, like, and this is the only pushback I have. The pushback against pastors being irresponsible, predatory, scammers, scumbags, leading with Jesus so they can fill their own pockets with their prophets, even though they ain't prophets. I get it, right? But when we attach a race and we say this is why I don't do black churches, and we throw that blanket statement out there, I think we're throwing a lot of good churches that are led by people that have the same skin color as us under the bus. And I don't think that's righteous, right? I think there's some black churches that are absolutely phenomenal. And I think there's some that are probably pieces of fucking shit, like lower than pieces of shit. And I think the same about white churches. There's some that are fucking phenomenal, and then there are some that are just fucking pieces of fucking evangelist scum, right? That I would love to behead personally. Okay. I get it. So I think that we should not keep focusing on the racial. Like whenever we attach race and throw a blanket statement, it signifies ignorance to me, right? Like all black churches do this, white people do this, black people do that. Everyone doesn't do the same thing. Like you're black, you don't think like me, I don't think like you. There's the same for the pastors. There's black pastors that don't think like me. There's pastors that probably align with my thought process. To throw everybody collectively under the bus, I just don't agree with that. All blacks do this, all whites do this. It's no. The blanket statements like that don't work.
Okay, so I'm going to say this and then I'm going to let it go, okay? It's time to let the mouse go. So what I will say is that I never said all, because I don't know all. But what I did say is from my personal experience. I'm not going to go to a black church. One of the reasons is because of what GA said, and even back when he said it maybe 20 minutes ago, there was no pushback. And then another thing is because I don't have the time to stay in there all day. Now, those things are true representatives of what I've been through when I did go to black churches, the ones that I chose to go to. So that's what I said, and that's what I'm staying on. So we can move on. I land my jet.
He's getting confused by the other Lisas. Lisa, they're not talking about
Lisa cracks me up.
They're talking about the other Lisa that's our visitor on stage.
I thought you were holding my new MAGA status.
No.
I thought you guys were holding my new MAGA status against me.
No. They weren't preferring you.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, we can definitely let that go. But when you say that's why I don't go to black churches, by definition, that's a blanket statement. In case you don't know how a blanket statement works, you just encompassed all blacks. When you said blacks, you don't have to say all in front of it. You could just say the word. You could just say blacks. You could say whites. It's still an all-encompassing statement, which makes it a blanket statement.
I know exactly what you mean.
Hold up, Lisa. Lisa, hold up. One second. Because you said you was going to let it go, so I'm not sure why you want to rebut. But I wanted to make an announcement really quickly. Please donate to Mr. Rogers' church. It is at www.coons. I can't even get it out. Oh, shit. Oh, man, Roger, you crazy for that one. I'm sorry, continue.
You can't even finish it. That's a
I can't.
I'm with you, Lisa. The church I go to, we in by 10, we out by 11:30. I'm at brunch by 12. I can't do it.
Exactly.
I can't do it.
But you don't go to you go to a white church, GA?
I go to a predominantly white church, yeah.
What?
Yeah, I can't do it.
Get out of here. What?
I know. You know, it's really not a black-white. This is crazy because they're not all the same. You know, all black churches are killing me like this. I don't even know how you can get
Roger, shut up.
What's going on with you, Chad? Radical. It's such a radical concept. I've been to so many black churches, and there's so much diversity there. You know, that I couldn't even. It's almost like you just didn't leave the block of black churches. You went to 2 or 3 on the same block.
Hey.
Roger, GA, Roger said you need to be arrested.
Hey, find me a black church that their service is an hour and a half. I'm there, Doc.
GA, that would be a disservice to what I know is you and your intellect. I know you can find a black church that you would be happy with, that you would respect. You know what I mean? It's just a matter of whether or not you just want to do it. You know, and I can understand that just being a
That was an accident on purpose.
I know. I was gonna tell you, I said, do not say I had enough of GA today. Go to the
second meeting, man. I had to get off my little hobby horse here when I heard that.
That was a good conversation, but we only got let's see, how many hours away? Take us to 2.5 hours before 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And at that time, our special guest will be here. And we will have a wonderful conversation. I hope y'all can join. I hope I'm gonna see you there. Am I gonna see you there, GA? GA, you got the plane, the gas and stuff, cause I don't know, it's looking like, that time might come a little faster than later. What you think?
It's ready.
First, I was doing some research based on our conversations, and it was kind of interesting. I started looking at the number one countries to live abroad as a U.S. citizen or a former U.S. citizen, and turns out that Panama is in the top 5. I was interested. It's kind of interesting.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Panama is super dope. They got 2 pointers of them.
You know they got this new artist out of freaking South Carolina. He is really good. His name's Jermaine Reese. He's been going viral on fucking TikTok.
He rap?
But he got some really good songs.
He rap or he sing?
He sings. His song named Girlfriend has been going like really all over the place, and I was listening to his album. It's really nice.
What's his name again?
Hold on. I'll play some of the songs. This is one of the songs. Need you to please me, cause I don't plan on leaving. Stay moving my life. Nobody looking at my look what I've done for you now. But yo, his album is by a little song that
You're breaking up heavy, Patty.
he got like 4 songs. Some songs.
Can you put his name in the chat?
He got like 4 little songs. Country dude too.
Can you put his name in the chat so I can check him out, please?
Okay. I'm driving, but it's Jermaine Reese.
Never mind. Just say it again.
Common spelling.
Say it again. His name again?
Jermaine Reese. JermaineReese.
Thank you.
I think Funkmaster Flex gave him a shout out last week.
He almost sounded like Ralph a little bit from New Edition, from what you played.
That was actually his girlfriend. He did a song with his girlfriend.
Oh shit.
That's why the song is Jermaine Reese with girlfriend. It's cute. But yeah, that was his girlfriend singing, but he has some really good songs.
You and JD do a song together.
Nigga, please. Both of us now listen to
That's funny.
Getting all over the goddamn microphone.
And drop it. Complain.
Let me stop. Yeah, child.
Anybody listen to JID? Right there.
Yes, sir.
I got 2 tickets to their concert on the 18th this next month. I'm like, I don't even know if I want to get these tickets away or fuck with it. Like, I don't.
I'm going to see Boosie. He trying to pull a G.
You so hood. You hood as hell.
He trying to Jeezy. You know so you got to dress up. So I went and bought my gown and stuff. Yeah.
Boosie, you got to dress up for Boosie? I thought you just got to wear bulletproof vest. That's it.
No, he's doing it like, you know how Jeezy did with the symphony and like the black tie and thing.
I know what you're talking about.
He's doing one too. I was like, how the fuck you do a black tie? I said, okay, whatever.
get the money before he got it. You know he just got convicted by the feds, so he's trying to get his money before he go do his fair time. He out of it.
For real? Wow.
Yeah, he already convicted. He just waiting on sentencing.
Talking about Bootsy Collins.
Yeah.
Who?
Damn.
We talking about Bootsy Badass, bruh.
Man, times have changed.
You know the squirrel?
Bootsy Badass.
5'9". Yeah, Bootsy.
I think celebrities used to be able to get away with a lot more back in the day. They can't get away with nothing now.
Man, they still get away with a lot of shit. Man, the justice system is still very much pay to play right now. And if you got a bag, you can get away with a lot more than people understand. And that's happening. They got a bag and influence. Believe me, they're getting away with a lot more than we hear about. We just hear about the slip-ups and the ones that's unavoidable because it's in the public light. But there's a lot of shit that gets swept under the rug, so much that it's hard to even describe to you, bro.
So basically, you're saying they gotta pay up first, right? They gotta pay extra, pay ahead of time, and then commit the crime.
Not ahead of time. Just gotta have the money on time every time. In LA, you can buy your way out of 99% of what you get into.
Yeah, those cops are slick out here.
It's not just the cops, it's the DAs, it's everybody, it's the lawyers. They go all the way up. It ain't just the cops, it's way deeper. If it's just the cops, it'd be simple. It's the justice system, it's the DAs, it's the prosecutors, lead prosecutors. Everybody's for sale, bro. If you got a bag, you can buy them. You can buy verdicts, you can buy probation for shit that should be years and years. You can buy everything. Everything's for sale here.
I think they got that shit from Mexico, Tijuana.
But Gemini, you ain't trying to go see Jid?
Man, when my boy told me he had tickets for me, I didn't even know who JID was. He like, J. Cole Group. I'm like, oh, I didn't even know they was called. Okay.
Nah, bro, yeah, I'm telling you, like, I went to a show of his like a few years ago. That was one of the livest like hip hop shows I've been to in a minute. This was when he was first coming out, so I wouldn't miss it if I were you.
I'm gonna do it more to have the experience with my daughter. That's the only reason why I told him to give me the tickets. I might give them both to her, but I might go with her. I don't even know.
Yeah, I'll definitely check it out.
Hey Patty, that's pretty good track.
Yeah, it's good, right? You listen to him?
Yeah, that's pretty good track. I liked her better than I liked him, but yeah, it's a pretty good track.
Not you like the girl. What's going on, GA? What's happening?
I like her too.
I like the way she vocalized. I like her choices. Her choices in the way that she sings. I mean, he was very, it wasn't challenging the way he approached the song, but she gave it a lot of color. So it was interesting, but yeah, it's a good remake.
You know it's not a remake, they just used the beat, huh?
I was gonna say, I don't think that's his girlfriend. I think that just might be the artist's next girlfriend.
Oh, is it? Yeah, it's a good girlfriend. That's all I thought.
Yeah. I was gonna ask y'all though, did y'all see that the cop that killed Sonia Massey got found guilty of murder?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Second degree.
What was the verdict? What was the sentencing is what I meant to say.
The sentencing isn't yet. You know, that don't happen for a while. Mm-hmm. So, I don't know when you're going to sentencing. But I'm sure it won't be too long from now. But that was the conversation last night. Maybe you weren't here. But
no, I wasn't.
Not you. I was talking about GA. I know you weren't, but I was saying GA. But there was a conversation.
was on Clubhouse restriction.
White ice is colder. That's why ice is white.
What is that supposed to mean?
Just a casual observation. White ice is colder. Ask MAGA.
But how do you get the ice white? Is it snow?
I mean, what color is ice?
Clear.
It's whitish in appearance. If your ice was black, you'd be looking at it crazy. Get you some Kool-Aid with
What's
black
wrong with black ice? What's going on? What's happening? Why can't it be black ice?
In this world, black is negative, white is positive. That's how it works. You know that.
Yeah, isn't black ice really dangerous?
Black ice is when you wreck your car.
Oh, this is nasty work. Do you see how y'all do it? This is nasty. Hey, Mimi, what's good, sis?
Just finishing up trimming my client's hair. Just did some tape-in extensions. Waiting on the next.
That's good stuff right there.
Listening to y'all. Yeah.
Tell her, she met, I always say her name wrong, so I'm probably gonna say Kamala. I say Kamala. Is it Kamala, Kamala? I don't know how you're supposed to say it. You get it wrong every time. But anyway, Mimi did her hair.
Kamala.
Mimi did her hair. She walked in with a crew of hood bitches.
I did her hair when she was running for president. When she was running against Biden. Do you guys y'all seen those clips of that new interview she got?
Yep.
Oh my God, I don't know. I think she should not do that right now. What y'all think? Am I tripping?
I'm with you, sis.
I haven't seen the clips. Can somebody give me a description if y'all don't mind?
She talking big shit.
She's on BBC.
Well, she's supposed to be, but she's with a white man.
No. That's not nice. She's on the BBC interview, and the lady starts bringing back the fact that she said, I'm not done. And she said, what does that mean? And then she started talking about her niece and something or whatever. But long story short, she pretty much was saying, I'm not finished. And she said, well, is that possible that you might run in 2028? And she was pretty much like, we'll see. So
that's the right answer.
She's talking about Biden.
Can y'all play some clips? There's
a clip that's going around with her talking about Biden and how he sabotaged her and something about the debate, and he called her and told her something. It was a clip, so I should have shared it. I just really couldn't listen. So I'm like, girl, chill out right now. We're not in a position for you to be talking like this.
For his life, but First Lady, would you mind playing a couple of the clips?
And First Lady, here's the thing. She's supposed to say she's considering running because it keeps her relevant. If she was like, nah, then she would back in.
Did he just cut out?
Yeah.
No, did you hear me? I just said that she's supposed to say she's running, or she's considering running, because that keeps her relevant, that keeps her brand active. If she said she isn't considering it, she'd get less interviews.
That's one way. Yeah, that makes, First Lady, can you hear me asking if there's a potential of her playing a clip or two, please?
I can look for one, sir.
If it suits you, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, I saw this on TV last week, the day before the actual interview was to come. So let me see if there's something out here. But yeah, let's answer the question. How many people think that she should run again?
Run for what?
For office. To be
yeah, that's one way to get Secret Service back around. She needs that.
Okay.
If she's running against Trump, I would vote for her again, but other than that, no.
What?
If it was Trump 2028 versus Kamala 2028, I would vote for her again. Other than that, I would.
Stop acting like she would win the primary.
All right. Yeah. So I found that. Let me see if we can skip through some things. I don't know. I'm at lazy. Can you please ask me if what? Oh, if she does men hair. Do you do men hair?
No, I don't like doing men.
Sure.
Hair or?
Yeah, but I don't like doing men. I used to when I was younger, you know.
Are men bad tippers or?
No, they don't.
There's so much data. We'll be building models all night.
But they cancel a lot. They don't. It's like they don't consider. They be thinking I'm a man. I don't know. I just don't. It ain't enough money and too much time. They got big heads. And
women do seem like they pay a lot more for their hair, though.
Yeah, but you're the only. Your son is the only dude I do. Yeah, you only did it because he was your son. You know that. I just did it because that time. And then I wound up doing them, but that's why I went. But he a little boy.
I found the clip. Did you want to listen or?
We waiting on you, ma'am.
Okay.
Do you feel that President Biden and his team torpedoed your chances of a fair chance at winning the election?
Well, as I've written, the buck stops with me in terms of my campaign. It always did, and I take full responsibility for what I did, and that's part of why I wrote the book, is to talk about the reflections that I've had on those 107 days, what I thought were strengths, but what I also thought could have been better. And, I wrote the book for many reasons, and primarily, this election in the U.S. was unprecedented. Listen, relationships are complicated.
That's why I don't.
We had a president of the United States running for re-election and decides not to run 3.5 months before the election. The sitting vice president then takes up the mantle, running against a former president of the United States who had been running for 10 years, with 107 days to go. On behalf of everyone whose story could only be written in the greatest nation on earth, I accept your nomination to be the President of the United States. It is important to also note that it turned out to be the closest presidential election in the 21st century in the United States, and it was important to me to write this book because it is a part of American history. And I was absolutely intent on making sure my voice would be present when history reflects those 107 days.
The reason that you ended up in that situation, and you say very clearly in the book, essentially you didn't have time. You didn't have time to make the campaign your own. You didn't have time to show the public what you could believe you could really do. And you also say President Biden pulling out should not have been a choice for an individual ego or an individual's ambition. Do you feel that you were deliberately kept in the dark about what was going on and how much he was struggling behind the scenes?
What I have written is what I believe, which is, one, we needed more time. There's no question about that. Two, there were many factors that contributed to the outcome of that election. But being mindful of the fact that there were extraordinary people who were involved in those 107 days in building up and
inordinate amount for the time that we had, enthusiasm, and dare I say joy around the possibility for our country. And that comes across, but the context here, I think, at this historical moment you talk about is so important, because there had been months of speculation around the world, here in the UK too, even in April, long before President Biden pulled out. We asked Nancy Pelosi what was going wrong. This was a huge subject of discussion. And you write that President Biden didn't raise his frailty with you, and you write that you didn't really raise it with him. That's extraordinary to read in your account. Well, let's be more precise. That talks about widespread concern are very salient and address the highest priorities of the American people. 107 days was clearly not enough time to do all of that. And what leaps off every page is you threw yourself into those 107 days. Indeed, I did. And my team did too. I have an extraordinary team. In fact, I've dedicated my book to my team. From the first day I got the call from President Biden on a Sunday afternoon while I was in my sweats, also reflect and write on that for probably a decade, Democrats have been losing certain sectors of society, and there's work that we need to get done. One of the reasons that I ran on the issue of child care, of Medicare, basically health coverage for home health care for people, for example, who are raising young children and taking care of their parents. One of the reasons I ran on a perspective that we need to make housing more affordable. So I was offering a $25,000 down credit for first-time home buyers. I ran on an agenda that was about going after price gouging, corporations taking advantage of working people. But why didn't it connect with working people? Well, it did connect with working people, but clearly there was more work to be done. But why? Because we needed more time to talk with more people, and we have to understand the context, which is that if you look at the trends that had been in play, probably at least since, if not before, 2016, you were seeing for the Democratic Party that there was a shift taking place among the demographics you have mentioned. And that's work that needs to be done, and that's work that I and others are working on to remind people that it has always been the Democratic Party that has stood for working people. And the work we need to do going forward is also, frankly, to provide the contrast. Because right now we have a president in the Oval Office who is building a ballroom for his rich friends while he is depriving working people of health care during this government shutdown period. Let's talk then about that. There's a evocative moment in the book where you realize you've lost and you say, my God, what will happen to our country? Yeah. And as you've mentioned, the Trump administration is pulling down the east wing of the White House, turning many conventions on their head. There's a shutdown in the federal government. In a campaign, you said Donald Trump was a fascist. Do you think he's running a fascist authoritarian government? I was asked if he was a fascist, and I said yes. And the reason is that I look at what is happening right now. And again, it is what I predicted. He said he would weaponize the Department of Justice. He has done exactly that. He has used the United States Department of Justice, which should be an independent agency that makes decisions based on fact and law and not personal vengeance of the President of the United States. But this is how he has conducted himself, so much so that recently he has dared to suggest that the United States Department of Justice, which is an agency of the people of America, funded by their tax dollars, should give him $200 and X number of $million because of a prosecution and investigation that he rightly deserved. You look at what has happened in terms of how he has weaponized, for example, the federal agencies around going after political satirists, who his skin is so thin, he couldn't endure criticism from a joke and attempted to shut down an entire media organization in the process. And you are critical of billionaires and other institutions bowing down, capitulation. There are not all, but there are many. And you that have capitulated since day one, who are bending the knee at the foot of a tyrant. I believe for many reasons, including they want to be next to power.
because they want to perhaps have a merger approved or avoid an investigation. And it is a crying shame that when push comes to shove, we can't count on the titans of industry to at least posture in a way that is about maintaining the guardrails around a democracy and democratic systems. What then of foreign leaders? I just wonder, what did you feel when you heard that Keir Starmer had presented an invitation from the King to Donald Trump in the view of the world's media, in the guilt of the Oval Office? Did you think that was cheesy, or did it make you feel queasy, or was it obsequious? You know, is there a risk that foreign leaders are being played by Donald Trump because they have to show their close to power? I do believe that Donald Trump, as I said on the debate stage before the election, and I maintain it to be true, is shown his very nature. In the foreign stage, he has proven over a long period of time that he invites favor and flattery. And what I said on the debate stage, like everything else I said and predicted, continues to be true. So you would make that warning to foreign leaders to be careful what they wish for by getting too close. But foreign leaders will do as they think is right for their country. And yet, Donald Trump has made progress of a sorts in the Middle East that President Biden and you, I know you worked hard on this, failed to make. Do you praise the achievements he's made in terms of seeming to move the Gaza-Israel conflict towards resolution? Listen, I think that, first of all, I'm very, very happy that we now have a situation where the hostages are out. There's still more work to be done. I think credit should be given where credit is due, whether it be Egypt, Qatar, or this administration and this president. There is good work that happened, but there's a whole lot more to do. And as you can see, when we're talking about, in particular, one, the fragility of the ceasefire, two, equally important, and something I've been working on since October 8th, what is the plan for the day after, which includes the security, the governance, and the rebuilding of Gaza. Let's talk then about what's next for you, and also what's changed in your life since then. Donald Trump stripped you of your Secret Service protection at a time when there had been attempts on his life. Of course, there have been other political killings in the US, most notably recently the killing of Charlie Kirk. Has Donald Trump's decision put you in danger? I feel safe. Why do you think he did it? You'll have to ask him. Oh, you must have thought about it. You have to ask him. I don't pretend to know why people do what they do on a daily basis. In terms then of what is next for you, you write very powerfully about the differences that many women have made to your life, whether that was your meeting with Angela Merkel, or the experience of growing up with your extraordinary mother, or the stories of your baby nieces, Amara and Leela. When are they going to see a woman in charge in the White House? In their lifetime, for sure. Could it be you? Possibly. Have you made a decision yet? No, I have not. What about running again as someone else's vice president, or maybe being part of another ticket? If Gavin Newsom, your fellow Californian, said, hey, come and be my Secretary of State, would you consider that? Right now, I'm focused on my book tour. And I'm glad to know that you read it 3 times. I read it 3 times because it's a great read. Thank you. But you say in your book, I'm not done. That is correct. I am not done. I have lived my entire career a life of service, and it's in my bones. And there are many ways to serve. I've not decided yet what I will do in the future beyond what I'm doing right now, which is meeting with many people. Obviously, right now I'm in the UK, but otherwise I've been spending a lot of time in our country. Most recently, I was spending an incredible amount of time in the South. I was in Georgia, North Carolina, and Alabama, and talking with people and mostly listening, and I'm enjoying doing that. I think that people want to be heard right now. Nestle?
Why are you always tapping the phone?
I didn't do that this time, sir.
I'm I'm sorry. My apologies.
You just like that pastor that said, man, just out your nigga for 1200. That's exactly what that was like. Oh my Lord, you like the pastor.
Lord.
That's not what he asked you for.
Exactly.
That's not what he asked you for. He asked you for 2,000.
So, First Lady, wasn't she in the wrong? She should have been up there, right? I'm just trying to understand. She was trying to front like she was in the $2,000 line. Like, don't be trying to act like you got the 2,000. Wait for the 1,000 number to come out.
And you felt as though that needed to be announced in front of everybody?
I mean, they talk about correction in the Bible, First Lady.
You don't think that as a grown adult there's a way to correct something without humiliating them?
She was going to Pastor Winans' church. That man is a celebrity in the gospel world. She knew she was going to.
What does that matter? He's a celebrity in the gospel world. What does that matter?
This is the reason a lot of people are walking away from the church building.
Exactly.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I don't
need this example.
I could have went to Pastor Hawkins' church. I don't go there. I go to a good pastor who's just like a Bible verse. He don't do all that shouting out the number in the front. But that's what they do there. That's, you know.
What you saying, Brian, is, you know what? Don't sign up for smoke and then complain about smoke when you get it.
That was it right there. Preach,
Preach what? Don't sign up for smoke.
Bullshit all day.
That makes sense.
GA has been on straight bullshit.
GA, you showing out? What's going on? They even said that you need to be arrested from the ghoul. That's what they said.
Damn.
Wow.
GA, what you gonna say, son? No, you gonna get arrested too. Let me check the chat. Oh, the sheriff ain't here. The sheriff left.
GA is definitely on some dark liquor today. Like, he doesn't conduct himself in this manner. This is giving dark liquor, E&J, Hennessy. It's crazy.
That's better than being on cheap dark liquor time, though.
I know E&J is pretty cheap, bro.
E&J is about cheap as it gets, bro.
That's a fact.
And it come out their pores. When somebody be drinking E&J all the time, you can smell it on their body. Like, it come out their pores.
That's like that pizza.
Jerk.
Well, women don't. Did they start making flavors of that? What's
I wouldn't know.
Oh, red. It's got like apple something.
Are you thinking of Crown Royal?
Crown Royale.
Now, it comes with a reusable bag, so that's nice. That's actually...
You gotta put your change in the purple bag.
She got her baby barrettes in there and everything.
That's nasty work. That's
nasty. Everybody got Barrettes in the Erkinger bag, in the Crown Royale bag. Didn't they used to come like a purple bag?
Yeah, it came
It's like velour.
Yeah.
That's a nice purple velour bag.
The little bag make you feel like you're doing something besides being a wino.
You can put one of them little small baby nines in there too.
That's
not a baby.
That's your change purse.
That's what Mr. Earl put his change in.
Exactly. All the quarters and the nickels and the pennies. What's
you stand out in front of the safe and talking, hey girl.
I want to put this out there. Hey, don't you let me put something in your pocket.
What you got, a light bill on me helping with? Hold on. What you got, light bill? That sounds like an old uncle.
I do want to say this, for the entrepreneurs, this is something I've been doing for a long time. I'm gonna put this positive energy out there one time and come back around. Set financial goals for your week that sounds fucking unrealistic, and you don't be surprised. And make moves towards it. You can't just set those goals. Don't be surprised when you hit it Wednesday, Thursday. Like, I do that shit all the time. I'll set something that seems unrealistic and I'll nail that shit because it's in your mind now. Like, you programmed yourself. It's like they have this study that shows when you wake up and say, today is a great day. Like you've already programmed your mind to see the positive side of that day, and more than likely the day will move in that way, right? And that's the way your perception of that day will be. And I know that sounds crazy, but I do this with money all the time. I'm not just saying you can just think about it and manifest it. You have to take actionable steps towards that manifestation. But I'm saying that shit fucking works. Like I've been nailing this shit. This shit works. Ran over.
Pass the offering plate.
And don't come up short on the offering plate, please.
Close the doors.
Hey, Jim, when
does anybody else do that, or is that just me? Has anybody else done that and seen it?
I don't. I do it. I do that for a month or for a quarter. I can't do that for a week, Jim, and I don't close business that quickly. Yeah.
Hey, Jim, I used to do it daily. I used to put a sticky note in my car back in the day when I used to go out to do business deals, and my number was $520 a day. I needed to make $520.98 a day. That would equal on a 40-hour work week. That would equal $1 million that year. That's what that was my sticky note every single morning.
Right there, bro. It's good stuff.
I don't want to see it on the stage, but check your back channel, GA. And that shit real.
Yeah, that's golden right there, bro.
That's not all the time, but it hit.
Yeah.
It definitely hits.
That's the ticket. That's how you have to do it, bro.
But it's a mind state. I swear, like it's a mind state that you start like. I don't believe in just manifestation. Like you just think about something and it just happens. I don't believe that. But I do believe the mind is super, super powerful, and you can program it to start moving in a certain way, like through affirmations and actions, affirmations and action, affirmations, structured action. Like, okay, these are my actionable steps. This is the percentage I'm hit by this week. Like, it's got to be structured. There's got to be action behind the affirmation. But I believe that shit, bro. Like, I've lived that.
I believe in the RAS, the Reticulated Activation System. I believe that if you put your goal in front of you, just like if you buy a new car that's black, and all of a sudden you see all the black cars on the road that you didn't notice before, I believe your mind works the same way. And if you actually put your goal out front, your mind will look for solutions to make that a truth. So you'll see opportunities that you would normally actually walk past.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
Law of attraction.
That's well put. Well put.
Jay, where's you're on an agency, right?
Yeah, that's one of the businesses that I do. Yeah, a brokerage house.
All right, cool. I seen you. I met you in the Breakfast Club room in the morning. Like I seen you in some of those rooms over the last couple of months. So nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, man. Yeah, I do an hour on Thursdays most of the time.
That's why you gotta hold him accountable in this space, because he'd come here and just fuck off knowing good well he'd be on a whole other scale if he chose to.
I just come here and run amok too.
Just run amok to and fro.
Have you, Gemini, have you read that book, The 12-Week Year?
No, I haven't. If you think it's worth it, I will though. Or at least listen to it.
Because the basic idea is that you can get a year's work done in a quarter, because like when you plan for the year, you lose sense of track of your goals. But by making it a quarter, you have to do stuff weekly to get it done. That made a big difference.
Do you mind putting that in the chat or in my back channel, either way, please?
Yeah, I will.
I like to listen to books when I work out. I can really focus.
Theo, is that kind of like the 4-hour work week, or is it somewhat different? See, are you hearing me?
No, it's very different from the 4-hour work week. The 4-hour work week is about like efficiency.
Yeah.
To how you streamline your time. The 12-week year is about how you go about building out a strategy that you actually get a lot more done in a shorter time period, strategically for your business. So it's strategy.
I need that. My biggest weakness, and I'm hyper self-aware, is time management, because there's nobody to tell me what to do and when to do it. Like, if it's not a doctor's appointment or I don't have a traffic ticket, I don't have to be fucking nowhere. And that makes it really, really hard to structure my time where I need to. So it seems like some of my days happen to me, and then some days I'm hyper proactive and get a lot accomplished because I'm just really, really just goal driven. But when you don't have somebody to do that, that structure is everything. Like that's the hardest part to me of working for yourself. The self-motivation and structure and holding yourself accountable.
We all struggle with that, Jim and I'm 54. I still struggle with that. I still struggle with that because I don't have to do anything at this point. And so, yeah, I struggle with that too. And especially like a week like this week when I'm supposed to be taking time off, I feel like I'm going to fall into like that laziness. And I struggle with that real.
But if you're supposed to take the week off, you're supposed to be lazy. What are you doing?
That's one of the reasons why I don't take vacations. I hate vacations.
That is when you work a little less, right? Like, to me, that means whatever I can do for my phone and laptop. You know what I mean?
Right, exactly.
I'm still going to be doing something, though.
I don't take vacations, man. So anytime
it's a good time to also just think more creatively. So, GA, you should just, like, focus on creative things as opposed to tasks, you know?
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. I kind of cut me off, fam. With all due respect. But,
Oh, I didn't hear you.
Yeah, it's not intentional, dude. We just have to come over here, bro. We want to hear you.
No. I mean, it's not about me now. I was just kind of dealing with you guys because, like, I don't take vacations, man. Because, like, no matter where we go, and I kind of want to find out what's going on. I want to get the local newspaper. I want to read this, my wife wants to go and sit on the beach and chill. I don't take vacations, man. I don't know how to relax, you know.
I will tell you this, when I was really, really first getting my business off the ground, I really hit my first high point. I was like hyperactive about it. Like, I was super excited. It was generating a shit ton of cash. I hadn't touched that kind of money previously. And so I went into turbo time and I started having chest pains. And I thought I was having heart issues, right? Being in shape. Why am I having chest pains? So I went to the doctor and they sent me out, did an echocardiogram, and that came back clean. They did a stress echocardiogram. That's where you get on the treadmill and they do it, and that came back clean. And then when we got back to the office, he's like, let me tell you something. He goes, you know what? You remind me of my youngest, richest client. I was like, hell yeah. He's like, nah, he's dead. He's like, what you need, I really can't prescribe. He said, you see my medicine that I use, that, he pointed at a picture on the wall. It was him and his son on the back of a fishing boat. And he goes, that is the medication you need. Like, you can literally work yourself to the point where your body is not going to be able to maintain the pace that you're trying to do right now. You know, and he started trying to get me on Xanax and stuff. I'm like, God, I don't want to do the pills, but I will try to start delegating my time differently. And at that point, I think another thing that was playing a role as I had just...
I knew you were on Xanax.
No, I'm not.
I'm just
saying. But I'm definitely not. I started reading about the long term that can cause dementia and different things. Long term, you should look into the effects of Xanax. I'm like a health nut, and I don't want my body to deteriorate prematurely. So I was checking everything out. When the doctor gave me pills, I Google effects and look at that shit up. Like, I'm not just taking it because they told me to. But at that time, I just got custody of my son too. So I had custody of my son and my daughter during that time period. And I think that combined with my work ethic was just like, fuck. Like, that shit just hit me hard. That shit hit me real hard. So you gotta be careful as far as balancing. And that's another thing I struggle with. Being a content creator, you're supposed to have a healthy balance of content creation and content consumption, right? And Clubhouse tips me into consumption more than creation. So that's the bad side of it for me. You really got to be proactive about that.
They try to put me on. So my wife, she's a nurse practitioner, man. So when I was I was sleeping. I sleep 2-3 hours, man. I'm up at it, you know. So they try to put me on Seroquel. I took that shit. I'm sorry, I mean, because I took that stuff.
It don't matter if you comfortable.
50 milligrams. I felt like a zombie the next day. And I'm like, nice.
That's how I felt when I tried the Xanax he gave me, man. I'm ready to stay in the bed, sleepy. Like, I'm very motivated, active, energy, up early type of person. Like, to get my first workout in early. You know what I mean? Do my cardio early so I can catch a pump right before I go to sleep. Do my weights late. Like, man, like that shit, nah. I can't maintain my lifestyle and be on that pill. That wasn't an option for me.
I told them to kiss my behind. They tried to give me everything to get me to sleep. And I deal with numbers all day. There is no way in the world I can take that crap and deal with numbers.
But I have seen studies that show, like, when you're talking about your sleep, like, they start showing, like, the circadian rhythm and the hours where your body reset, and that you're, like, 50 to 60%, like, more likely to have a cardiac event if you don't adhere to certain sleep patterns, meaning, like, a full 6, 7, 8 hours, starting to go to sleep between, I think it's 8 p.m. to 1 p.m., 1 a.m., I mean.
Yeah, because like when you were talking about what your doctor said, man, and I was like, he said when his wealthiest client, he said you remind me of his wealthiest client. You know, like two people that I respected a lot, man, were Johnny Cochran and Reginald Lewis, man. Both those guys died of brain aneurysms. I mean, those guys essentially worked themselves to death, and so man, we have to slow down. One of my friends, I was talking to her today. Her dad owns a company in right outside Atlanta. He had like some type of brain something, and dude will not sit down. And I'm like, man, you need to get your dad to relax. He's gonna kill himself, you know. He just gotta be on the go. And he's like, and the doctor told me you need to be on full, like you don't need to do nothing. But the guy, he's just like a dude that built 2-3 companies out from the ground up. His whole life, his whole identity is tied to his work. And he's, you know, hard himself to do, but it's just like, you know, you gotta slow down. You gotta slow down.
If you don't slow down on your own, yeah, something to slow you down for.
So, so yourself that you can't sleep more than 6 hours or whatever, one thing you can do is if you take magnesium, glycinate, taurine, and what's the other one? Glycine. It helps you get a higher percentage of REM sleep and deep sleep, so it's the equivalent of sleeping more.
What does?
It's magnesium glycinate, taurine, and glycine. The three of them together.
Say that again.
Magnesium glycinate. That's the first one. Glycine and taurine.
How are you spelling taurine? I got the rest.
Taurine.
Got it. Thank you.
Sound like something they put in a bomb in college.
Lace the weed with it.
It's scientifically tested, GA.
I'm gonna try it out. I've recorded that.
What time is the program, y'all? Do I have the time to go get something to eat?
Who is the special guest?
Yes, you have time to go and eat.
It's Tim's wife. I got all kind of questions. Okay, so.
Wait a minute. What's going on? If I say it's a special guest and I didn't reveal it, that means it's a special guest.
I messaged y'all. So you.
Okay, I'm fucking up. I apologize to the stage. My bad.
Well, go ahead.
That doesn't sound like an acceptance. That did not sound like an acceptance.
No, I guess we can go ahead and talk about it since it's no longer secret. Go ahead, Lisa.
I've told the secret. See, this is why you can't trust black church members.
That's a fact.
I ain't been to black church in a while, so let me put that on me. Okay. I'm with the other Lisa about that.
She said her white pastor doesn't even touch money. He don't touch the money.
Yeah, they should have another system. Like, they still using paper money at the black church?
No, my church got everything. They got the direct deposit.
They got a Cash App. They got a Zelle. They got the QR code on the wall. If you just want to use your phone, just get it.
They got the swipe machine.
Take Bitcoin. He said you got a way to take Bitcoin.
Now they got a crypto account. The church crypto account is crazy.
The church got a crypto account,
The
y'all.
church crypto account is a new one. That's wild.
But the church look good now. Our church look good now. It ain't going to his card.
You ain't been to black church until your black church got an ATM in the lot.
ATM in the lobby is crazy.
Yeah, they do. No, Gemini. First AME has one in the lobby, has several.
Really?
Yeah, and they had it before it was a thing.
There's one in the valley. I forget. It's right there, right in. I think that's North Ridge right there, and they're huge. It felt like I was at the super Walmart center of churches. Like they had, it was a campus. They had ATMs. They had all kinds of church Bibles. They were selling Bibles. There was everything you can imagine for sale: meals, memorabilia, Bibles, ATMs. I was just like, then I started reading about the church, how they were covering up a bunch of child molestation and telling the members not to contact law enforcement to notify the leading members of the congregation instead of law enforcement so it can be handled internally. Like that whole shit was crazy.
Yikes. Gemini, Brooklyn Baptist in Columbia, South Carolina, they got a whole credit union, bro.
Oh, that's good.
Wow.
You know what? And this is what a lot of people don't follow me on this, but I think Chris is the biggest pimp of pimps, right? Like she's pimping the fuck out of her daughters, and she knows how to use the finances. Like she's a fucking financial genius. Like a lot of people underrate her. She has her own church, and she has a lot of the profits rolling through there in different ways. And you're like, why would she want that? Because it's tax-free. Every fucking thing she does to that church is tax-free. She don't give a damn about that church. It is a financial vehicle that she could use legitimately and legally. And she does that. Like, I don't think there's many people in the reality celebrity space that is operating on a level that she is, which is why her daughters are hitting billionaire status back to back. Like, that is not an accident. Kris Jenner. Yeah, she has a church, bro. And that church is a financial beast. Yes. But you don't hear about it. She doesn't promote it. She doesn't promote it. I don't know.
That's acting crazy, right? So it's Dr. Jen is the one that brought this guy in, right? She's trying to bring in somebody else as well for next week. This American anti-racism educator, writer, and a public speaker. He focuses on topics of white privilege, structural racism, how race and inequality operates in the U.S. So, yeah. He has a couple of books. White Like Me, Reflections on Race from a Privileged Son. Dear White America, Letter to a New Minority. He has spoken at universities and colleges. You can do 2 recordings. But the reason why we was cool with him being a speaker is because he does a lot of discourse on race and privilege. And people love to fucking argue about that shit. Most of his books are on race and privilege. And his work resonates in academic areas. So, if they want to call us academia or whatever. So, like, the shit we be doing, I guess we just gotta be a little calm on it. I'm trying to get my food real quick.
Huh? You need anything? Oh, I got it, baby. Thank you. Yes, thank you. Thank you.
We send her tacos.
Oh, so
He's trying to help you with the yams. Go ahead, Patty.
Right.
Yeah, take it off.
Right, it's not on the menu.
That was a very nice young man.
Why are you trying to say my names? Patty's talking.
Yes, thank you.
But like out of his books, we can probably like figure out which one we want to use as one of our readings after we do the one that everybody chose, and then we'll use him for the next Saturday and Sunday book club shit. Let y'all vote on what book y'all want to read. That's it. Or we want to use an article.
Are y'all done with the Kamala Harris book?
Man, we got an hour left. We were supposed to do it last week and everything went to shit, so. But I'm going to go ahead and call Dr. Jen and make sure everything's straight.
So keep the ratchetness to a minimum. Keep the coonery to a minimum. Stay on topic, stay on mute, stay motivated.
No, bring the coonery with you.
Yeah, Wise can't come on stage, y'all.
Who?
Wise.
The drunken wannabe gangster.
Who?
Wise.
Yeah, that part.
Hey, Patty, how long did he last on stage last night? Like 2 seconds before I dropped
I think
his
so.
Well, he came in, I think he came in this morning and he started playing music.
That's what he did last night. So
he's crazy. He done guns. He done got a hold of something bad.
He does. Like, I'm about to say, there's some Finny in this dope. Like, they didn't give him the good shit.
Does the Haitian ever come on here? And Mike?
Yeah, the Haitian and Mike frequent this space. And spread their discourse.
I'm still cracking up. Patty was like, all this stuff we normally do, y'all gotta keep that on squat.
Right. Like, you gotta act like, that's like my mom telling us when we're going somewhere, like, you gotta act like you got some manners. I know y'all like the cut up sometimes, but if you don't have to, you know.
That's a fact.
You know what I heard, Jim? And I heard the black mama. Look, we're going in this stuff. Don't ask for nothing.
Don't touch nothing.
Don't touch nothing.
You don't want nothing,
You don't want nothing.
Touch nothing.
Yeah, I'm gonna get whatever goes in the basket, and that's it. That's all.
That's it. We leaving. Yes, mama. Whatever you say, and then we
still see something that you want. Yeah. Yeah, you walk up to her like, Mom, this sounds got good grades. Come on, Mom, you see my last report card.
We got company. Don't y'all act like y'all don't have a home training.
Yes, mama. We know.
And my mom was a beast on that. Like, she's the oldest of 6 kids, so she was already used to doing that with her brothers and sisters because her mom worked a lot, so she was big mama to her brothers and sisters. And then she, before she retired, she had to take care for the state. So she used to have me looking like we was a roll of ducks. You know, the ducks be walking around with all their little it'd be me, some little white kids, some little black kids. Like, they look at my like, what's going on? Because she'd take her shopping and everywhere else. She still did her regular stuff. You know what I mean? So.
Okay, she said it's good to go. It's 8 o'clock. No changes.
Correct.
I think that's one of the reasons why I'm not racist like that. Even though I lived in a mostly black neighborhood, like because she was a daycare provider for the state, there was always kids of all races at my house. So I was used to that.
Man, Steve was my best friend. My mom said, Mom, why can I have to move somebody here like Steve? She said, no, boy. Why can I not blow my bangs up like Steve blows his bangs up?
What time does it start, Patty?
8 o'clock. Wait a minute, you want Uncle Steve's bangs? Is that
I was gonna let that slide. You weren't gonna let that slide. You were gonna let that slide because you burned it.
No, exactly.
I'm talking about 5, 6 years old. I want, 5, 6. You go swimming. You want some mousse on your hair. Maybe you have a lot of white friends. I don't know. But anyway, a long time.
Yeah, I was trying to tell the story.
Let's just kill it.
Right, you trying to back up out of the conversation.
Not a Homer Simpson.
And you know what? I thought it was over with, and then
she waited. She gave a dramatic pause and then circled back.
I was like, let me go. I'm going back. Open up. And she just had it. So I'm like, hey, you heard me.
That's why I said she couldn't let it go. I just got that little title, so it's oh snap, food stamps are gone.
Oh snap.
That's good. Lisa's very clever. She's very clever.
Yeah, no, that's a clever title when you read it.
Oh snap. That's actually funny and fucked up.
Y'all see that? It was something that came up.
Y'all just now noticed that that's been over like 24 hours.
I had it for 24 hours.
Yes.
It was something different.
That's why it takes me a minute. Y'all be like, open up. No. I have to sit down and marinate on a title.
The biggest, no, your titles be funny. And the biggest recipients of welfare are these large corporate entities that are getting these huge bailouts with no repercussions and minimum scrutiny. Meanwhile, y'all better get blood to get a food stamp.
And nothing's happening to the CEOs' money. That's the thing. Like right now, we were talking about insurance CEOs. Yesterday, I was telling you guys the salaries are insane, but none of that's affected by all this.
You know, for y'all to get some food stamps, y'all better give blood.
I don't mind doing that because it's blood. You're hungry.
Repeat at least. You're breaking up. Repeat whatever you just said.
Sorry about that.
If this doesn't get cleared up by next month, in the next 2 days, by tomorrow, it's going to be serious crime. It's going to be a crime wave. I think there's going to be a lot of robberies. There's going to be a lot of purse snatching. There's going to be a lot of crimes that wouldn't have happened otherwise. When people get hungry, the wolves going to eat one way or another. They either going to eat off the plate or eat off your plate, but they eating.
So funny you should say that. What's that, April?
I saw something earlier that Bernie said that all the Democrats had gotten 15 Republicans to sign or going to vote for a bill to continue SNAP. They had trying to get Thune to bring, not Thune, because he's I don't know, whoever it is, somebody, yeah, he's a senator, never mind. Thune to bring it to a vote. So I don't know if he's going to do that or not. I need to go research.
Well, I know yesterday Thune gave him the shoe
He was
and the
talking
book.
shit yesterday.
But Gemma, that's funny you should say it because I was visiting another space today and I was having a conversation and I was saying, by the maybe the 10th to 12th of November, it's gonna be crazy. Like I don't want these people coming to my house. And they like, oh, you're fear mongering and it's not gonna be that serious. And I'm just like, huh? Y'all really don't see that possibly happening? They sat there and laughed at me, so that was crazy.
God bless these children. God bless these children. I went to this drive-thru, gave this poor fella it was $12.98. I gave this boy $15.02, and he stood there for 15 minutes confused.
What you do that for? The new math? Why you do that to that kid?
I thought he was gonna take his shoe off and start using his toes.
That's funny because that happened a lot when the power went out in New York. And these kids could not count. It was literally, just take the whole thing because it was only a matter of some pennies. I don't remember why they couldn't count up. If it's like 57 or some shit like that, you're gonna rock their world. It's crazy.
You ever have when they gave you more money? They just like, here, just take it.
Yes.
Take you the money.
Yes. Oh wait, breaking news about this is roll this up. Okay, Justice Department is investigating fraud allegations in Black Lives Matter movement. AP source says. Okay, Trump coming after y'all. Now he's going after Black Lives Matter. Let's see, what's the body of this article? Let's see, defrauded. The Justice Department is investigating whether leaders of the Black Lives Matter movement defrauded donors who contributed tens of millions of dollars during the racial justice protests in 2020, according to multiple people familiar with the situation. Federal law enforcement officials have issued subpoenas, at least one search warrant as part of investigation into Black Lives Matter Global Network Foundation Incorporated and other Black-led organizations that helped spark national recognition on systemic racism. Wow. Yeah, so you guys have to go pull it. It's on the AP.
We know for sure one of the chapters there definitely was fraud, right? Out in Minnesota, I believe it was. So that's probably where they're going to focus on.
I don't know how to feel about BLM. I don't know what's rhetoric and what's accurate. Does anybody have any insight?
I mean, the biggest problem I have is the resistance existed before Black Lives Matter, and then Black Lives Matter was a statement that turned into multiple organizations. But everything was painted as Black Lives Matter, right? They're like, oh, that's Black Lives Matter, that's Black Lives Matter. No, it's not. Every time a black group was outside, it's the same way they say like Antifa.
I'm gonna say Antifa, yeah.
Organized group, yeah. They really made Antifa into what it is. Like, keep calling it that, you know.
But for the core founding group members of BLM, like, has that been mostly legitimate? Have they been misappropriating funds? And because I've heard them buying homes and this and that, and then I've heard that they were misappropriating funds, taking funds and using them for personal use. But I don't know, because they will do anything to tarnish a image of a corporation that doesn't suit their liking, right? Which BLM obviously would fall into that category. So I always wonder, well, like, is this just rhetoric? And I never did any research to find out, like, is this just rhetoric? Is there substance to it? Are these people really being activists and moving in our best interest, or are they just filtering funds to there to do whatever the fuck they want and then do the bare minimum?
So in the case of that one particular chapter, they were doing both. They was doing, so they was paying high salaries and buying illustrious gifts, and they were doing a lot for the community. But that was one particular chapter. I can look it up in just a second, which one it was, but I believe it was Minnesota, where that incident happened, where the woman had bought like 2 homes. Her defense of it was, yeah, I'm paying myself a salary. I'm paying it out. It's out of my salary. People didn't feel like it was disclosed the way it should have been. And so that was her, kind of defense of it. But then on the other side of it, with other, like, I can tell you right now, the Oakland chapter of Black Lives Matter, whose president was regularly on Clubhouse, now he's on Fanbase. I feel 1,000% they were on the up and up. But I did things with another group that did stuff with them together, but we weren't a part of Black Lives Matter.
I feel like this is a little bit of whataboutism, but I really do feel this in my soul, in a sense that we regularly hear about people that do this in other ethnicities all the time. They set up the foundation to rip off money and fund it, and we're just like, okay, they're crooks, whatever, and we just move on. But when it comes to us, man, it's like, hate them, fillet them, kill them at the stake. And I'm like, can we just wait a minute to see what actually happened? I don't know.
Because they gotta take.
I'm with you on that, GA. I'm with you on that.
Yeah, we have to be more supportive of the scammers. I'm with y'all.
No, come on now. That's not what he's saying. He's saying that it's funny how a certain group of people get away with the bull crap. Right. And hello, I didn't say that. You said it. That's all he said. So it's like these people, yeah.
I follow you.
Yes, scammers should be dealt with. 1,000% agree. But we have to make sure that is a balanced statement. That is not just one particular group that always suffers from doing the same thing that somebody else is doing. I think that's the point. Go ahead.
I kind of feel like Trump has a list of people and organizations,
and he's just checking them off one by one. That it's going to get investigated.
Well, to make your day this much better, you don't have to feel that way anymore. He's publicly stated that multiple times at this point, that he has a list, and he's going down that list, and that they're going to be investigated. He's saying it. He's not hiding it. So you are at 1 point.
Yay! I get an extra point for my PTR. Just for
little sticker. And we have a sticker for Anthony too. It's called the Good Nigger sticker. Got it for him.
Oh no! That's nasty, Bert.
Is he a good nigga?
No, it's from the MAGA side. It's given by MAGA.
Wait a minute. Oh, let me go.
Who was it came up with, was it Maggers? Is that what he was calling them? Somebody was saying, was that Miles saying that? I call them Maggers. No, that was,
came up with that one.
was it Lisa? I thought it was,
I can't remember.
Someone said it the other night. It might have been Lisa, I could be wrong. But when he said Mag, I was dying. That was so funny.
Who was that? That was good. Maggers. Who said that?
Well, Anthony is already been nominated, and he is in the top 3, running for the Who's That Nigga on that NAG award for 2026.
He's gonna sleep in the big house. We should give out awards at the end of the year. Uncle Ruckus Award.
I don't feel like celebrating them. That would probably embolden them further.
That's true.
I'm like, oh, look at the award they gave me.
I'm in it for our entertainment, but you're right. They could turn it around.
I understand completely.
I'm just checking and jiving it.
So it's got to be Anthony. I will put Omari right underneath that.
But they have different categories. He can get second and jiving.
TC is on the top of my list for the rest of the year. So whatever.
Well, after you told me what they called you, yeah, he's got to be like, yeah.
That as long as it's negative, I'm going for TC at the top.
TC gets the black person.
TC is more dangerous because he's articulate, which gives some validity to his rhetoric if you don't listen closely and realize he's a fucking idiot. He's the first time I realized it can be an articulate idiot. Those, I didn't think they coexisted. I thought those would be two separate entities.
I'm so sad about TC though. TC did not used to be that way. It's really sad. I don't know what his game is now. People are like, oh yeah, this, that. But he's been at this a long time. This hasn't just been a stunt. And it's different. It hits different with him because I'm like, I know he knows better, but he doesn't act better.
Yeah, I kind of thought he was an idiot even when he was on our side. I just didn't save him.
Well, Patty, you actually put me up on it because I thought he was intelligent, but then I started realizing there's a difference between being articulate and intelligent. You can be articulate and still have no substance and just make a lot of bullshit sound with it.
Right. You know? He would argue at DTN, and I'd be like, no, that's not right. And I'd have to message him in the background.
Mm-hmm.
And he will stick to his guns. And I was like,
no, he gonna ride that horse into the motherfucking ground like that. He gonna be on that horse when it goes down. That shit is not going down without him standing on the tip before it goes underneath. Like, that's it.
That's why I say. He guns as a Democrat, so I just let him rock.
But when you flip-flop, that really make you weird. My bad, GA, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, that's why I would nominate him as the winner of, Loud and Wrong. The Loud and Wrong Award for 2025.
No, I would give him an articulate idiot. I think that's a little bit more articulate idiot, yeah, for sure. But the Loud and Wrong, he's a good candidate for both categories. And it's a toss-up.
I still say Omarion wins the Sambo.
About time you came up with that burner, Anthony. What's up?
If I was on the burner, I wouldn't appear on stage.
No, after you hear your name mentioned while on the burner, then you appear on stage. It's in that sequence of events.
No, I've been on stage. If I was on the burner, well, Gemini, I rest assured I don't have a burner.
Yes, you do, sir. You absolutely have a burner.
No, not.
I would be. It's the Clubhouse Protection Program, and it's not Smart Tech. So
listen, it's all good, kid. But yeah, man.
I mean, did somebody pin you in, or did you just feel like the osmosis that you needed to be in the space at this time?
No comment, First Lady.
Gotcha. No, but go ahead. You said you were glad to be in the number with Gemini. Is that what you said? Glad to be. He said he's glad to be in your presence.
Oh, go ahead and finish what you're glad in your thoughts.
Anthony, did you have your whole $2,000?
$2,000. What are we talking about today?
He might not have seen. That might not be on his algorithm.
It might not.
There was a black church. It was a black church, not just a black church.
Oh, that. Okay, yeah. That was crazy. I think she gave like $1,400, $1,400.
12.
Oh, $1,200. Okay. Didn't he say a couple of days later that Tyler Perry sent him a gang of money?
$100,000.
So listen, man. You know about that church situation. We don't even.
You missed it. We had a whole conversation.
We had a whole debate in regards to the churches and the misappropriation of funds and the predatory nature of some of the pastors, and then it got racial and awkward, and here we are.
I just want to know, did you have your $2,000, Anthony?
I sent Gemini a text asking if I could hold something, and Gemini looked out for your boy. So yes, I did have the $2,000.
Anthony, can I ask you a question?
I know that's right, Anthony.
You may not ask me.
Yes, I can. Anthony, are you no?
Not asking me any questions. Lisa's phone.
Yeah, I can. Yes, I'm asking you. Are you
Here we go.
MAGA? Are you MAGA? Or are you a Republican?
I'm a conservative.
There's no such thing as a.
But you're not. But are you MAGA though? Do you consider yourself MAGA?
I don't consider myself MAGA.
Okay, that's all I want to ask.
Mimi,
that's why I heard somebody say that, and I was like,
Mimi, if you want to be accurate, and I know Anthony very well, he is not purebred MAGA, but he is MAGA adjacent, right?
Yeah, because someone was like, "You're a MAGA," and I was like, I'm thinking that he ain't MAGA, he was just a Republican.
Yeah, but I don't like when people get the pass of like, oh, he's just Republican. Like, because you signing on with what they doing. If you're Republican, you're supporting what MAGA's doing.
That's where the adjacent portion comes in, right?
Do you think I ever get a pass in this room? Does it
yes,
get a pass?
Definitely you get a pass in this room, Anthony.
Okay.
Definitely you get a pass in this room, Anthony.
In Lisa's room, yes, you get a whole.
Wait, one second. Where to now, Anthony. You got a pass last night with Brian. What's happening? Brian,
Lisa make sure he is well taken care of. You get a major. You be beamed up in here sometimes.
First Lady knows. First Lady already knows. That's why I don't be like, I try not to crash down in First Lady's rooms or Lisa's rooms for the same reason, because I like the respect I get in those rooms. But as long as you know, like, I might have been tripping. Like, okay, cool. If we was in like a sports, like, one of the rooms that I run, the sports study room, I would have been cussing Anthony out. But like in this space, you definitely get a pass.
And hold up, to make it even more accurate, yesterday or the day before yesterday, y'all have to tell me which time is accurate. First Lady was pushing back, saying that he was getting cut off and he wasn't getting a chance to complete his thought.
Right.
Yeah, Anthony, you thought I was going to ask you to tell you that your hair growth oil is on its way. I would never tell anybody about the hair growth oil that I should. No.
You gotta heat it up. It don't work if it's not heated. And
They gotta
not
heated.
You're right. And the other thing you're not gonna like, you're gonna have to wear a do-rag for a while.
I can't stand
it. Stay close to the scalp.
Okay, that's where I draw the line.
I would love to see a picture. I would love to put Anthony in a do-rag. Yes! Put him in a do-rag.
Make America great again, do-rag.
Oh, that'd be good.
That would be so funny, Anthony.
Yeah.
Anthony, I dare you to do a PTR in a do-rag.
A red one.
A MAGA do-rag would be everything.
I'll put some money on that.
I bet you can sell those though, MAGA do-rags.
You can sell MAGA do-rags. It's enough at this point.
That's a good idea.
That's a
Make
fact.
America great again and have weight.
Now, you know what? I'm about to put that
Don't
on
let Trump
Amazon.
get it.
I
He
got
know
that on Amazon.
right. I bet you can sell it.
If I see trouble, what up?
Oh, it's going on the website. It'll be there in 24 hours.
Yeah, MAGA
I turn
do-rag
around
is a good idea. I don't care what nobody say.
That's a great idea.
It's going on the website.
I'm about to start grifting. Fuck it. You know what? I got an Amazon store. I'm about to sell Trump 2028 shirts.
Oh no,
and
you
MAGA
ain't doing
do-rags.
too much.
I'm
MAGA do-rags ain't gonna get wet.
I'm about
I draw the line on the 2028, sir. I draw the line.
like grifters.
Hey, Gemini, I've been doing it since Trump ran against Hillary. I take that bag of money. Yes, I do. I take it.
They're going to buy it from somebody else. They don't buy it from me. So that's the same reason I sell crack.
I said it all the time. Hey, Gemini, you gonna pay for your racism. You gonna pay me for your bigotry. Yes.
And have it on Prime, too. I want it right to your door.
Oh my God.
Exactly.
Y'all think any store discriminates against homosexual money, heterosexual money, MAGA money, the Democrat money? They don't care.
No, I'm not saying not to go and get the money. I'm just saying that messaging, I wouldn't want to promote that. I wouldn't want to put that in the atmosphere. You're the person that spoke about affirmations earlier today, sir.
Why are you gonna do that?
Well, I was leaving it alone, but then you challenged me, and then
I'm just affirming their money in my pocket. I'm not affirming their belief.
That's
They're
foolishness. That's selling the community out.
How? That is not so.
Now we about to put you in a cool category. Cool MAGA.
That's not true. So if I'm selling Trump 2028, I'm collecting their money and utilizing them, redistributing well.
Jesus is good to me.
He said he's robbing. First lady, let me ask you, is it okay if I...
First lady can sing.
She can with it, but she can.
Can I take MAGA money and donate it to the Harris campaign like I did? Is that okay?
What's the messaging? I don't care about you taking the money. That's not the problem.
But I donated it to the Harris campaign.
I'm asking, what's the messaging, sir?
The messaging, we're running MAGA pockets.
Right.
No. You know what? We're going to watch Sinners together, all of us. You know, somebody said that, and I think we need to watch Sinners again.
I've watched it 2 or 3 times. I'll watch it again. That's one of my favorite movies.
Okay, because what y'all saying right now, I need you to think about it. Think about what you're saying.
I don't make my decisions based on the movie, though.
It ain't the movie. Oh my God, I wish I could hit you upside your head. I'm trying.
That's the violence that Democrats like to just run to. Like, that's the first thought. It's just violence.
Yeah, well, but that's the thing. I know how to control it. I know that it's an urge.
That's because you can't reach my head to hit it right now.
Gemini, you and I both know.
Yo, just for the record. See, this is what I'm talking about, GA. You gotta get on that. You have to get on side and stick to it. Now, this is just crazy.
Me and GA go back. That's the homie. What's we doing? What's going on?
Whatever. You was on my side against him just like 20 minutes ago. You freaking.
Hey, we brought money into it, Gemini.
We brought it over a bag. We brought it over a bag. That's what we did.
GA, listen. If your messaging is to promote something that is false, I don't like it.
Selling something is not
promoting.
You're just selling an item. You're not promoting ideology.
That's because you're refusing to to reduce it to the lowest common denominator.
So do you think we're going to radicalize somebody with a shirt, or they already are on that path, and that's just
putting
one
the
promo item that they put in the arsenal?
You're manifesting it. That's what you're doing.
They gonna buy from somewhere. I'm just asking.
Well, no.
Right, they don't even spend the money for Republican.
All money ain't good money. What's going on?
This is not dominoes.
You know what? Y'all need my reform class. That's it. Because at this point in time, you have to understand.
That's it. My business is closed to all Republicans. I'm not going to take any Republican dollars because that's great business.
See,
right?
You're being extreme. You're going to the extreme, sir. You have continuously taken this to a whole nother level instead of just accepting the fact that the message and what you're putting in the atmosphere matters.
GA, let's just concede. I think it'd be smart for us to.
Yeah, we gonna just concede because now she gonna tell us that we need to go to church.
No, I wouldn't tell you to go there.
She gonna tell us to go to church and get saved.
Yeah, that's a fact. So I'm conceding.
I'm gonna say bring that $2,000.
You're right, and we were just completely off base. My apologies.
No, so are we clear? Like,
we're clear.
It's fine. I think that the red do-rag, I think that's a great idea. I think Make America Great is a great idea. All of the above, go for it. It's just that one particular message, and that I'm just like, we might want to steer away from. That's it.
Yeah, I'm still gonna do it, GA.
I'm already uploading it to the phone.
Knucklehead. Well, guys, we're almost at the top of the hour. It is 6:52 p.m. And in about, I'd say, an hour and 8 minutes, we will be heading over for a field trip to Politically Correct. We have a special guest that will be joining us tonight. We will have a discussion about race. So if you haven't already, Patty gave that information. Go ahead and check out Tim Wise. Check out some of his books if you want to ask him some questions. As we continue throughout the rest of this year, we will have maybe one of his books because that did make the charts for us to read. And he'll be coming in and continuously doing that with us, maybe for questions and dialogue. So I look forward to seeing everyone tonight. It's going to be great. All right.
I'm reading through right now. So, White Like Me, Reflections on Race from a Privileged Son, Affirmative Action, Racial Preference in Black and White, Between Barack and a Hard Place, Racism and White Denial in the Age of Obama, that was in 2009, Under the Affluence, Shaming the Poor, Praising the Rich and Sacrificing the Future of America, that was in 2015. He's been featured in documentaries and media discussing race, privilege, and systemic inequality. He argues that racism is not only overt acts of prejudice, but also institutional and structural, rooted in historic systems and maintained via policies, cultural norms, and unconscious bias. He emphasizes the idea of white privilege, that people seen as white in the U.S. benefit from unearned advantages simply by virtue of race, and part of his work is helping white audiences recognize and act on this. He critiques the notion that America is, quote, post-racial, end of quote, i.e., that race no longer matters, and argues that appearing, quote unquote, colorblind can mask ongoing inequities. So that's a little bit about him.
Thank you, Gemini. I appreciate that.
Sounds like a very intelligent individual.
Yeah.
Gemini, you can shoot me over a double latte with a extra shot at any time, because you started this morning and I haven't had a good sleep at all. I'm sure you've been to the gym. I'm sure you've had a nice nap today.
I haven't had a nap today, but I've been to the gym.
Yeah, I know. That's why you're up so early, because you came in there like at what was it? 2 early o'clock. I don't know.
2 early o'clock for sure.
But it was funny as hell. I enjoyed it. You guys should have been in there. That skit was on point.
Rez is the only one that didn't catch it. Rez went in like Rez.
I know. She was like, "What is wrong with this girl? She know what's happening right now." Read the room.
We threw a million clues, but she didn't catch it.
Oh, that was just too good. We should just do one of those rooms with the title, and then just have us in there pretending like we MAGAs. That was just too fucking funny.
Yeah, I was you last night, Anthony. I was channeling my inner Anthony.
I don't know who the hell I was channeling, but that was funny because you fell right into it. The rest of these people are slow as hell.
We're trying to catch them up.
Yo, listen, man.
JD was on point.
Day in.
Yeah, JD was on point.
Day in and day out. And I know a bunch of y'all are some fake ass Democrats. I'm starting with Lisa, top left.
Oh, why does it always my name is in their mouth? I don't get it. Anthony said you're a fake Democrat. Okay, I'm just have to be I can't be a fake Democrat.
That's when somebody says it's a fad, it's a fake ass Democrat.
That's hilarious.
Okay, whatever. A proof is gonna be in the pudding. That's all I can say.
You see, the only problem I have is when there are just blatantly irrefutable items on the table that I know Anthony or TC or any given MAGA, I'm not saying they're MAGAs, could understand. Like they're definitely competent and capable of understanding and interpreting the information in the correct manner, but they will automatically just apply the MAGA glasses and view it from that light just to stay consistent instead of being actually real and having a true conversation. I think the conversation off of Clubhouse would be quite different because they recognize some of the aspects of MAGA and the racism and the injustice of systemic racism, the impact of systemic racism, the ongoing impact of systemic racism, how it's still currently impacting us right now, right? Because there haven't been enough done to offset it, and it's still being implemented in a lot more discrete methods. But they choose to refuse it and refuse to identify it, and that's not a problem. It's not the dummies, it's the ones that you know can understand and choose not to. Like they choose to turn a blind eye to it because it doesn't align with their current political stance. That's the problem I have.
Gemini, I think that Black people have been voting Democrats for a number of decades. And,
I'm not talking about Democrats, I'm talking about right and wrong, period.
Okay, cool. What I'm saying to you is that the reason why I've decided to support a different party is because we've been voting a certain way for a number of years, and we lead so many negative statistical categories. So many of them. That's what I don't understand.
What has voting Republican changed that? How is it changed?
Thank you, April. You beat me to it. How's removing DI going to do anything?
Okay. So April, we haven't been voting Republican. There's no.
I'm talking about you personally.
Okay, so
what's done for you.
Me personally, like the Big Beautiful Bill. I personally benefit from the Big Beautiful Bill. I wasn't looking to benefit from it, but I actually do. If we're gonna start.
Are you talking about write-offs?
Yeah, I'm talking about write-offs.
Me too, but that has nothing to do with the overall administration and their impact on.
I agree with you, Gemini, but this is what April asked me, so I'm just answering April's question. That's all. But I do agree. Gemini, I didn't want the tax cuts. I think the big beautiful bill sucked.
I want the tax cuts. I'm not going to say I benefited from the TCJA Act of 2017, and I was happy that they put a lot of those elements inside the big beautiful bill, and I tracked it, and I'm making sure I don't want to go too deep on it. But at the end of the day, yeah, I benefit from it, and I benefited from it before, but it still doesn't make me want to vote Republican.
Okay, cool. And what I'm saying, if April's asking how have I benefited, I can give her, a litany of things, ways that I benefited. But it's not something that I was necessarily looking for. I would prefer that, we really try to get some kind of, balanced budget amendment in place. And,
which will never happen.
Was the last president that had a balanced budget, was he Republican or Democrat?
Oh my goodness!
I'm not sure. I'm asking a genuine question.
It's coincidental. It's not a genuine question. You know why you're asking the question, and then
I'm not the sharpest bone. I'll admit that openly.
Yeah. Gemini, you know it's Bill Clinton.
It's better to ask than to assume.
Right.
Ask that question.
First lady.
Yes, sir. I'm
Gemini
sorry. I'll be quiet.
Is very, very, very intelligent.
Well, intelligence doesn't mean that you understand what's in somebody's thoughts. You are expressing your thoughts. Okay.
Transfer to my car, Bluetooth. I hope you guys can hear me.
We can hear you.
All right, cool.
Are we late for the gentleman?
I thought it was 8 o'clock.
1 hour away. 1 hour.
Oh, okay. I'm tripping. Never mind.
Yeah. So, anyway, no one's addressed my point about the Democrats. I keep on, like I said, we've been voting this specific way for, let's say, 60 years. Let's just use that round number, nice round number, 60 years. And, we lead in all the bad categories. Every single bad category, we lead in it. So are we going to continue to do more and more of the same? Does that make sense?
You keep saying that, and we keep allowing you to say that and put that in the ethers. I don't like it.
But why don't we just what is that number?
Let's go.
The number say it, then.
No. Actually, let's approach it from the statistical viewpoint, right? Out of the last 10 presidents, have they been predominantly Democrat?
I thought it was like split evenly. I thought.
Then how can you have the conversation about what the overall Democratic impact has been when it hasn't been? 50-50 has been predominantly Republican.
So Gemini, what I'm saying to you is this, right?
He's on the car phone, that's why.
Let's say that we're talking about why haven't we seen from 50% Republican amendment, why haven't they helped? If you aren't part of their constituency, why would they help? Why would they help? You're voting for somebody expecting something, and that's something we can even have a conversation about that. But why would the Republicans give people that voted a 90+% clip any kind of consideration?
Because they're supposed to be bipartisan. They're supposed to be caring about bipartisan issues. They're not supposed to be the Republican president. They're supposed to be the president of the United States, an overall entity that's being monitored and controlled by him during that time period. So,
and the irony of it, Gemini, is I think that everybody's getting screwed. Black, white, everybody.
But you just focused on the numbers that we're leading in and kind of insinuated that basically this is due to Democratic rule when over the last 10 presidents, 6 out of 4 were Republican. That was 60% versus 40%. Overwhelmingly Republican.
Okay, so Gemini, again, I can point to things that, Trump has actually done for Black people, but that's neither here nor there. All right, it's
definitely here. I want to hear it. No. We'll do it 1,000,001. Do it 1,000,001. I'm slow. Remember, I'm an adolescent. IQ. See how they do? No.
We're getting way off our names.
Come on.
I didn't say you were adolescent.
No, come on, let's go.
Juvenile.
Okay, so same thing. A juvenile is an adolescent. A juvenile is an adolescent, sir. A juvenile is an adolescent.
It's anonymous right
A juvenile is an adolescent, sir. Yeah, a juvenile is an adolescent. So run it through one more time. Let's hear what Trump has done for Black people. That's simple request, sir.
Okay. Trump has pardoned a whole bunch of Black people. Trump has made it easier to get a bunch of, in his first term, he worked out a project that got a bunch of Black dudes home from jail, for drug crimes. Trump has donated a gang of money to HBCUs. All right, like these are the few things.
That wasn't a few. That was two.
That was three things, three separate things.
What's the okay? Number one is getting blacks out of prison.
I said pardoning is one. Two, creating that program.
Oh, pardoning. How many people did he pardon?
He pardoned a gang of black people that he had no business to pardon.
A gang.
And
how many black people are in prison?
Why pardon Lil Wayne? Why pardon?
Why? That does nothing to our community.
You know why? I can tell you.
Your echo is killing me.
Black men.
I'm sorry.
Going to appeal to some of the blacks that are going to look at him like, okay, well, he can't be racist because, right? Now that statement exists only because he picks high-profile black men to pardon.
Yeah, you all high-profile criminality. Y'all are always trying to associate my people with criminality, laziness, crime, uneducationness. I'm sick and tired of it. First of all, he's done nothing to uplift our community, nothing whatsoever. Oh wait, that echo is killing me right now.
Yeah, when you're not talking, mute up, Anthony. Then come back off. That way, that echo isn't there. Go ahead, Lisa.
Everything he's talking about is associated with crime. The pardoning, the people letting out of prison, and then let's go back to that. Let's not let him wiggle out of that one, because the ones who he's talking about the First Step Act. Those people, if you go look at the recidivism rate for those people, just about everybody's back home. And I mean back in prison when I say home. Then they weren't educated. They weren't given the opportunity to be able to get back into the community, any type of click smoothly at all. No education, no job training, no nothing. Just let them out of jail to go to Big Mama. And then from Big Mama, they couldn't afford to keep paying for the light. All she asked was the light bill to be paid. They couldn't do that. So they started doing what they know how to do, which is crime. And it's not their fault. That's what they do. That's what they've been doing. So what else has he done that's uplifted the black community so well? Like you guys, you so marginal. You love trying to make me marginal, but you're not gonna make me and my people marginal. I want to know what he's done that's created excellence in the black community. Other than that, I don't want to hear this shit no more.
All right.
So what you think that? Well, go ahead. Let me let you answer.
No. Time out, right?
No, yeah, I'm muting up. I'm muting up.
All right, cool. Thanks a lot, Tim. Since I'm being put in this spot, right, I would like you to tell me what Joe Biden did for black people. I'd like you to tell me what
No, answer the question. You're deflecting.
No. See, this is... No. All
right, let me settle this. I'm in the middle. Let me find the middle. Wait a minute, hold up, Anthony. One second. I'll make it real quick. Anthony, this is what his perception is of what he's done for the black people. You may not receive it, but that's his idea. So he's asking for something else, an example, so that he might can be able to search back in his bag. So I'm not saying that they need to give you one, but
oh no, he too old to be trying to get me to help him. And this is canned answers. So you gonna can your answers and use the same ones. It's up to you to upgrade them. It's not for me to help you enhance your same answers. Not doing it.
Lisa, I understand that you can't do it. I understand there's literally
so there you go. You getting ready to get a Lisa ass whooping. Don't tell me what the fuck.
Lisa, I'm not running from no Lisa ass whooping.
She has her own brand of ass whooping. You know that. She said Lisa ass whooping.
I've never disrespected you, Lisa.
Running for it. There you go with that disrespect.
I've never disrespected
That's another one. That's another little slick ass move that
I've never disrespected you.
When I start coming after you, you'll start talking about disrespect. I haven't disrespected you.
I've never disrespected
and you don't have to run.
You said it about giving me a Lisa ass whooping.
So you don't have to worry about that. I asked you a simple ass question, and this then turned into a fucking debate. I asked you a simple ass question.
Okay, so Lisa, what happens, right, is there's this thing called communication. And you were not satisfied with my answers.
Anthony,
so I was
don't want to talk about it no more. I'm done.
Okay, cool. So
I'm done. Let's be over this. Let's be over this.
We're done.
If people should
we're
be able
done.
to peep you by now.
Okay, Lisa,
if they don't peep, then they don't know you.
Lisa.
I said I'm done, but I can still talk.
Okay, cool.
So Anthony, I posted a 30-minute video for them. I I put it all together for
Don't
them.
ask me what Biden did. We talked about what Trump did.
So
Lisa,
Biden hasn't done that. I put it all together.
We were talking about Biden food.
Anthony, give me a second.
So what has Biden done for black people?
Listen, don't you do it, Agro. Don't you do it because all they want to do is
Don't give him that information.
I can't do it.
We know you can. Don't. I'm saying please don't. We know you can.
She can't do it.
Always trying to deflect, never stay on topic, always trying to hit you back with a question after you ask them a question.
Well, I do have the MAGA.
And then they have to tag team.
Lisa,
Marvin that came off mic because he had to tag team. They can't even work alone. They have to be supervised.
I know y'all not talking about tag teaming anybody.
Hey, look.
Calling the kettle black.
We was better, man. We were better black MAGA than these.
We were better. No, we were definitely better black MAGA. JD and I are better black MAGA.
I challenge anyone y'all to a room, a debate room. I challenge any one of y'all. I would dust any one of y'all in a debate room. Any one of y'all. You take away the
I hear debate. Anthony said, where's that?
Any one of you. Dust.
Any none of us.
It will be angel dust up in here.
You'll be high on angel dust.
Dust it. Own.
Hey, bring water back.
Omari, I have a question for you. Okay, all right. Omari, Anthony just took this, so I'm fresh out the pot. Let me ask you this, Omari. Do you feel that Trump has benefited black Americans more than he's harmed them with this year?
This year?
This year. January 2025 to the current date now, sir.
I think it's hard to say because I don't know how all black people are doing. For me, no, because my stock is high. I'm doing really well there. But maybe for the really poor blacks because we have a government shutdown. But that's up to impact everybody. I mean, so I
he said the poor blacks. Like, what a MAGA talking point.
Why can't you just say no? He didn't do shit. What the hell is it?
Y'all just gonna let him ride with them?
Just say no.
This is crazy. The poor blacks is crazy.
Like, oh my God, like, I don't know, but the poor blacks.
The poor blacks.
They're suffering, but not me.
I don't know about poor blacks. I'll ask them.
Well, no, because I mean, you have to be realistic. I think poor people are not right now, in general, are suffering. I would have to say, but they've been suffering for a couple years. Not the middle class.
Well, I'm not just talking about the government shutdown. I'm talking about we could talk about some of the civil rights protections that are being removed. The way that let me finish. I'm talking about the way that DEI is disproportionately impacted our community, more specifically our women. I'm talking about the different. We'll stop there. Because I can go.
I would say from my research, I think black women are still doing decent. I think there's some jobs that have been impacted, but there have been several factors of that. Just not because of 47. I actually found a video where Amazon in 2024 already predicted that a lot of their jobs are already going to be replaced with AI. And other companies were going to start to use AI. I mean, I remember I'm here in California, 99 Cent Store went belly up. There's a lot of black people I know who got fired at the 99 Cent Store, Red Lobsters, when they filed bankruptcy. A couple of my black friends.
So you think it was mostly the black people that are working at the 99 Cent Store?
Well,
are you being serious? Are you being serious right now?
Black people crazy.
Do you hear this shit?
I never seen no black person at no black people working at 99 Cent Store or Red Lobster, man. We're in California too.
We're in California too.
No, we're in California too. No, yes, does she know? No. The hell? Did he say business?
You know,
yeah.
might actually believe, like, let me explain to you guys.
Man.
When you go to a Red Lobster out here, which I go, or to a 99 99-cent store, which is now Dollar Tree, right? There's a lot of Dollar Tree still around, even though the 99-cent store closed. There is not predominantly black staff.
Healthy Hispanic. That's about it.
Like,
we don't work those type of jobs. So that's a lie in the West Coast. You just making that up. 260,000 black military members are not getting paid. Is the military getting paid in these past couple of days?
No.
Black Democrats.
260,000.
I've got family that's still in, and no, they're not.
Military, okay? There's 260,000 black military members, okay?
That need their damn check, which is crazy.
They're not gonna, I ain't even gonna start talking about the black people who are essential in the federal government who aren't getting paid.
That's the thing I don't understand. Like,
if you think that shit don't hurt people, you're fucking.
I thought essential workers, and somebody clarify this for me. Go ahead, JD. What you about to say?
No, I just say black unemployment rose from 6 to 7.5%.
Damn.
This year.
That's significant. What I was about to ask is this, like, and somebody explain this to me. This is a genuine question. I'm not asking because I already know. I genuinely don't know. Like, isn't there essential workers that are supposed to get paid no matter what, and we're supposed to have their salary subsidized, so no matter what, it doesn't impact them? Like, I thought that was the thing.
No, essential has to work without pay. People who are furloughed supposedly in the past will get paid later. Contractors, they're not guaranteed to get anything at all. It goes that way. Like air traffic controllers, Homeland Security. I don't know about ICE because I know Trump took stuff from another pot to pay them. You know how he does. I'm trying to think. I know, essential government workers, those who aren't sent home and have to work, mainly in security positions, like I said, the air traffic controllers, Homeland Security, which I don't think, like I said, so that's a different portion. And I don't know if the border guards, if they get paid. I'd have to go look at that. But they're, the essential people that can't, which I think that, I'll go look that up. Because Anthony going to tell me I can't say nothing that Biden did for black people. I ain't even.
Don't.
But I could go through it.
I know you can. We all know you can. We know that.
Let me play Mac. You're asking the question. I'll help them out.
They definitely need to be supplemented in this moment, JD. They need some real Mac.
Don't phone a friend.
Yeah, they about to do some fake cosplay. Go ahead, let's hear it.
Okay. All right.
So JD literally said that the Supreme Court decisions are just local. We don't need any.
Shut up.
He did not say that.
I'm gonna help JD for that.
I'm gonna do is start shit with my son on the stage.
Yeah, but I'm not with that shit. See, I'm working right now. Y'all about to act me out. Please.
Yeah.
Pretty lucky you got Matumbo over there.
Boy, you crazy. You be playing, bro.
I love those specific units of measurement, though, First Lady. A gang and a bunch.
A gang.
I actually
is so old school.
I did pull out my ruler and did look it up, and I was looking for this.
You gotta have the digital. You gotta have the digital ruler.
Digital.
Yeah, you got a gang. Yeah, then a bunch of something. Yeah, you don't actually stretch it. It actually has a digital beam in it that you can set it to gang, and that's how you. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
GA. You don't. None of us know about that one.
The Magger measurements in inches, like 5 inches. That's how they feel they have big dicks.
That's it.
So one of the questions, you spent 10 months, right? If you look in the 420 chat, and I'm glad I found this video because
Ain't nobody fixing to watch no 30-minute video.
Hold up, Sean.
Y'all just be spamming.
Hold up. So,
I hate that chat. That should be blowing up my notifications. That's the only reason I turn off my fucking Clubhouse notifications is y'all spam that damn chat.
That's a fact.
Anthony, if you watch the video, you got 30 minutes of what he did.
I'm watching it right now. He's cooking them. So Amari, do me a solid, my G. I'm about to leave. All right. When they open the next room, I want to see what the speaker got to say. If you can shoot me a link to the room.
You can ask him that next.
I got you, fam.
All right. Y'all take your romance privately.
Yo, I love you.
These dudes are funny.
They definitely sword fight.
Man.
So when it's all said and done, Gemini. Wow. It's gonna be just like that video I sent you. You're gonna have an amazing. You're gonna have the greatest president in modern history.
Oh, Barack Obama coming back.
When you see the trillions of dollars, so companies coming back. The thing is, y'all can't even see it. Like, you can't even see the company. When companies come back, jobs come back. It ain't gonna be. Y'all think like the roaring 20s. It ain't. We're not in the roaring 20s anymore. But they're gonna be jobs coming back. You can't compete against automation and unfettered immigration. And most common sense people understand that.
You're not making any sense right now.
But you guys want all the immigration in the world. You want all
the
automation.
How do you know?
Who said we want all the immigration in the world? Where'd you hear that?
You say all.
You want unlimited immigration.
Who's y'all? What are you talking about?
You, JD.
You want to paint your skin white. When I have a thing, you want to be white so bad.
Hold up for a minute.
You always come on stage and say that. Every time you're on stage.
I think I even heard JD say,
yeah, jobs. You don't want the jobs. Let me, I love when they bring up immigration. It's one of my favorite things because I point them back to 1986 and I point them back to the debate between George Bush and Ronald Reagan. And I love to point them back to these two candidates, which Reagan is holding high esteem in the Republican Party. And I point them back to them. When both of them on stage in their debate had a more liberal immigration stance than any Democratic president I've ever heard. George Bush actually said on stage, what we need to do is import immigrants. We need to import them.
You want to see it? It's from the debate.
We need to import We need to import immigrants because we need to give them status and work visas because we need these people to work. We need to bring more. And it's so funny to me that everything that they complain about, well, not everything, let me use correct vernacular. When they talk about immigration or they talk about, the health care or the emergency services given to illegals, it's so funny to me because these are all Republican talking points. And they actually passed these laws, not Democrats. They did. It's just...
the Reagan amnesty bill was bipartisan. If you look at the...
I'm not talking about the amnesty bill. See, that's where you go wrong. Because that's not the bill that I'm talking about.
But if that's a law that was passed, that's
not the bill that I'm talking about. And that's
an important bill. Don't put it.
Wait a minute. But he's giving his submission.
Yeah, you can tell me that bills.
What you can't tell me. That's not the debate, though. The debate is about the particular bill he's referencing. You're trying to reference.
Right.
What particular bill is it? What's the name of that bill?
It's Inshallah.
What's the name of the bill? What's the name of the bill that only Republicans pass?
First of all, I was referring to the debate, and they were talking about immigration old, and I said that they had more liberal views than any other that I've ever seen on a debate stage. And the bill that I was referring to is not the amnesty bill, but the actual bill that Reagan actually put into law. Well, he didn't put it into law, but Congress did. Yes, it was about the emergency care given to people that did not have proper immigration status in the United States. Emergency care, health care, that's what that was about. It wasn't about amnesty. There's a different bill. And you can say that that's important if that's in your viewpoint. But I was talking about that bill.
But I think Reagan today, if Reagan was alive today in 2025 and saying how many people are here, I'm almost 100% sure that Reagan would be like, we need to go back to at least some normalcy of borders, right? The Republican, you cannot say that anything that has been done from the 80s to now most of it, I call it, what you guys call it? The blue wall. Those people don't feel, they feel left behind. It's why you got a Trump. So what are you trying to do? What's going on? If you were to have Republican people who were like Democrats now go over to the right because they felt Trump was better for the economy, that is a failure of previous administrations. It is a failure of the Bushes. It's the failure of the Obama administration. There wouldn't be a Trump today if those previous administrations had done their job. And that's just a fact. You can deny it all you want, but we people are stupid. People, you got to Trump because people were that desperate. They went for a reality star. And that's just a fact.
GA, give me 1 second. We got him, first of all, after Obama had 2 terms. He knew not to come around when Obama was running, right? Obama won back to back, right? We had him as an interim president, and then Biden was an interim president. So we had Trump, then we had Biden, then we had Trump come back again. And it's not because he's good for the economy. And if you want to talk about immigration, right? And you look at the numbers under Obama of the amount of immigrants that were removed, right? That's why they called him the deporter in chief. You look at the number of immigrants that were removed under Trump. We can take his entire first term and compare those numbers, right? Because those are 2 completed terms. He's in the first quarter of this term. And you were to look at those numbers, Obama was more impactful, he was more effective, but he was also more discreet, right? Which is why a lot of people didn't realize that it happened in that way until after the fact, because he didn't need to go around doing a bunch of self-promo to try to convince dumbass MAGAs that he's actually doing it. He did the work more than he did the promo of the work, right? But if you look at the actual numbers, the numbers reflect he was a lot more effective, and his targeted demographic was actually hit. He wasn't getting random people. He was hitting the criminal element that he was targeting, which is a lot more than we can say about Trump currently.
You said that was a lot to say that really had nothing to do with it.
It has everything to do with who was more impactful and who was effective. Because you said because immigration was so bad that it's because Obama and them failed. And
Obama was kind of slick with his numbers too, because what he did count was count people that actually met at the border.
So, again, if people felt so warm and fuzzy about the Barack Obama years, and we're not talking about just the people in this room, we're talking about the entire nation, because we live in the United States of America, then Hillary would have been president.
Stop. What you're not going to do is say something that's stupid. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard you say, Mario. That's the dumbest thing ever. We felt warm and fuzzy about Barack Obama, and if he could have run for the third term, he would have won.
Say it again.
That's a dumb statement.
First of all, she was a woman.
I was about to say, I should have been the first woman president ever.
That's the dumbest statement ever.
You're trying to break history. You're trying to compare somebody that would break historical records. Like, there's never been a woman president yet, right? We just had our first woman VP. So with that being said, it's not just because of performance of past Democratic presidents. It's actually people being very resistant to change, to having a woman take the reins.
She was a strong fucking woman. She's been in the fucking papers since she was fucking 19 years old. Her first valedictorian speech was on the cover of fucking Life magazine. She went against her own governor. She was the president of fucking Young Democratic Party, started off with the Young Republican Party. She fucking is the fucking blueprint for fucking what we have as ACA, and it was the blueprint for Massachusetts' own universal coverage that they have in their fucking state. She fucking met with women dignitaries. She did more than any motherfucking president that's been within the last 40 fucking years. When it comes to policy, when it comes to foreign policy, you cannot fuck with a goddamn Clinton.
So,
I think that is a correct analysis.
Marshall, because your candidate, if he just didn't take out Clinton, he took out Jebby Jab. He defeated the Bushes.
Well, that's not hard. Jeb wasn't retarded.
he defeated Ted Cruz. And don't forget, before the election, before the primary, GA, calm down, bro. Don't get triggered.
I'm not triggered. I'm just saying.
You sound triggered. You sound very triggered. Relax.
I'm not triggered. I got a hoarse voice, but you flexing Ted Cruz.
All right, let's just let him finish so he don't think you're being triggered. Go ahead, little boy. We got 5 seconds.
Jeb Bush was expected to be the person that was going to go up against him and wipe the floor with him. Period. So he just didn't beat Democrats. He beat every established Republican as well. The man, that's how much the American people dislike y'all. And that's the fact.
Yeah, but that wasn't Patty's point. Patty's point was that she had the experience.
That's cool. It didn't matter to the people. That's what matters.
It didn't matter because motherfuckers like you exist. They don't understand how people give a fuck about their future. They vote against their own interests. Because there's people like you that exist, that's the reason why we weren't able to fucking have a Hillary Clinton. That's the reason why we weren't able to have a Kamala Harris. This is the reason why Trump is in office. Because motherfuckers love branding and they love fucking celebrity status and they don't even give a fuck about their own well-being.
The most you get to talk is being mad. I'm pretty sure that's why.
And the truth of the truth.
Because you don't go to the MAGA room. You go to these rooms so you can get a lot of talking time.
Is there even MAGA rooms in Oxford?
That's a good point.
Tons of MAGA rooms. I go in them all the time. They don't like me. That's why you can't find them.
I go because I'm friends with 99%.
They don't like you?
Yeah, that's not
they don't like you.
Every time I go into the MAGA rooms, it's they're talking about race and other it's things that I really it just sounds like a bunch of I don't even call them MAGA rooms. I'll just call them like race baiting rooms, and I'm not really.
You're not allowed to talk in there. So when you come here,
I'm allowed to talk to any room I go into. Like I go on PhD. I mean, like, what are we talking about here? I go.
But guess what? So wait a minute. It's very interesting because you said a thing. You said they're always talking about race, but that's the party that you are a part of. Do you understand that you have to be?
No, we said MAGA.
MAGA
party.
You MAGA. Yeah, it is. That's the Republican Party at this point.
No, it's not. I'm a Trump supporter.
You're a fucking MAGA. Just own it.
You are a Trump supporter that makes by default that makes you a MAGA.
Right. So association. So when I vote, I can vote for Trump and then vote for, let's say, pencil neck dish. Like I can literally. I mean, it doesn't matter. Like I voted for Kamala Harris when she went for senator, and yet I still voted. And when she was, when did she run? 20 what? When was she a senator?
What are we talking about?
Was it 2018? When did Kamala Harris become a senator?
Omari,
So I voted for Kamala Harris.
No one cares how you vote.
With the Chinese
picture. Be a Republican.
No one cares how you vote. You voted for Trump. So
how do you say you're not a Republican? What are you? Okay, you know what?
You call me a Republican, and then when I told you I voted for Kamala Harris, now you want to tell me what I am again? Like,
wow.
I'm
let me help you understand. I'm sorry. Let me help you understand very quickly. I'll make it very sweet. I can't tell you what you are. Only you can say what you are, right? And that's how you define yourself. However, your talking points and how you speak and how we perceive it, it puts you in the MAGA boat. That's it. That's all.
That's fair.
You can say it and say that it's not a thing, and I'm good with that. But that's not how other people perceive it.
And I appreciate that, and I think and I've been trying to clarify that for day after day, night after night. That only time I really go back and forth with you guys can be talking about another Republican. I never come on my mic because I don't care. It's only when you start talking about 47 is when I start to come off my mic. And other than that, I don't really care what you guys talk about. Just if y'all say anything I think is wrong about 47, I'm going to reply. That's all.
You only come off the mic for him because that's who you want to defend. That's why you don't come off for other Republicans. But the fact that you voted for Kamala,
in 2012, 14, whenever it was she was a senator, has nothing to do with who you're voting for currently. Donald Trump was a Democrat. So, and now he's not. And that's the same for you, sir. Now you're not. It doesn't matter that you voted for her as a senator. It doesn't.
And Deborah, I can't find the difference between him and MAGA. Like, I'm trying to think, what's the difference between this man and another MAGA? Ain't nothing come to mind.
JD, there is no difference. The definition of MAGA is I support Trump. That's the definition of MAGA. He came up with the.
You forgot a key point. It's not just that. It's I support Trump no matter what.
No matter what, yeah.
No matter what is the key part.
Yeah.
No matter
It's
what.
MAGA.
No matter what.
It's MAGA.
And
Trump identifies as MAGA. So if you're a Trump supporter, you're MAGA. Duh.
Let me just get clarification real quick. Are you a Christian, or you don't subscribe to?
I mean, I grew up Baptist, but I'm not a Christian. I mean, I'm grew up Baptist, but we don't go to church.
Okay.
Do you believe in Christianity?
I believe in Christ, yes.
Okay. So, do you believe in the Bible, or?
No, I haven't read the Bible since I was probably 10. Literally.
Okay.
Do you refer to the Bible as like a guideline? Do you refer to the Bible as like a guideline, or do you take the essence of the Bible as like a guideline for?
I mean, just a couple of rules. Yeah, I mean, the golden
like the 10 Commandments. Would you agree? No. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not covet. None of that.
When the Bible is talking
to me, that's just common sense. Thou shalt not steal.
These are all. Do you know these are all like the things that Trump subscribes to, right? The reason why I say that is because there is a scripture that says a double-minded man is unstable in all his ways, and you saying
say that again. I like that. What'd you say? Can you say that again? I might write it in the chat.
Okay, I'll give you the scripture so you can go ahead and pull it up. Praise the Lord. You can go ahead and download the Bible on your phone, and then you can look it up. But yeah, no, I was saying that it's amazing to me to hear you say, hey, listen, I'm going to support 47 no matter what. But don't think that you are MAGA. That part is baffling to me because he represents MAGA. That's what he stands for. That's what he ran on. So you supporting him, and him, period, makes you automatically in that number.
By default. And she's talking about James 1:8. A double-minded man is unstable in all his ways. That's what she's talking about.
Come on through, Deacon Boy.
Come on now. Can I get an amen?
Amen.
Hello? Hallelujah.
Hello, Peter.
Hey, if you could be reborn again, would you rather be a white supremacist or a black person in the ghetto?
Omari, come off that mic.
That's a trick question.
That's a trick question. So first, let me get your point.
No, answer that question.
That's a silly question.
No, it's not. Oh, okay, you're going to duck it, okay.
So, First Lady, what if I said because you support Democrats, does that make you automatically a socialist or commie, right? Which a lot of people on my side associate leftists with being socialists and commies. Like, that's why
I'm going to hold up. She doesn't need to answer that. Hold up, Omari. I'm going to tell you why you can't use that question, right? Because Trump wears MAGA hats everywhere he goes. He openly endorses that. There's no question about it. There's not a lot of people view him in that manner. He is self-identifying as MAGA, right? You can find him in a million MAGA hats. You will not find any Democrat wearing a commie hat. You understand? That's something you're trying to imply as opposed to something that's being stated by the individual. It's not even it's a horrible comparison.
I'm just
comparing apples to onions, bro. Like, stop it.
So here's MAGA. So you, I don't think. Hold on. What you don't understand? Your version of MAGA is a movement. My version of MAGA is just the words "Make America Great Again." That's it, and that's what Trump believes.
We're not talking about your version.
You are obfuscating what Gemini said that is plainly.
Make America, and he says it. I don't know why people get MAGA.
He wears a hat, bro.
Because it's a cult of personality, Omar.
I'm saying this all the time. Why are Democrats against MAGA? All it stands for is Make America Great.
He wears a
That's
hat.
all it means. Right.
That is such a joke.
Just you wear a Nike,
It's
right?
not
You wear
a
a suit.
joke.
You might wear, I don't know. You wear suits. You wear name brand suits. Who cares about that?
You could wear.
What?
You tap dancing and you don't have no taps on your shoes, bro.
I don't have no shoes on.
He wears a MAGA hat. He talks to MAGA. He says MAGA, and the fact is, the analogy falls flat on his face because no Democrats are saying, "Hey, get your socialist hat here today. Get your communist hat here today."
Exactly.
No one says that, bro.
That's what I'm saying. That's exactly.
No one says that.
He trademarked MAGA. Look. I AI'd it for you, Mark. So look, the MAGA party, it's official. It's a faction within the Republican Party defined by loyalty to Donald Trump and his political agenda.
So there's a lot of people who claim to be MAGA, like Thomas Massey and other people who are not loyal to him, but they take the mantle of real MAGA. So you're wrong again, because I get it. You guys are in your bubble.
He's right.
And you're wrong. I'm right, and you're wrong.
Omar, let me ask you this: is there anything that your great king MAGA? So if you're saying it's not about the cult of personality, it's not about looking like a clown wearing this hat when he's meeting with world leaders, and it is about making America great again. Aside from your favorite topic, the border and immigration, like what is the one thing that jumps out at you that maybe he's gone too far, or that even too brazen a question?
And the answer is there's nothing.
Omari, come on.
Two administrations. You literally asked this question a month ago.
Omar, are you in line with what's happening?
Can I get in the queue?
Votes outside of Venezuela. Yeah, for sure. I yield to you right now if you want.
Go
ahead. I yield.
I just want to say thank you, sir. You know what? Let me tell you guys this. And this is my observation after being on for over 24 hours. Let me tell you who's the smartest MAGA or the smartest of them all. It's Omari. Omari has centered himself for almost 24 hours. And he got you guys having him as the star of the 420 show. We are calling his name, we're centering him, we're talking about him, we're rubbing against him, we're hugging. It's just amazing. I was like, wait a minute. What have I learned in 24 hours? I've learned that the smartest MAGA on this app is Omari. He's getting more attention than he even gets in his own house. And it's not your fault, Omari. You're doing what you do.
I didn't even talk yesterday.
Well.
Next Patty and I talked yesterday. Was I talking in the room?
Yeah, now. You're not going to release it now. We've been talking for 24 hours. So give it a rest.
Oh, thank you. Look, but it's brilliant, though. I'm not mad at him. I'm just letting you guys know that you know how they come in here and go, oh, why you got him on stage? But they continuously talk to you, which crazy. So I just want to congratulate you.
Yeah, this is why he's MAGA in the first place. He needs this is the only way.
So this is
the attention is real.
And when he's not talking in here, he's blowing up your chat with that bullshit.
Blowing up the chat. I haven't seen my notifications.
Nigga, you better not type another damn thing if you got Gemini disabled. You better not type another fucking alphabet.
You see what you're doing? You're disabling us.
Yeah, Mike.
No, do not do that. I want Gemini to be part of my chat. You don't type another thing. Another alphabet.
Lisa, I didn't even talk yesterday. Everybody knows if you would have kept the replays on, you would have seen that. I was actually.
Lord.
I didn't even say much yesterday. So 24 hours is, I would say, maybe the day before that, but not yesterday.
Okay, sweetheart.
That's because he was studying for tonight. He got all his talking points. He was working on the talking points for tonight.
Who did you call He called someone a mammy the day before. I remember that. I don't remember that. Wow. Call someone that. Why are you lying?
Are you serious? Did you do this? administrations.
Why do these people lie for like?
Was that not you? I'm pretty sure that was.
No, he said, "Mammy, I was there."
Wasn't it?
Oh my God!
First
I don't
lady.
even talk like that. Janai, come on, Janai, don't even do that to me.
No, I'm being serious. That was you.
Never mind.
First lady or Patty will remember.
What I was going to ask you was, in the 2 administrations, you can't find not one thing he did that you dislike?
Not one. Real quick. I'm just gonna not let people lie. Like, don't even say things like that. I don't do that shit. I don't call people mammies. I don't call people out their names. Don't fucking do that shit.
Oh, you don't call people out their names. Usually do it in the chat, though.
No,
if I'm wrong, and if someone else who called Patty or First Lady a mammy, I will apologize.
I would never call her that.
But I'm gonna wait for Patty.
Why would you say Patty's on mute? I mean, have I ever called you a mammy ever?
I'm pretty sure that was you. I wasn't joking. It had to be. It's either you or Mike, but I'm pretty sure it was you.
Pretty
Boss
sure.
Man in chat says it might have been TC for Boss Man.
I think it was it could have been Mike.
Mike or TC.
I don't even talk that way. Y'all been around me for how many weeks now? Have you ever heard fucking word like that?
Many hours that I even want to admit to.
I don't even talk.
Marshall's trying to ask you a genuine question about your king. Go ahead, Marshall.
Hold on.
Yeah, I don't know why. My only question was like, in two administrations, you can't find one thing you dislike. One thing he did that you think is a bad thing.
Marshall, I don't feel like answering that question right now. This is crazy.
Omari, it's a real question, and by indicated from your last statement, you don't think he's done anything wrong. And if you don't think he's done anything wrong, and you're wed to that, then you're wed to this idea of a leader that can't possibly fuck up. All leaders fuck up. They all do. From George Washington to Donald Trump. They all fuck up. So the only real question is like, what is it that you disagree with? I'm not asking
before you answer that, I'm
not asking you to like betray your principles. I'm simply
asking. No, Marshall, you stated it well, but I want him to understand this, and this is important, right? From a business aspect, I want you to think about this, Omari. Right? They have what they call brand blindness. And what that means is you're so true to the brand that you are blind to anything that is negative about the brand, and that means you can never improve. Like that is a that's a suicidal mission, right? Once you get on that path. So if you can't be objective and look at something objectively and see the pros and the cons and weigh them out, that means that your logic has just left. Like you don't have any logic to apply to the scenario anymore. That is when the cult aspect comes in, right? A realistic approach would be, I see this negative aspect, I see these positive aspects, I feel like the positive outweighs the negative, and that is why I am still pro insert whatever the fuck we're talking about. But when you can't even identify one negative thing, that shows that you're a fucking blind. And that's dangerous.
Again, I feel like I repeat myself, man. Maybe Lisa, you're right. Because maybe they don't want. Maybe until they hear something that they wanna hold on to, that makes them feel fuzzy inside. So the one thing I did say, and this was probably a few days ago, is I wish they would not have started with the tariffs. Again, I'm sure since you remember everything, Jenna, you were in that room. I said I wish they would not have started with the tariffs first. I wish they would have made sure how the big beautiful bill, which I agree with, make sure everything is starting to come together with that. People are seeing some benefits, and then you go work with the tariffs. But they started tariffs in April. It kind of hurt the economy. It started causing inflation even going higher, and that's where I believe they made a mistake. Is it the red line? No, it's not a red line. But yeah, there you go. I hope that helps. Does that help you, Marshall?
Yes, that helps me. You're able to criticize the guy. That's really all I wanted to make sure of. Like I think Haitian had it right. If you can't criticize, then you can't.
It's okay.
Yeah, Trent don't even fuck with Omari. Trent even say Omari is too much.
What does that mean to me? The fuck? We don't share the same bill.
It don't matter what it means to you. It matters what it means to us.
I'm talking about my wife and my kids. That's all I need.
To you. How about that? Because I don't give a fuck what you think. I'm just thinking of thank you. Like I said, Trent don't even fuck with your ass.
Cool beans.
Okay,
Cool story.
so when we move over in 10 minutes, thank you all for joining us. We are so grateful that you're here. If you haven't already joined Misa's 420 Lounge, please go ahead and click the link above and join in for great topics, great conversation. We are going to be visiting Politically Correct today. We're taking a field trip. Yeah. Are you excited?
Very much so. Very much so.
All right. I'm excited as well. You are, Lisa?
Yeah.
OMG. I'm so pumped. Oh my God. Oh, so we have music ready. I really want to make this as a good night. And hopefully this is something, let me just say, I am hoping and I'm wishing that everyone, at least one person, gets something out of this tonight, okay? I'm hoping that seeds can be planted, that minds can be changed, that hearts can be feeling again. I need somebody's heart to open up. Do you understand me? So we're going to have a great time tonight. All that cussing and fussing and stuff,
You know, leave that at
You got a shooter, I'm shooting. Like, we're not doing that today. I'm just going to shoot.
Exactly. I agree. JD, you there? Okay, JD's on the phone. We're going to, put people on the Google ASAP. We're not going to put up with it. For those that are in the number of modding, if that should happen, don't even recognize it. Don't pay it attention. Just, do it the necessary.
Turn the chat off.
Turn the chat off.
I'm just listening to shooting at 400 yards in the front. Doesn't the chat help the room in the algorithm?
Yeah, it does. It does.
Oh, it does?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's what you say.
I'm coming over.
Them chat, they're gonna blow up
on the
stage and go crazy.
You only have to be invited.
You can only delete any stupid comments too in the chat.
I'll watch in the chat as much as possible and try to moderate it so that there's not anything too crazy being said.
I mean, this is a serious room, so people should take it serious. So
his resume is very impressive. Like I was just looking through it earlier. He has a very impressive resume.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm saying, like, when people should know how to behave. People should be adults, hopefully. I mean,
people shouldn't vote for Trump, but we don't know what people are going to do.
God, this is creepy. Stop.
It very much is. Like, people actually did this.
Whoever they want to, man. Like, y'all can't keep doing that. Like,
what
I'm not gonna take.
Talking about?
Lisa, like, people can vote. Like, if you wanted to vote for Madonna, like, it's cool.
They can. People can jump off buildings. I'm just saying that's not the smartest decision to do. I mean, they're allowed to do it.
But you're an American citizen. You have the right to vote. Like, you can't take that away from people. And you can't.
Would you agree it's not a smart decision to drive in ahead on traffic, on rush hour?
You can, but I mean, do you think it's a smart decision? This is slave master.
So there's a lot of things you can do that might not be a smart decision. I'm just highlighting that.
And Jimmy, we can vote for who we want to for now. For now.
Oh, Lord, he dropped my ice.
Until they got the voting guy.
Oh, but don't pick it up, because ice, baby.
No, I have to pick it up.
Ice.
Speaking of voting, I heard this evening that Schiff and the Democratic Party they're supposed to be law enforcement out next for the elections. Thank God they're going to be having some law enforcement out overseeing the elections.
Which one?
I feel like it was on the East Coast, like New Jersey. And possibly Virginia.
It won't hurt.
But wherever they are is good, right? They requested it. They feel like they need it based on what they're hearing on the street.
Yeah.
About some cheating and shit going on.
Oh, so
they gonna try to? Oh.
The police are gonna be like
to have some legitimate law enforcement now, and hopefully, you know, they won't. ICE won't show up and think they're involved. But I'll get back to you when I hear some more on it.
Not the Imperial Guard.
Get them law enforcement.
So Trey, you broke some breaking news. Black Lives Matter is going to prison. What's First Lady at? She's not here. Go ahead, Trey. You get a chance to talk. What's First Lady's not here.
Did you guys talk about? There's a judge waiting to make a decision to make Trump come up off the money to support people who don't have food, to support the SNAP programs. Did y'all hear about that?
No, say that again, David. What did you say?
They're waiting on a decision from a judge to give up the money that's set aside for SNAP and other programs that are not being supported right now. A judge is making a decision on that.
Oh, got it. Hey, there was something I saw. It was written on, okay, here it is. This was written on, where did this come from? It says SNAP, OSF Federal Council provided a letter to the USDA on May 23rd stating that there is a bona fide need to obligate benefits for October, the first month of the fiscal year during the prior month, September, thereby guaranteeing that the benefits funds are available for program operations, even in the event of a government shutdown at the beginning of the fiscal year. So that last part I just read, Trump's administration removed it. So there were funds available, even in the event of a government shutdown, all the way up to the beginning of this next fiscal year, or whatever, however that.
And those are the funds I'm referring to, JD.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That's why when you said that, that's what made me laugh. So they tried to hide the funds and remove the lingo.
Because that's how much they hate people who are hungry. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we shouldn't even talk about it in abstract terms. They're like, we absolutely want to take food out of the mouths of the hungry, so we're going to go out of our way to do that. That's what they do.
And children. Parents not getting food. Children not getting food.
And you don't have to be a Christian or read the Bible to know that it's something fundamentally wrong with taking food out of folks' mouths. When the money is set aside for that purpose. You don't have to be a Christian. And you don't have to have read the Bible since you were 10.
Yeah, it's bad to starve people.
Yeah.
That's it. That's the whole line. That's the whole thing. It's bad to starve people. Unless you're Donald Trump and you think it's good to starve people.
Unless you're Donald Trump. But he eating tonight, though. He eating good.
And he passed some good candy out, too. Shout out to him.
Say what? What you talking about?
Halloween. You didn't see him and Lonnie Lon. They're passing out the candy.
Lonnie Lon.
He didn't even have to put a mask on, did he?
Melania.
Neither did she.
And he didn't have a MAGA hat on. I think he just had his 47 hat on today. So just for the people that's clocking his gear.
Did he say clock in his gear? We're the same thing every single day. So it's not the clock. We're the same thing every single day. He wears the same thing. So I don't know. What's the clock? Honey, you guys are desperate.
The cankles are what you need to clock, because the cankles are getting bigger and bigger.
You guys are desperate.
So
you're going to need
you discriminate against cankles.
to hide them cankles soon.
Cankles they love too, so I don't know.
They're so desperate.
But those cankles are still the to Jon Snow of America.
I don't know if you could suck any harder, but maybe try.
You done enough sucking. Just kiss the tip.
Thank you, Gemini, for assisting me to spitting out my organic legs. Had to go all the way there, and you just had to say that at that moment. Oh my gosh.
Are you gonna play the Turning Point USA
No.
in tomorrow's room?
No.
That was good. JD Vance had a good back and
No, we
forth.
don't want to hear from the couch fucker.
I don't want to hear from him at all.
The cushion cuddler. No.
No, we're gonna listen to maybe some
The sectional
Dr.
section.
Parr, some African some teachers who are teaching African studies. That's what we're gonna listen to.
I really I look forward to hearing what this gentleman has to say.
Me too.
The room is open when we going.
Let's go.
Oh, I'm gonna pull up.
Let me go
Is there
at
a
the
link?
top. Is it at the top?
Is there a link?
No, let me go get it.
Yeah, we should wait and transfer traffic.
Yeah, I should definitely transfer the traffic.
So Gemini, do you got a clarity of like my position now, like so that we don't have to keep asking the questions anymore, the same old questions? You know, JD.
No, that we only touched on a couple points. We're on both points. I got clarity. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
That's not really an overall conversation.
Yeah, no. Next time, maybe this week, you know, we'll take that.
Link is at the top. Go now. I'm gonna shut the door.
Wait a minute. Wait one little second.
You go. I'll stay here.
Wait. I gotta do something. I'm not by the phone. Don't do it yet.
Get yourself over here.
I'm trying to. Hold up, guys.
I like that new picture, Lisa. Very nice.
I have lipstick on. Okay, hold on. Let me get the link.
I already have
The link is gone.
The link's at the top.
All right, see you later.
Everybody scoot. Follow the link at the top. Trent, you get over there too, Trent. Click the link.
Hey, what's now bullshit? Okay.
Go to Patty's room now. Everybody go. Leave! JD, get off the phone and go. JD. Closing in 3, 2, 1.
one thing that's universal. Any propaganda, so you can't say I'm an election observer and also definitely vote for Prop 50.
Just totally.
In fact, a voter can't do that either. In most states, there's a perimeter. It's usually between 1,500 feet, or I'm sorry, 1,500 yards, where you can't.
These fucking faggots are talking about election judging. Holy shit!
Your Honor, is there still time in California to volunteer to support election mechanics as like whatever?
Probably, especially if you happen to be a lawyer. It's usually really easy to sign up as a lawyer, but it depends on your like county, the jurisdiction you want to volunteer for. Like it's probably too late to sign up a poll worker because you'll need training and it's days before now. But for some of those other volunteer roles, it's often easier. To plumb in the chat, that's crazy. That's 25 feet in Georgia. That's so close. Hey, that's really wild.
Also, you guys know it's funny. I was in a conservative space the other day, and I noted that I've been hanging out here, and then they called me a socialist.
Yeah, well, that's because you control the means of production as a worker.
Marshall, where'd you say you were, Marshall?
I was in a more Republican-leaning room, and the person that was there said that I was a socialist. Because I hang out in these rooms with all of these wonderful people.
Guilty by association, Marshall.
I mean, if they're going to think I'm communist, then I might as well be communist. I'm not abandoning these people. I like
Okay, we're gonna clip that. We gotta clip the communist Marshall Rankin, who's not gonna abandon his communist good people. His good people communists. Piece of shit, Marshall Rankin, fucking fake ass Republican bitch motherfucker. Gotcha, Marshall, you piece of shit. The pizza man.
Communist. Did I read that right? That there's a 1-year tariff truce between China?
A 1-year tariff truce?
Yeah, I saw something on my feed.
Until they get rid of us. 30 days the first time, 90 days the second time, additional 3 days.
Let me do some research.
That's 1 year. It's Chinese. I mean, they're buying soybeans. Shout out to the farmers. They don't have to be trying to get a bailout. Get rid of their soybeans.
I went back and looked at the video last night of she and Trump. That shit is funny as hell. She is not feeling him at all.
Cause he's so like outsiders how they see the typical American.
He looked like he's just disgusted that he even has to be around him and get along with him. It's a funny thing.
Yeah, them they were talking about last night. Lisa was big. She was like, he just standing there. Like, I think it was Lisa or Lee. Like he just standing there. His face is.
No, if it weren't for Lisa and First Lady, I wouldn't have even watched it probably. I wasn't watching last night. But this morning, that shit was funny. It's crazy. He said a 10 on a scale of 0 to 10, it was a 12 meeting. I'm like, he needs to stop it.
Was a 12 for him.
That's what I'm saying. It didn't look like a 12 for Chief.
That shit funny though. That shit is funny. Let me see what we got.
Good evening, everyone. Patty, have you spoken about any of the things that Candace Owens has been talking about as far as her relationship with Charlie and him predicting his own demise and his love of hip hop? He really liked that Monster song with Jay-Z and Nicki Minaj. She was like, yeah, I love your new love for hip hop. And he's like, yeah, Nicki goes hard on that verse. I work out to his own now. Just thought it was interesting. They seem to have been.
It's a gift to do. R.I.P.
I wasn't aware he predicted his own demise. What did he say?
He just kept saying he thought he would die young. Kept selling her. I think I'm gonna die young. I think I'm gonna die young.
Gotcha. Okay, I got this clip and it's talking about the nuclear testing or whatever. Not sure what he meant by nuclear testing. Hopefully he's talking about the vehicle that we use for the nuclear weapons. We haven't actually tested a nuclear weapon since the 90s, early 90s. Let me go ahead and play this clip.
1992 is what I was told. Yeah. Do you know, Patty, do you know what Anson, former nuclear submarine captain, he's on the app, he's an older gentleman, but he managed the last nuclear production site, was responsible for paring it down. Great Winds, Great something or other that I'm forgetting the name of. But if you haven't ever met him, I'd love to introduce you. You guys would get along like a house on fire.
Cool. Let me go ahead and play this.
Doing nuclear weapons testing, something it hasn't done in more than 30 years. The president was pressed, why now? And the U.S. and China tonight in their new agreement for a year. Here's Rachel Scott.
Tonight, the White House was pressed to explain President Trump's surprise announcement that the U.S. will resume testing nuclear weapons for the first time in more than 30 years. The president reviewing his plan just minutes before his meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping, posting, because of other countries' testing programs, I've instructed the Department of War to start testing our nuclear weapons on an equal basis. That process will begin immediately. On Air Force One, he was asked, why now?
That had to do with others. They seem to all be nuclear testing. We have more nuclear weapons than anybody. We don't do testing. We've halted it many years ago. But with others doing testing, I think it's appropriate that we do also.
Russia tested a nuclear-capable torpedo on Tuesday and a nuclear-capable missile last week. But those tests did not involve detonating actual nuclear weapons. The U.S. has conducted similar long-range missile tests for years. The president did not indicate how this new plan would be different. Tonight, Vice President J.D. Vance offering no details.
Well, I think the president's truth speaks for itself. We have a big arsenal. Sometimes you've got to test it to make sure that it's functioning and working properly.
President Trump's announcement threatening to overshadow his much-anticipated meeting with the Chinese president.
You ready, Jordan?
Most of the trade war he started.
Overall, I guess on the scale from 0 to 10, with 10 being the best, I would say the meeting was at 12.
China promising to end its boycott of American soybeans and to crack down on fentanyl. In exchange, President Trump lowering tariffs on Chinese goods coming into the U.S. from 57% to still a hefty 47%. China also agreeing to lift restrictions on selling the U.S. crucial rare earth minerals necessary to power everything from smartphones to cars, but only for 1 year. Tonight, Russia responding to President Trump's plan for nuclear testing, saying what they carried out was not a nuclear test in any way. Currently, the United States and Russia have a moratorium on nuclear testing. Tonight, the Kremlin saying if someone violates that moratorium, Russia
structure will respond accordingly, David.
All right, Rachel Scott, who's been traveling with the president. Come on home, Rachel. Thank you. President Trump says.
Yeah, I kind of thought that was weird if he was going to do nuclear testing. Because if we did do that, that's going to signal other countries to start nuclear testing because of our side of our defense. So, you do that shit if you want to. You have some crazy motherfuckers out here. That's who I want nuclear weapons.
What's going on, Brian? Testing means actually detonating nuclear weapons, right?
Right. I think it just depends, right? Because you can say you're testing your the vehicles for the nuclear weapon, make sure they launch properly, or you know what I'm saying. But then to actually test the actual nuclear weapons, there's like we have a treaty, or they said a moratorium, where we're not supposed to be testing. We haven't tested tonight, so.
Yeah, just wondering what location would that be? Because it's in Nevada again, near Roswell.
So yeah, they had Nevada. I do know in the past, and a lot of people do know about this, like the Micronesian Islands, where we paid them millions of dollars because of cancer and shit like that they got going on in their country, or in their island. And we're actually looking at using them as a staging space for future weapons. So we have access. Yeah.
So Patty, when that happens, do they have to alert like our allies? Be like, hey, just a heads up, we're going to be doing this.
I think they should, but I think it's really
Yes, they do. Body they do.
right. No, I think they should, but under Trump, I don't know how that goes.
No, they have to.
For him to even be so fucking correct, fucking even doing that, it's like he's just going against all rules. Just not a good look. And then imagine Pakistan, like they were supposed to be our allies, or even India, or any country that actually has nuclear weapons. What they'll do if we did do something like that. Russia already gave everybody the fuck you pay me if you play with them. So.
What a G. What a gangster.
I'm sorry, I'm going to get a sandwich. I ain't eat all day. All I ate was freaking 36. I can see my little
What a world, what a life. Celery stick.
No, I'm going to go get a sandwich and a salad so I can eat.
Man, we need one of them rabble rousers in here. Let's go ping one of them dudes that get on our nerves so we can fight.
Or you just bring up a topic that divides us, like tariffs.
Last night I said Montani, and then it went and
That's been the biggest topic right now. I don't really know much about the New York politics, so I just be staying on mute. But that has been interesting convo.
Go John for Congress. This is Go John.
You guys know Mandami also grew up in South Africa, and I think that framed a lot of his messaging. He grew up on University of Cape Town campus because his parents taught there. I didn't know that until I was in South Africa last month, and then somebody was telling me that.
he went to undergrad here, and his major was Africana Studies. I was talking about that earlier. At least
he grew up in Africa.
But he went to
Cape Town.
Yeah, but he went to
literally
here in the U.S. He went
but
to
he was born in Africa also.
Yeah, he went to Bowdoin University, and he was one of 5 students that majored in Africana Studies. There's a big write-up on him, an opinion piece in the New York Times that I read today, and it's wild because they're trying to equate his education with, or the school he went to, as being liberal, but the school is not liberal. It costs $56,000 a year to go to this school, and so I don't know many liberal schools. I mean, you can't just label an institution liberal because someone wants to study Africana. They was trying to make that analogy. I'm like, this is crazy. Like, what are y'all trying to say? So again, it was an opinion piece. He's definitely getting slandered by certain writers, and he started the Palestinian group that grew. There's just a lot around this guy. We'll see what happens in the election, and see how far he can go with trying to run New York. Because it looks like he's gonna win, but I've been saying it for weeks. Cuomo is slowly gaining traction, but those are just polls.
So you know what's funny? Fox News had a section where they literally said, "Look at his crowds. It's not a multiracial crowd. He's only pulling certain people." Fox News was saying that. They were saying the man need to DEI his crowds, according to them. That was wild when they said that. Like, look at his crowds. He's only pulling from a certain sector of the city. He's not pulling everybody. I started laughing so much when I heard that. I was like, y'all don't make any sense now. Because y'all wasn't saying when you look at Trump's crowd and you saw what? TC, Anthony, and Omari, that's all you saw up in there.
Well, I think they kind of fear him in a way because when you start to look at, like you said, his parents, how he was raised, his culture, and then becoming Americanized and truly understanding history, it's like, oh shoot, what if he does win? What is he going to do? Is he going to be, the good mayor of New York that listens to what everyone tells him to do, or is he really going to try to go against the grain and truly try to make change, which is going to be hard. It's going to be really hard for him, or is he just going to do more of the same and be your typical Democrat? I don't know. This Bowdoin is a liberal. What makes a school a liberal? It's a topic. What makes a university or a college liberal? I mean, but let's not really define it, right? Like, we keep throwing this term around. We hate people coming here and call me or anybody that's in education. So being educated is liberal? Being worldly and being cultured and understanding the African diaspora and the foundations to modern day society, and who was able to get wealthy off of the exploitation of nations is liberal? I'm confused.
I believe it's the academics. So you find that if you're in humanities, social science, the arts, they always say professors lean liberal. So I think that's one of the key facts I think they utilize, because they look at, like, if there's Africana studies, if there are other disciplines that, that's what they think, it's a liberal institution because they offer those classes and those
classes. So then you have, So make the distinction for me. So you have a liberal education, and then you have a politically liberal person. Give me the distinction.
Yeah, and that's the thing about it. I mean, your education, a liberal education is more, a woke education according to them. You guys are indoctrinating the kids in all your leftist ideology. Not the fact that you're actually helping the kids critically think and digest more information and be able to, make a decision based on information given. So I think that's what a lot of them are saying, is that kids go to those universities and they get indoctrinated by those liberal professors, because that, if you realize Turning Point, that's what Turning Point is doing. They're not just attacking universities. They're having their Turning Point plan to record liberal professors saying stuff, and then have those, and now those professors are being doxxed because the fact that they said some liberal shit in a class. So this was happening now. So it's because of the professors.
Give me an example of saying some liberal shit.
So, for instance, if you're having a discourse about particular, was Charlie Kirk open to actually having an honest debate? Or did Charlie Kirk sometimes stifle free speech? And he has. And then you would go over the examples of him stifling free speech, and then the professor gets reported. So it's, if you Google Turning Point has a tracking list of all the professors and what exactly they said. Yeah. So professor got in trouble for that.
The chat is waking up. I understand the difference between liberal arts and education, but what makes someone liberal?
Now, mind you, I'm not an expert on this. We're just having a conversation. Just my opinion. I figured it was the professor.
Let me ask the question. What makes someone liberal to the point where they are attacked and blamed for doing what? Make me understand. What? I'm not backtracking, Jazzy. I know the difference. Right, because they're trying to label Mondani as liberal, but he's not. He's a socialist. And this is just based on the news. This is just based on an article I read. And they're trying to tie his liberal ideologies into his education. And it didn't make sense. He was basically being attacked by a New York Times writer. So, again, I'll repeat the question. What makes someone liberal to the point where they have to be attacked by the right?
If it's in an academic setting, I think they like I said, they look at the programs, they look at the different training programs within the university. Say, for instance, if they have a DEI program, DEI requirements, if they have a pronoun policy, you know, if they have training on equity and stuff like that, all those, they highlight all those stuff as what makes it. So it's a hodgepodge of things, not in condition to, like I said, the students reporting on the professors, but it starts with the institution, what classes they offer, you know, and especially an institution that's steeped in humanities, social sciences, the arts, you know, that in itself, it starts there. And then plus location, if it's in a city or it's in a liberal state, then obviously the framing that it's a liberal institution because it's in a democratic city, a democratic state, the people who graduated from there, what has been their hands on things, I think all that comes into play. It's not one specific thing that they look at. I think it's a collage of different aspects of what happens at that institution. So the administrative policies to me. And like I said, you know, obviously you look at location, and then also you also look at who applies to those schools and where do those kids came from.
Go ahead, Alaf, go ahead. We can't hear you.
Okay, so I was going to say that I also think that sometimes institutions get labeled liberal when they make political donations to Democratic parties. And when they have a contest like UC Berkeley, you know, when they have sort of a reputation for having a tolerance for dissent, you know, and that may be extended further into classes that actually, like Emil was saying, debate these issues openly.
Why does liberalism get labeled like this bad rep? Because we want our students to protest, right? We want our students to protest on college campuses have been happening since, I don't know, forever, before I was born. But why now?
That's just what's turgid in the Republican Party out of MAGA movement. That doesn't really have anything to do with alignment, I think. I think that's just their reactions on, you know, how they're trying to use tactics and disinformation, misinformation, you know, and labeling and everything else. I don't think it's indicative of identity.
it's strategic, right? I mean, the bottom line is they're changing the vocabulary that we've used for decades to make it match what they want it to. To me, left and liberal were not synonymous because I feel like I'm a Democrat, but I'm conservative, right? I'm a conservative Democrat. I'm not a far left Democrat. I mean, a far left Democrat or an extremely, change maker Democrat. I like traditional values, but I'm also on the Democrat side of most things. So I think that what they've done is they've tried to villainize free thought, villainize change, villainize outside the box thinking to make it to feed to people's fears.
I agree with that 100%. That was what I was going to say. Who was that speaking just now?
That was me, Brian.
Yeah, Brian, I agree with that 100%, especially feeding into the fear of having an opinion outside of what might be. I mean, I think it's about attacking free thinking.
I mean, I know you guys don't like when I say this, but it's actually genius what Trump has done, right? And when I say Trump, him, Steven, whatever, all these, the MAGA people, whatever, the strategy is great. So you paint anything that's outside the lines and is hurting their bottom dollar as something that's evil and hurting, so that it makes people feel like we have to push against it. We got to fight against that. He was able to change their mind to make them think that their own favorite, right? Because the vice president, Pence was one of their favorites, and then Trump was able to change their mind on that too.
No.
So let me read something real quick.
Publish an online database of university professors.
Oh, go ahead. Somebody explain something? Go.
You need to publish an online database of university professors. They say, quote, advance leftist propaganda in the classroom. And North State student Vincent Rapena spoke with a local professor who's on that list. He is in Chico tonight. Vincent.
Like Chico State Professor Sean Swaller is one of the professors listed on Turning Point US on teachers and how the recent death of Kirk impacts his stance.
It is scary, and you have to keep your eye on the, different situations, what's going on. You don't want to get too overly paranoid, but it's also hard to not do that sometimes because
articles published on the Turning Point USA website criticize Schwaller's teachings, stating he allegedly teaches students that the supporters of President Donald Trump are part of a white patriarchal America. Schwaller told me most of what Turning Point leaders say about him is false.
I fear that this is the start of some kind of new wave of political violence on college campuses, and that folks, for instance, on the professor watch list as well.
Schwaller said being on the list has not changed the way he teaches, adding he doesn't want the death of Kirk to erase the impact the list has had on many in his profession.
Charlie Kirk was a white supremacist, homophobic bigot that put lives in danger, student lives, faculty lives, daily for years, right? And it doesn't mean that justifies being killed, but that also has to be part of the conversation.
I reached out to the Chico State chapter of Turning Point USA for their response on those who criticized the watch list, but I have not heard back yet. On Wednesday following Kirk's death, the chapter posted a statement on Instagram saying in part, quote, "We are unwavering in our commitment to upholding American values and honoring his legacy moving forward."
Yep. So Divine, hopefully you don't end up on that list.
No, I'm not.
That's wild,
I'm not in the college setting. I'm
yeah, I know. I'm just listening.
Well, I wanted to read something really quick.
They do high school too.
Yeah, they do.
Okay. All right, tell them come see me. So let me read something real quick. In politics, a liberal is someone who generally supports liberty, individual rights, and equality, and believes the government should play an active role in solving problems and protecting citizens. This office includes support for social safety nets, government programs, regulations that aim to create more equitable society. That's not a bad thing. That is really not a bad thing. So I guess liberals are the devil.
Especially because if you don't use that last term, the rest of that should be mandatory for any politician, right?
Straight facts. parents were very conservative, although they were registered Democrats, right? So I resonate with whoever said that. I still have conservative views. I'm old school, definitely. And I'm not for. I always say it. I don't want to hand out. I want to hand up. Not me personally, but that's the ideology, right? Give me an opportunity, right? Teach me how to fish, and I'm gonna go out there. That's how I came up. Put me in a position. I'm gonna make a touchdown, and that should be it. That should be it. All this talk of people living off the system. April came in here. She always breaks it down so eloquently how you have people work a full-time job and still can't make ends meet. If I'm liberal for saying, hey, those people need help, fuck it. Call me what you want. But this is the greatest country, right? We say it all the time. There's no reason why someone should go hungry. There's no reason why someone should be homeless. While the president's talking about, we need to dust off these nuclear weapons and make sure they still work. Like, what? What are we talking about, right?
Well, and I don't feel like everybody should have lobster, right? I think I'm using that as an example, but I do think that everyone should have food to eat, and there should be a chance to earn the money to buy lobster, right? That's the thing that I think needs to be. Everyone needs a fair chance in the game, and so I do put myself in a position where I'm always trying to look out for Black people. After my family, I think of my family first, which are also Black people. But after that, I'm like, okay, what opportunities can I have for my own people? Because I feel like the race has already started, and we've been cheated, right? People have cheated us, and still, since Trump's been in office, he keeps moving the finish line, moving the starting line, trying to make it more difficult.
I also think the Democrats or liberals, whatever you want to call them, have been pretty true to what they stand for is the conservative party that has moved. Because a lot of conservatives are not MAGA or aligned with what the GOP is doing now. I think somebody talked about Nicole Wallace earlier. There are a lot of Nicole Wallaces out there now who just, believe in helping people. Being a conservative shouldn't automatically mean that you're mean and not want to help other people or think other people should get what they need to live daily. So they have moved the goalposts. And right now it's about owning the libs. That's what MAGA is, owning the libs. But to take this shutdown this far is crazy. While blaming it on the Democrats when they're in charge of every aspect of government right now. I was thinking about you the other day when I saw watching the stock market. I thought about you. Hope you're doing well. Haven't seen you in a while. Was everybody on a break? What's going on? Oh, is it the dinner hour?
Hey, you guys want to?
That means y'all are all sitting down with your families having dinner, right?
No, it's 9 already. I ate dinner 5:30.
I'm trying to eat. I haven't eaten all day.
You're eating too late, Patty. You're eating way too late.
That's right, Patty. I remember you were eating, but did everybody else go eat too?
Y'all need to eat earlier than that, before 6.
No, I be so busy. I be forgetting. I don't know. My mind kind of. My daughter's not here. She was here, then I'd have somebody cook for her. Right now, it's like I be busy. I don't eat. I just like stay busy until I start shaking, and I'm like, shit, I didn't eat. Y'all don't be like that when you be so busy, you forget about shit. You just be focused. Guess I'm the only one.
Sometimes I eat one meal a day.
Huh?
Sometimes I eat one meal a day.
Who, you?
Yo.
Yeah, sometimes it depends on you running around. You just, you know what I mean? Sometimes it's the evening for the first time I get some just drinking coffee throughout the day.
And I had a bag of celery and I was eating.
Hey, you guys saw what the right is panicking on because Don Lemon said that Megyn Kelly looks trans. It looks clockable. And you're freaking out, y'all. Because, he's been going after her. He said one time he went to a dinner with all the newscasters. And her husband was taking his husband out. Yo, he's been going hard at her, yo.
He did not say that. Really?
He did. He said, your husband, you need to tell your husband to stop checking out my husband.
Oh, wow.
Leave my husband alone. What he said.
You heard monkeys still on the loose? Anyone know?
I heard one, and that story is crazy because first they said the monkeys have infectious diseases in them. And then they said, no, we made a mistake. The monkeys do not have infectious diseases, but they was killing them.
Yeah, bullshit. They got some fucking diseases in them.
And it was like, stay away from the monkeys.
Yeah.
Stay away from the monkeys. They're not infectious. Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
These people.
They said that she had herpes, Hep C, COVID. So now they say they have nothing. Please, fuck that.
Hey, fucking liars, bro. I wouldn't put it past them. Release some wild monkeys. I immediately thought about that movie, 12 Monkeys. Like, what? Monkeys in an accident, loose on the road? And there was a lot of them, too, right? Asia was like 100 monkeys.
Yeah, so crazy. Whole clan of them motherfuckers, man. That shit crazy.
Yo, man. Y'all talking about the 12 Monkeys, the movie?
There was a truck carrying some scientific, whatever you call them, some test monkeys that crashed somewhere.
Herpes monkeys?
Hep C and COVID.
Nigga, we about to have COVID too on this bitch, bro. Like, for real.
Well, bro, they came back and said they made a mistake. The monkeys were not carrying disease. So which one is it?
They fucking lied, bro. They lied. They was like, shit, we told them the truth. Nah, backtrack that bitch. Backtrack her.
Yo, it's fucked up when you can't believe nothing you hear from the government.
Right.
People are saying, but they said believe nothing you hear and half of what you see.
Yep, that's for real.
Hey, do y'all know that there's a salmonella outbreak and you should throw away all your eggs?
I don't eat eggs.
I'm gonna finish the ones in my fridge, but I ain't gonna buy no more.
You've been eating them anyway, right?
Bruh, I'm just saying. Eggs is expensive. What the fuck you expect me to do?
Yeah, get my own chickens, do my own thing. It's getting crazy out here.
Ain't none of you niggas raising chickens. A lot.
First of all, I done did it already, baby. I'm a Georgia boy. Born on a farm. Where Georgia from?
There's a brother that come in here. I don't know if y'all either here or in Lisa's room. Naquan X. That brother is doing it. He's got the whole shit. I don't want to blow up his spot, but he definitely got chickens and all that shit.
I ain't raising no chickens. I had that shit.
You another survivalist. Hey, I got the Don Lemon interview. What he said. You want to listen to this one? He was on a podcast. It's funny.
About time. But let me go ahead and watch it, and then I'll give you guys my full analysis. So here we go, you guys. What are you talking about? What are you talking about, man? Anybody can kill. This is how it started.
Bro, this is good. Alright, real question though. Is Megyn Kelly chopped? I don't know. Is she chopped?
I don't know what is chopped. I've heard it, but I don't know what that means. What does chopped mean?
She's gonna get mad at me, dude. I don't know if I want this to see.
What does chopped mean?
Chop means like not hot.
Yeah, she's chopped.
You put it in the word.
That used to be a pork, so now she's a podcast.
The word is big,
because
right?
I mean, it's like a lot. It's a lot of hair pieces and makeup, and it's like I don't know, the whole MAGA lesbian. The MAGAs ain't too much. It's like and too skinny. Like they're all so skinny. Like eat a fucking cheese.
Christine Dome is like I've seen her in jeans, but also that face picture recently.
Yeah.
No, we didn't even know.
Yeah, right.
And it's like,
Yeah. Thanks for our little chopped conversation. I didn't have to do that. That was nice. Megyn Kelly, my final words, kind of looks like a Barbie doll covered in like WD-40.
I think she looks trans.
what's that on that note?
She looks, as they say, she looks clockable.
Fuck it.
Clockable.
Wait, give it.
Do you know what clockable?
You can clock it.
Google it.
What? How much?
It was clockable.
Wait,
It's like when a trans person is clockable.
Never heard of that. Interesting. Wait, to end.
Oh, I had no idea. I did not know that. Yeah.
What does it say?
It says clockable, in transgender slang, a person who can be recognized as transgender.
Yeah.
Never heard of that. Okay, we'll end this off. Your biggest hot take. It could be anything. It could be political. It could be entertainment.
My biggest hot take right now.
Swift album.
Oh, my new thing is
Okay, that was.
So there you have it. The right is freaking out over that.
Trolling back. They troll the fuck out of the left. You gotta troll them back.
Exactly. You know what when she used to say Michelle Obama looks trans, like a man. She said that.
Yeah, shout out to the queen. Shout out to the queen of trolling, Jasmine Crockett. What is it? A bad bleach.
B6.
I can't remember it, but
B6.
Yeah, B6.
Yeah, all the memes they used to send out about Michelle Obama and push like she looks like a babe, you know, and all this stuff. You know what's funny? Like yesterday we were talking to Mari and they were talking about Congress. We all know that he's gay, but it's not an issue. It's not something we bring up about being in the bedroom, you know, and straight. It's like they have this fixation with sexuality. And I said, the funny thing that we know as conversations, people it's not the point of contention or conversation for us. But if there was the power, was got so much hate the fact that he was gay from the left consistently isolates about him. So you might have plans to run off and you come out of running and whatnot. They went at him so hard and everything was like he was gay. So it was like, yeah, they were gay Republicans, we know that. One comes in all the time. A whole bunch of them comes in all the time. All the gays. We don't hold that against them. We don't bring up his sexuality. But they was fixated on people's sexuality.
You're bleeding. I stepped off a curb and got clipped by one of those flight messengers. What did they say? Oh my goodness. Oh, that was awful.
Oh, did you say that happened?
Flight messenger. Knocked me down.
I actually can't believe this.
This guy is only filling. Do not watch this if you have megalophobia.
Rule number one of that.
My milkshake brings all the boys to the yard and they're like, it's better than yours, damn right, it's better than yours.
You probably talked about it. I'm late. What was the meeting between DTJ and the president of China about what was like?
Trade deal with the tariffs, and rare earth minerals, and then buy more American agricultural products. But you guys saw what happened. Trump did not know how to get off stage. He had another dementia moment.
In your moment?
Yes, he got a D moment again. But it's like, it's the left is not making a big deal. You know how much they had this shit in a loop every time Biden had a mishap. Fox and all the other ones just played that shit over and over again. And now Trump, in one trip, has a couple of D moments. And it's not being echoed on the left. They're not making light of it like the right was consistently making light of Biden's age and mishaps.
Schumer said he failed with that trip, right?
Yeah, Democrats too high road for me. They try to stay on the moral ground, but I think we need some pettiness. We need like a few, maybe a handful, maybe 5 of like hardcore. Fuck that. Let's fucking go hard. You know.
More Jasmines, couple more Jasmine Crockett's, right?
Yeah.
Like fixable.
Dude, Jasmine says it on the fucking record.
You know the weakness of the Republican, so the weakness of the MAGA movement is that they can be anybody. You could basically set them up with traps that bait them with like bribes, money, and shit like that, and really expose them for who they are.
Not anymore. Now they're all getting fucking pardoned, investigations shut down. All that shit's stopping. All they need to do is kiss the ring.
Yeah, if they keep replacing everybody that could potentially, rule against them. Like that building commission, that was fucked up.
Easiest way to get a permit. You fire everybody in the permit office.
Exactly. Why didn't everybody think of this earlier? This is crazy. This shit is, if there's one brilliant thing about this, it's just cutting through the bureaucracy, right? The red tape.
You know, all those norms America had that Trump is just fucking piercing and saying, fuck it, it's not a law, it's a norm. Fuck it, I'm not doing this shit. The first Democratic Congress that has control of all 3 branches should definitely pass every fucking thing should be enshrined in law. There shouldn't be any fucking norms. Because the next Trump that comes is going to be worse than Trump. Because they were like, oh, they already would have a playbook, they said. And they would definitely be worse. Just imagine if J.D. Vance comes into power. Have you guys read what Peter Thiel wrote? How Peter Thiel thinks? And he's J.D. Vance's acolyte?
Oh, you're talking about the Antichrist lectures before, once he did this for stuff?
Yeah. Peter Thiel talks about he doesn't live in democracy.
Right, yeah. It's just total totalitarian.
People don't want nobody to eat food. And by the way, if y'all hungry and you need food, we'll be set up tomorrow with the cloud-covered streets, and we hope to serve 3,875 people so folks can eat, wash clothes, and all of that. It'll be on the massive parking lot out there, and if there's another room, we'll move it to a football stadium so that people can have places to park and eat. There's is no excuse for people to starve and go hungry. We have reached out to endowments because we're not going to depend on the government to feed people. So endowments have stepped up to try to help feed folks and get them what they need. Thanksgiving meals, turkeys. We hope to pass out 865 turkeys to folks and got trucks and stuff loaded today so that all these people, the numbers I mentioned, will be able to have food on their table. So we'll be set up with cloud covered streets if you need to wash clothes, fold anything like that, blankets, anything like that, let us know and we'll wash that stuff for you, put it in the big washing machines and send it off. So yeah, we want folks to eat and have dry clothes. So we'll be there tomorrow from 9 o'clock Central till 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So you guys are more welcome to come on down to 3000 Galvez. We'll be passing out food, clothes, and everything else that you need for that. And if you need to sign up for utility assistance, community action partners, Dallas Fort Worth, we'll also help you keep the lights on. It's gonna get cold, and we'll switch that over for you so you'll stay warm as temperatures start to plummet out here. And we'll move the homeless and people into buildings so they will stay warm and not freeze to death as temperatures drop out here. So if you need assistance, call 211 Texas today and we'll help get you the assistance, food, and medical care that you need. We'll work right alongside 211 Texas so y'all can eat. So I hope y'all enjoy what we're putting together, and I think you guys will be able to have some food tomorrow. So we'll see you there Friday and we'll set up for you.
Shout out to Ashton.
Food. Hang on, we'll give you a gift card for the folks who didn't get a box. They will be able to get gift cards in case they do run out of food. You can go and get food somewhere. So those are all options for you. But stop by Cloud Covered Streets and we'll help you wash clothes and get those clothes dried for you tomorrow.
All right. Get up here, Mike. Let's fight. We got one, y'all. We got one. They said the room is too one-sided. Hold on. They said the room is too one-sided. Yeah, shout out to Ashton. We gotta let that breathe. All the things that you do, your organization, helping people, feeding people. Yes, we have to take care of the community. We gotta let that settle in. Give you your props. Appreciate you. Now let's fight. Mike, what's going on?
Yeah, I don't really understand how to fight it, but good evening everybody.
That mic got messages on there? Is this a new mic?
No, that's not what that matters. It's just you guys, all the work that
We got more than what you're talking about.
of course you got that need. Political issues aside, I just don't really understand why it's so hard to get this story back open, man. I mean, there's a lot of people out there that are not going to be able to school, a lot of people out there that are see, the situation that I expected. A lot of phone calls that I got here today about this particular subject. It's free. I mean, I'm on my phone. I'm working, thinking about this subject I do, but I
Is that our sick mic?
it's the same mic.
He ain't said nothing to do. It's the same mic. No, he ain't got no empathy. He just said open the government like it's for the Democrats to open the government. Your party is in charge. You didn't have to. You said only get the government open.
Yeah, we have
Well, then that would be new if you saying it's both sides.
But keyword on both. But both is both. So
Yeah, of course it's both, but the Republicans are in charge. But that's why you're willing to say both, which really means it's the Republicans.
Well, no, but you do need those Democratic votes. You definitely need those Democratic votes. So
They can open the government, Democrats. So
No, because that would set a very bad precedent.
Right. It's precedent.
The new talking point would be, well, the Republicans, they ran roughshire and we didn't get a chance to vote, even though,
See? Whoever that was who thought he changed, he ain't changed. He just came in sideways.
It's not about a change. No, it's not about a change. That's exactly the way that it would go. And by the way, if you did the flip side, the Republicans would be in the right to say the same thing. You want to have where you guys are able to chip in and vote and have your say. So that's the democracy. So there you go.
Question. There's a reserve that's about what, $6 billion, enough for maybe a month or so of SNAP benefits.
Nah, it's way more than that. But go ahead. I was just gonna bring that up. Go ahead. Yes, go.
Yeah, there's a reserve that the Republicans can easily release, so that way it can relieve some of this, the SNAP benefits and relieve some of this stress going through this government shutdown. This is actually allocated and earmarked just for government shutdowns. And they don't need the Democrats to move this forward, so they can easily release that. So why wouldn't they?
The $6 billion question. This is harsh.
He on mute now.
Yeah. I've been looking at that.
He's Googling it, maybe.
Yeah,
I've learned about it.
I've been looking at that for days. I brought it up in here several nights in a row about the earmark money, the emergency fund that SNAP has. It's there. It's been sitting, and guess what? It gets bigger. So I think it's more than the 6. I don't know the exact dollar amount, but there's more than enough. It can be released, as you said, Jeremy, without any partisan whatever I say, but the Republicans won't let it happen. Now that is just nasty work. It's just cruel. That's like stopping aid going into Gaza, right? Like, this shit's crazy.
Well, you ain't nothing you could do to make me percolate. But look at me.
That's a lie, man.
You can make me feel make me like I said, you were on mute. You came in the room sideways, and you hate to be called out, but I'm gonna always call you out. I'm going to always call you out.
Stop the cap.
All right.
What is the question?
Again, there are earmarked reserves, money put to the side for years in the event of a shutdown where SNAP can be funded and the Republicans are blocking it.
Trump specifically is on the record saying that he's not doing that yet. From what I understand, yeah, it's a
Okay, I didn't say Trump. I said,
but I did read somewhere here the last couple of days where he mentioned, I don't know if it was that specifically, but he was like, no, it's strictly whatever has to happen has to go through the bill. That's the only way that got sure.
He lied.
I mean, it's safe to say it's going to be a win for Trump. It's going to be a good light to shine on him. He does release that. But waiting till last minute, like if you use it like November 1st, after people go through all of this, isn't that kind of cool?
He's only going to do it if the judge makes him. A judge has to make a decision. He's not going to do it on his own. So the money is there. It's not run out. See, I thought it actually ran out or something. It was about to run out. But if the money is legally there and they're keeping it hostage, then they need to be sued or whatever, because that's not cool to have people hungry. Like I told y'all before, that line stretches back as far as the eye can see. It was thousands of people wanting and needing food to eat, and even us to feed this many people, we're gonna have to move stuff in a 165,000
square foot building, and it ain't that many of those buildings. You got me around here, so we'll find one that God said if we gotta buy it, we'll just buy the building, not rent. We want to buy a building. So anybody got a big building? Hey, we need one. So we can feed people and all that kind of stuff, and not have them standing outside. We want a building big enough to be able to have people inside and keep food moving. You know what I mean? We need to feed people. All this political stuff is so dumb, right? We gotta find the hands and feet of Jesus to start getting food and stuff in the hands of folks, regardless if you're Democrat, Republican, whatever. Hunger does not care about any of that. Hunger does not ask you what you are. Hunger reaches everybody. Doesn't matter. You're one paycheck away from not having a meal, amen, on your table. So folks can be the hands and feet of Jesus and start helping people that may need it, whether that be somebody who's poor, like the dude at Walmart that I helped that had a hole on the side of his pants the other day. Bought him brand new clothes. Of course, the security guard kept staring at me, but whatever. I bought the guy a bunch of clothes and food and all that. And the security guard told me, you don't know him. No, I don't. But I know that no one in here is helping either. So I helped him out and all that stuff. And the security guard, he kept looking at me as I was walking around buying stuff. Thing is, we got to help people, not just stand there and look at them. And I think a lot of times in society, instead of helping people, we just sit there and record them, laugh at them, or whatever else, without knowing their situation, or just assume that these folks want to be out here and homeless. No, that dude said, when my folks died, I lost the house. So some people ain't out here doing drugs and whatever else some Republicans think. Not all Republicans, but a lot of Republicans think that folks are out here just doing drugs and don't want to work. This stuff is not true. Okay? And if you're not out here, that's a fact. And if you're not out here being the hands and feet of Jesus, and you're not in the Count the Homeless Initiative program, and you don't know what's going on the ground, stop listening to what's on TV or internet, any of that. Go out here and start talking to people like Beautiful Feet, massive project out here. They're out here helping people get food tonight so that they can eat. They passed out 1,100 plates and fed people tonight, and they was packed to the ceiling. They're just packed around so people can eat, and we'll make sure you eat. So make sure you come on by. Beautiful Feet will help you, or we got you. We'll make sure y'all eat tomorrow and on the 1st. So come on by and we'll help you out.
When you're not telling people the name of your church, you keep saying, come on by.
Baptist Church, we will be helping out with that. You can come to 3,000 Galvez, Fort Worth, Texas Community Food Bank as well, and we'll stop by, help you get fed. We'll give you 2 banana boxes, you know those big old boxes, right? So we'll give you 2 of those. We'll give you clothes. We'll give you shoes and stuff like that. If you're cold, ask for a jacket in the back. We'll give you a jacket and winter clothes so you don't sit your butt out here in these elements and freeze tonight. We gave out 300 coats and jackets tonight for the folks who came to the church service and asked for clothes. So we want to make sure that you don't come outside this church and not have the right clothes. So we're making sure people don't freeze tonight. Temperature's going to plummet into the 30s. So these folks will be warm coming out of our doors. So if you need something, please come by 3,000 Galvez, Fort Worth, Texas, or Broadway Baptist Church, 305 West Broadway. We'll clean your clothes and get those clothes to you and make sure they are dry so you're not coming out here with pneumonia. We'll make sure that stuff is dry before you put the clothes back on. Let us know and we'll get it taken care of.
I wanted to read something really quick. It says the Trump administration needs to claim that SNAP benefits are not available for November because SNAP's contingency funds are not legally available to cover regular benefits. This stands in opposition to the law and prior practice, including by the Trump administration itself. The administration used its legal transfer authority, the same authority it already used, to provide additional funds, including WIC, to the Supplemental Contingency Reserve, which alone are not enough to fund families' full benefits for November. The administration must use all available options to fund November benefits for more than 1 in 8 people in the U.S. who need SNAP to afford their grocery bill. So they've done this before. Plain language of the law. Prior Trump administration practice, including as recently as a few weeks ago, the Agricultural Department, USDA, Livestock Funding Plan, which the agency was centrally on its website. So they took down the fact that they were able to do this from the USDA administration understand that contingency funds could be used for SNAP benefits during a shutdown. So there it is right there, guys. They even tried to hide it by removing it from their website, that there are contingency funds in the event of a government shutdown to fund the SNAP benefits.
Last part you just said, it kind of broke up. It may have been me though.
So I said that SNAP has contingency funds, and Trump even did it during the last shutdown in 2018 through 2019. They used those contingency funds, fund SNAP. His own administration did it before. This was on the USDA website, and they have since taken it down from the USDA website to just hide the truth from people.
Run out of money. They're just holding the money hostage. That is crazy. That ain't no
No, it's not that they ran out of money. Is that when the government shuts down, there's the contingency fund to fund it. Right? The government, there's one. Right? That's the best way I can put it.
Like an emergency fund. Like a reserve just to cover for like a month.
And one of the faculty members
Government shutdowns, I mean, the longest one is I think the one we're in right now. So as long as they got at least a month.
35 days. So we got another couple days.
The last one was longer than this one.
A month two would be enough to have like an emergency fund.
But cruelty is the point. The point is they have no intentions on doing anything for anybody. As a matter of fact, what did Trump say this past week? They're getting rid of what he called Democratic programs, which is basically FDR stuff. So that's Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, SNAP, WIC, all that. They just getting rid of it.
They don't want homeless people and all that, and they want to get rid of housing and all that stuff. You can't just put people out on the streets like that. That's crazy.
Madam Muppet, he don't give that's what they want to do. And then when you out in the street, they gonna put your ass in the field because they got rid of the immigrants.
You can't get rid of Social Security.
The emergency fund is what
I hope they don't. But
We pay in. Okay, I'm too sleepy. Y'all got it.
Listen, we know the rules, right? We know we pay into it. It's really our money. It's not their money.
No, I'll put it in the chat, but you can't get rid of Social Security. It might run out of money, but he can't get rid of Social Security. That is not the same thing.
The different method of having it. Is it going away? It's just a different method of doing it.
No, it's not gonna go. It's not gonna go away. In 2030, something like that, 2033. If we just leave it as is, the benefits will just decrease by about like 25-30%. So that's what's gonna happen. But all I have to do is change the cap a little bit, and it'll fund all the way through for like the next 75 years. So that's it. It's not gonna go away. It's already funded. Like already money in it.
Part of this though is according to their 2025 plan, the goal is to dismantle the government. So basically dismantle it down to the studs, because they know that if they dismantle, they lay off, if they purposely don't fund anything, then they will, when the Democrats eventually do come back into power, they won't be able to, within 4 years, be able to put any of this back together, and they'll have their people in place, and they'll have their judges in place. So in essence, they'll be able to, just dismantle everything. And then their goal is, as they nibble back into power, is to basically continue to tear things down. But this first thing has to happen so that they can tear everything down to the bones. The whole plan is based on the fact that they will get thrown out within 18 months of taking power. So they know that that's the case. Now they're trying to find ways around it by triggering war, triggering internal conflict that leads to martial law. They're trying to figure ways to game staying in power. But the point of what you're seeing, this is the feature and not the bug of what they're trying to do.
Then I agree. And then if Democrats regain power, they will blame it all on the Democrats that things are not working. It'll be the Dems' fault.
Exactly.
It always is.
Because that's nothing new. Every time the Democrats are in power, they don't get to stay long enough to correct things. They have to keep coming back and starting over.
Did y'all hear that call this morning on Earth and View? The truck driver said that white lady blamed the shutdown on him. And that man was like, y'all don't even know you. You a stranger to me. But he's like, no, you voted for this, and you about to suffer. To the death, they don't blame black people. And I saw the greatest analysis of SNAP beneficiaries in the country. And it used the top 100, they did it by counties. And then they did it by the total population in the counties and the percentage of the people in the county who receive SNAP benefits. And in order to get to a big metropolitan, big city talking point area, you had to go all the way down to like 89, which would be the Bronx. And the Bronx still had one of the lowest percentages at like 31%. But these rural 98% white counties are just dirt, dusty ass poor all over the country. And they're receiving SNAP benefits by pointing the finger at places like Los Angeles and DC, which aren't even on the list. I think the only big cities on the list was Baltimore and the Bronx. No other big city in the country is on the list. It's the top 100.
If you hate people of color, particularly black people and Hispanic people, that much, then the hate drives your voting behavior and it drives what you're doing. It has nothing at all to do with what's good for you. These are folks that are willing to harm themselves in order to harm us, which it doesn't make sense, but that's how some of these folks think.
This is why if you're a black person and you receive SNAP, don't get on the media. Don't put your face on the internet. Don't make a comment online. Because that's what they use. I saw a post this morning about that. They were trying to use pictures of a black woman and blaming all the recipients that are going to suffer on them. I'm like, no, it's y'all. It's you and your cousins, me, ma, and mama.
That we can do is deny them any and all media. If all they hear from our community is we're working, we're staying employed, we're going to the store and we're shopping, right? And then their whole narrative of who they think we are is broken. And then they start fighting amongst themselves. But they won't fight amongst themselves until we deny them what they want, which is us being on TV, us being in marches, saying about how unfair this is, putting our bodies on the line for everything. No, no more of us being the Democrats' foot soldiers anymore. If they need to figure this one out on their own, white folks started it. White folks need to find a way to fix their problem that they create.
Books are Anne's best friend. This company is passion fruit is known for its fresh aroma. This one was terrified. This is why men and women should never compete in wrestling.
Healthcare is going to increase by $1,000 because of a pedophile.
The question is, all this stuff is going on, but yet he's building a ballroom. That's his priority. Building a ballroom, golfing, everything, but actually doing his job.
Who's shocked by that? That's all part of the plan.
Well, shout out to the states. I read it early this morning. Many states are declaring a state of emergency, and they have a plan. Quick read from New York. Kathy Hochul declared a state of emergency for New York on Thursday, days before SNAP benefits and other assistance are set to dry out amid ongoing and historic government shutdown. The Democrat also pledged more than financial assistance, $65 million in new state funds to support food banks, soup kitchens, and more outlets trying to help families get emergency food assistance if it does halt on Saturday. So the governors are going to step up. Someone called it last night. The governors are going to start to sue the Trump administration. And big piece of Maryland to sue it.
And if people are hungry, there are restaurants in this area that have also signed up to help. The Taste in Fort Worth is a restaurant where people can go in and buy low-cost meals and stuff like that. I know the people who run that massive facility. So if people need to eat, you're more than welcome to, pay what you can afford. And a lot of that stuff will be written off on taxes there. Look up a restaurant called The Taste, Dallas, Fort Worth. So stop by there as well. We'll make sure you eat. Have a plate. We got you. We'll make sure you eat. At least I know where the food and stuff's at and all that kind of stuff. So if you do need help and you do live in this area, again, look up a restaurant called The Taste and 40 other restaurants that are helping people with low-cost meals, including CC's and others may help as well. So look for information for stuff like that. My pastor made that announcement tonight. So stop by that restaurant. They'll be open tonight until 9 o'clock. So they may have already closed. It's 9 Central. So yeah, they'll be open tomorrow. So stop by the Taste. We got you.
I bet you they won't Ashley to do the announcements at her church. Ashley, you do the announcements at your church?
I do the announcements and all that good stuff. Yes, I do. And people write it down.
I could tell. I can tell. You gotta get for it. You gotta get for it. I felt the announcements while you was reading.
People be like, man, you do good announcements. I do, because I'm clear, concise, and fast, and the information, people can write it down right there, and I put it up on big screen so folks can see it. And there are QR codes. We'll start putting QR codes on the back of the seats so you can scan it, and that information will come right up on your phone or tablet. You can also make an offering that way as well. Scan the QR code, and you got it all right there. We'll do it for you. Make sure you eat.
I love it, man. I love it. I can hear it. I feel like I want to go ahead and do start making an offering.
We gotta ask you the question. There are contingency funds that are not being released. fucked up that's filed.
Why would I help the Democrats stage a coup? Why would I make it easier for them to justify their coup? I don't think so. No. Withhold those funds.
They're hungry.
I know. The Democrats, you talking to the wrong person. I mean, listen, the JD Vance said it great today.
Let me say one more thing. Trump did this during his last administration. During the 2018 through 19, through those government shutdowns, they used the contingency funds to allow SNAP benefits to proceed. He did it, and then it was on the USDA website until recently, and they took it down. So you still say it's a coup?
It's a manufactured crisis. The Democrats today. This is what's crazy to me.
Yeah,
the Democrats could today, literally tonight. Wait, Devon, hold on. The Democrats could literally tonight pass the CR, and now the SNAP benefits are turned on. Why does the president have to expend emergency funds that are reserved for crises?
The funds are already there. It's not emergency funds.
No. They are set aside as emergency funds.
No, they're set aside for a shutdown.
No, it's not set aside for a shutdown.
That's exactly what the letter says.
Yeah.
It's set aside for emergencies.
No,
it's not set aside for shutdowns.
It's for shutdowns, TC. It is for shutdowns.
All right, let me see the government text. Where does it say that I don't want to hear what the article
I read it already. I read it already.
Put the link in the chat. I want to see the government site that says this is a set aside for government shutdowns.
They took it down. That's how nasty they playing.
You know, bottom line is the president and the Republican Party can utilize those funds to feed people. This isn't about politics at that point. They have the ability. They don't want to. So
but the Democrats, wait, JD, why doesn't the Democrats just pass the CR? Because the Democrats get in on right now.
And you still don't have no insurance?
No. Divine asked you that question first. No. So you can't come back and question. Divine asked you, why can't you just release the goddamn funds? So
I wouldn't provide any cover or aid to the Democrats. So they can
that's exactly how people like you.
Republicans are hungry too, TC.
But you want us to blame first.
Hold on. Let me have the back and forth with him. Okay, you're aiming hunger at one political party. Republicans are gonna starve too. They're not gonna be able to go get food. But I heard what you said. Why don't they just sign? At what cost? Do you know why they're refusing to sign, TC? I think you know why.
So the senators have come out and said they are willing to negotiate on health care. They're willing to negotiate on subsidies. They're willing to negotiate on the other agenda items. John Thune, the majority.
He's a
question,
John Thune, really?
Let me ask you a question, Devon. So
you gotta back up what you just said, because that's not a fact.
Well, that is a fact. John Thune said, okay, I'll give you the quotes from J.D. Vance and John Thune, okay, the president of the Senate and the majority leader, who said they are willing to negotiate on subsidies. They're willing to negotiate on health care. They're willing to negotiate on other priorities that the Democrats have that they're holding the government hostage on. But they're not going to do it with a gun to Americans' heads. It doesn't make sense, Devon. If you're going to say that these people are going to go hungry,
they're willing to negotiate, but there was a 13th vote today that still didn't pass.
Where's the Democrats?
Oh yeah, keep blaming Democrats.
It's not about blaming the Democrats. These are facts. Democrats have the votes. They will not vote with the Republicans to open the government.
Exactly, because we don't agree. You want us to agree with what you have in your budget, and we're saying we don't. So we're not going to agree.
It's the budget that the
You
Democrats
need to compromise now if you want to pass a budget.
You do understand this is the same CR.
You want us to just roll over. TC, you just want the Democrats to just roll over and play possum. Is that what you want?
This is the same CR that was passed when she.
No, we don't care about the CR. The reason why they're not because it's just a mere extension of the budget it's not. There's a specific reason, and they ask you why is it that Democrat does not want to vote for the CR because they want you to address something specifically in the budget, and that's the extension of the ECA subsidy.
Shut down.
No, you cannot tell a minority party what to do or how to play the game. The card that's dealt there. Because Trump initially said, we don't even need to negotiate with the Democrats. We don't even need them to do anything. But now you do. So guess what? Who should compromise now? But you gotta meet them halfway or something. You don't want to compromise. You just want them to roll over.
No, it's not about rolling over, because they can extend the CR for another 20 days, give the Republicans time to negotiate, and then hostage the government again if they have to. But at the very least, don't let these people snap benefits run out. That's the Democrats 100%.
Yeah, they can't. Because you can simply extend the contingency fund, make the contingency funds available, and staff benefits could be paid like they're done in the previous occasion.
Why? So that the Democrats can continue their bondage hostage negotiations?
It's not a bondage, because you guys have done the same thing when you guys were in the minority party.
Then what about the air traffic controllers? Are we going to pass emergency funding for them?
Well, you all need to. It's under your administration. You put in Americans' lives at risk by
Democrats that need to
not compromise it.
There's a filibuster-proof majority that's needed in the Senate to pass to get this funding. So which one are going to be winners and losers under these contingency plans that you speak of? Okay, great. So the women and children get their SNAP funds, but what about the air traffic controllers?
No, I got this. TC, this is where your inability to understand the Senate rules comes into play. The Republican Party could very easily suspend the rules.
We're not talking about the nuclear option, and I understand. Listen, Eric, I understand Senate rules.
Let her land, bro. Let her land.
Remember, TNTC know more about everything.
To change your rules and resolve the situation using only your votes. That has always been an option. That continues to be an option this very second. All you have to do is nuke the filibuster and pass it. Everything can get resolved tonight. You can call a vote, nuke the filibuster, pass it, and then you're good. But
and then you permanently and forever change.
Because if you do, your party will get the full thing that they're already taking in the polls. If you look at the polls, you guys are consistently underwater when poll after poll from YouGov down has asked the voters who is to blame. It has been the GOP who has been blamed. The numbers aren't on your side. You have the rules to change everything. The funding is there. This is a conscious choice to starve Americans.
Eric, what you're suggesting we do is nuke the filibuster on spending bills, which will forever disrupt the bipartisan rules that were created to ensure that both parties, or at least a supermajority, not a supermajority, but a supermajority in the Senate passes funding bills. Now, my question to you, Eric, is one second, Ashton. You have to talk to the Democrats about that. That's not the Republicans. The Republicans are trying to open the government.
Who are you trying to convince? Us or yourself? You're trying to convince yourself.
I want a response from Eric, if you don't mind. Eric, why would you completely dismantle the rules that would force the parties to work together to pass funding bills forever in the Senate? Why would you do that?
First of all, if the question is, we are beyond working together. Working together is done. All right. So now that we've determined the fact that there are two opposing forces fighting each other, right, and neither side wants to get, it becomes a team sport. If I were still a Republican operative, and thank God this president has beaten every last DNA of conservatism out of me, I would have advised Thune to just nuke it and pass it. Make life easier. The notion of bipartisanship is dead. This is a totally different environment, a new deal. This country is shifting in a radically different direction. where it's every party for themselves with no negotiation. So
this is what Thomas Jefferson warned against. This is what Thomas Jefferson warned against, okay? The tyranny of the majority. You already have a majority in the House. The deliberative body, the upper chamber, is supposed to be able to work things out on a bipartisan basis, which is why you have the filibuster in the Senate. And so if you do away with the filibuster, you've essentially rendered this country under the tyranny of the majority, which is exactly what Thomas Jefferson warned against. If I was a senator under John Thune, the Republican Party, Republican majority in the Senate, I would vote down a resolution to suspend the filibuster and suspend the rules.
What you want is capitulation by the minority party, and that's what you want. You want the Democrats to capitulate and to give up.
I prefer the word compromise.
It's not a compromise. A compromise is when both sides get something. In this case,
I think both sides can't get something. Why do you think that both sides can't get something?
There has not been one single trend in this Congress of Mike Johnson or Thune negotiating with anybody. It has been rammed through, and now they're stuck. My attitude is blow up the filibuster.
Remember, it was not ran through. Remember how you remember how the big beautiful bill got passed? Okay. Through reconciliation, but it was a negotiation between the Democrats and the Republicans to make sure that those tax credits and those tax breaks didn't expire. Remember how the
can pause the vote so that way he can negotiate with all these Republicans.
Remember how the Congress just passed and the Senate just passed on a bipartisan basis to push back against Donald Trump's tariffs against Brazil? That was bipartisan. That literally just happened a couple days ago.
See, my attitude is, at this point, you guys caused it. You guys are burning it down. You're the arsonists. We're going to stand back and watch the house burn. Because guess what? They're not going to blame the victim.
Oh, so you guys are being anarchists
blame
now.
the arsonist.
See, this is the virtue of the Democratic Party now. So the Democratic Party is no longer the party of the people. They're anarchists. They want to burn it down. They are anti-government, anti-establishment. They're anti.
Do you listen to yourself? Do you listen to yourself? I don't think you listen to yourself. You absolutely make no sense, CT.
Patty? That would TC. I don't know. It's a different acceleration.
No one is being heard with everyone talking at once. It's not edification for anyone. You said what you said multiple times. Elle came off the mic, I believe, when another gentleman did. Can you please let somebody else speak for a moment? Appreciate it.
So my issue with TC is that TC have the gall to literally say that Democrats want to destroy government, when literally Trump is closing down agencies. TC, do you ever think about what you say when you say it on the stage sometimes, or you just come on this around the stage?
If Eric is an accelerationist, you can call me a reductionist.
How about a good question? Someone that can just switch parties in an instant. Somebody with TC and say, "Hey man, we're gonna throw you a little few bucks and go ahead and switch over." TC, the fact that he can have that much rhetoric about the Democratic Party that quick, TC is a phony. He's a phony. Someone went in this man's back channel on Clubhouse and said, "Hey, do this for me," and he bended the knee because you all heard him in debate the newsrooms and all that. All his rhetoric against the Republican Party, against MAGA, now has completely dissipated, and now come on. All the shit that comes out of your mouth is bullshit. It's absolute bullshit. There is no back to it. He will never use a conscience. He will never use common sense. He will stick to the lines that was given to him in his back channel. It's bullshit. It's absolute. No one does that. How many people do you know just switch parties like that, and there's no agenda behind it? There's an absolute agenda behind it, because there's no way you just change your whole fucking lifestyle. JD, what you don't know.
someone could come here and talk about the party that even gave you the rights that you have today, the opportunities that you have today, right? If it wasn't for certain bipartisan laws that being passed, I mean, we wouldn't even be sitting here right now having this conversation. It's just crazy to me how some people come on these stages and clap for their oppressor. Clap for people that wouldn't pee on you if you was fucking. I'm not talking. I'm saying people. I didn't say your name. People, because there's numerous individuals that will come on here and talk so highly of a group of people that don't even really want to associate themselves with you. It's crazy. I just don't get it. Civil rights act. It's the culture. Okay, I'm not done. Okay, you can go on. All right, the Civil Rights Act of 1964, right? Bipartisan, led by Democrats. Like the fact that certain people's grandmother couldn't even open a bank account unless they had a husband sign for them, right? These liberties that we enjoy, right? The fact that we're able to get into higher education and access to better education, bipartisan, led by Democrats, and then you want to just shit on that whole thing and say that these people want to burn the government down. It's just pure insanity. It sounds a bit self-hatred, if you ask me. With that, I'm done.
Listen, I believe that self-independence, hard work, dedication, persistence, tolerance, okay?
You just filibustering now. You just throwing shit out there.
No. I'm telling you the culture. I'm sharing with you the culture that informs my beliefs. Okay, these are principles. These are the value. Hold on 1 second. These are the value systems that are not just divine ones. Can I respond to Delvine, please?
Yeah, you really can. But let me ask you one question. I'm sincere. I've listened to you for over a year now. I saw you on Debate the News, or I see you on Chatter. I see you here. I see you all the different places. You say the same thing over and over again. You want to enlighten us. You say the same thing repeatedly. You do not debate the way that you used to. When you were for the Democrats and you were on the Democratic Party, you were more effective. I guess I'll say. Do you ever listen to yourself? Go back and listen to replays. Sir, just listen to me for a second. I'm saying this to you with sincerity. You are saying the same thing, and you are the center of this room right now when the mic should be passed around. And it's not being, because you're just barking. You're just saying the same thing over and over. My God, it kills a room. Let someone else talk. Let's bring up another topic. You have beat this horse to fucking death, and it's lived, and it's been beat to death again. Just plain stop.
Well, I don't have a problem going on mute, but what I will do is I will.
You literally have a problem going on mute.
I'll defend my position. I've been on mute a long time.
We know.
I literally came into the room to learn something today.
Breaking news.
One mic, go Lisa. One mic, go Lisa.
This kind of stuff. Okay, so now, there's a big social media, I don't know if it's a rumor or whatever it is, that once this thing, they stop getting their benefits on the 2nd, that people are just going to start running into Walmart and start running out with food. So Walmart is addressing media rumors that it will close stores when SNAP benefits lapse. Oh, hold on. I don't want that. Hold on, you guys. So they're actually pushing back against the false social rumors, claiming that it will close the stores. It says that what it's going to do, they will continue to be open for business, and
like curbside.
Yeah, and hold on, let's see, the bookies met threat towards Walmart. Hold on, y'all, I just lost my space. Dang it. Okay, yeah, they're saying that they're going to do curbside, but they're not going to allow. And if people are coming to the store, remember in the COVID days when they only used to let like 3-4 people, in like little pockets come in at a time, because they don't want this situation to destroy their business. Because they had a TikTok user who attracted 1.1 million views, and about them running into the store. I would be concerned too. This is not only bad to promote running in the stores and running out with groceries. It's also very dangerous to be in them stampedes. If you've been in those like Black Friday stampedes, this would be worse. Just to have people running in, throwing in groceries in a basket, and trying to run out. So I don't advocate for that because they're like what's her name? Her church is feeding. Plus, she said there's restaurants who are offering to do table foods at the end of the day. If there's going to be that kind of situation where we can't get, we meaning all of us, then they probably will give you the food. To tell you something, and it's really the truth. The food that is approaching expiration, and there's nothing wrong with the food that's approaching the store expiration, that food every single night is gathered together, and they can easily give that food out. There are a lot of things that they can do for free to help people. So don't think you have to put your life, my life, and then go to jail in jeopardy. Let's be calm about this. The Republicans want you to panic. They want chaos. You know why? Because Donald Trump has started a little militia within the National Guard, and what they're going to do is respond to crowd control. They're being trained to go out immediately and respond to sparks and little things going on within cities. In any city, like a rapid response thing.
Yes,
so,
500 per state, Lisa.
Yes, sir. I saw that. Did you see that? Yeah. So be careful.
My wife told me earlier that women are being told do not go to the supermarket alone because there's threats of, get that single mom, get her food, rob her.
Going out to my father, he go by himself when he's older.
Wow, that's pretty sad.
I'm like, nah, let me know. Hey, now you know all these optics is the reason Trump got, voted out the first time because of what happened during the pandemic. And the crazy thing is, that was all caused by a pandemic. His poor handling of it, but we all know it was a pandemic, right? It was unprecedented. Now here we have a person in administration who is causing this fucking happening. Like, this shit's looking worse than damn pandemic. And the thing is, it's 100% preventable, and it's 100% being, put into motion by one fucking party. So, it's a fucking mess, And like I said, if you can actually sit back and think that what the fuck is going on is okay, like I said, I'm not even gonna mention this thing. I don't even know what it is to deal with that with this person on the stage. But bottom line is, this should be enough. It was enough during the pandemic for people to, have a real. And this shit is getting worse. And the more, and we're only in year one. The next 3 years, what is it gonna look like?
Oh, that's scary.
Folks coming up and we've always told people anyway to walk in groups and everything, even at night on that big parking lot, folks walk in groups anyway, but at the store, if folks out here thinking they gonna rob somebody out here, you got something coming, because somebody gonna open up on you in that parking lot. I told somebody, I don't think you're gonna run up and rob me. I'm gonna open up on you and help you meet your maker, because I'm gonna keep my food. You know what I'm saying?
It's not. Come on, you guys.
Ashton is in Texas. Texas is a stand your ground state.
Nobody asked you about stand up. We're talking about kids. Can I just finish? Okay, can I just say this? There's already going to be enough. I know that somebody's trying to rob you. It's not a good thing, you guys. But why are your first reaction, like there's something going on in your cellular activity, is violence? It's like no one's going to rob anybody. We're going to pray to God. And these are religious people talking right now. Just pray to God. That's what I'm doing. And hope that I remain safe. But just everything, I'm blast you in the face. I'm going to put it, I'm going to say it to your maker. I'm going to send you home. This is all, that's what these maggots like to do. That's what these trumpets like to do. Just pray to God for your safety first. And then if you do get in that situation, then of course you have to protect yourself. But, I would never like to listen to you guys. Yeah, God, God got you. God got you. I can't even think of your name. I'm so tired. Ashton. God got you.
You know what I'm saying? I'm a female still, and I don't, I ain't fighting nobody. My folks say
somebody, you don't need to. If somebody is attacking you, then you respond with equal force, right? Right? Is that how it goes?
But the thing is, you may not, you don't have to run out to the gun shop and get a gun. And I'm not telling people to do that. But as with females, you do need to be able to watch your surroundings and stuff. Because around Christmas time, it was dudes out here robbing folks and stealing them come out of Macy's and stores. And they would come up, 4 dudes, and they would surround people. Well, they surrounded the wrong woman, and she opened fire on them because they was 4 men and one of her. And so the state couldn't help them. They tried to rob that woman, and that woman killed one person. So, their family was crying and everything, but the state said, sorry, we can't help you. You tried to rob and surround a female. So I do advise people, yes, follow laws applicable to your state. Do not use violence unless applicable, meaning if somebody's trying to do that, the state has already told us and has come out there and has spoke to us and said you have the right under these laws, and they post the laws so that you know that you have the right to defend yourself in a parking lot. If someone's trying to surround you, you have the right to open fire if that person is facing you. If they flee, you cannot chase, go after. There are laws that you follow. Those laws are kept on my refrigerator and on my door. So before I open that door, I know what the laws are and what I'm shooting and why. If I don't know those laws, then you probably shouldn't have a gun if you don't know the laws of your state. Understand the laws of where you live, and then you can go out here and safely own a weapon. Is that right?
Absolutely. I just want to shout out Dr. Jen. It seems she chased ET up out of here. And she's absolutely right. I've shared many a stage with him from here to over there across the street on the other app, and yeah, it is getting a little bit old. But I just want to say, life happens for people, and yeah, they may end up at a job where there might not be much upward mobility, but they're working, right? And they may have had a child, and things don't always go according to plan. And having a child is a blessing. So I just can't take when people want to knock someone because of the road that they're on. And yes, sometimes it is that road less traveled, right? And so yeah, all right, somebody works at Walmart. At least they're fucking working. At least they're not bashing your mom's over with a 40-ounce bottle and taking her fucking purse, right? So you can't knock someone because of the position they're in. They're trying, right? Yes, you don't think they know they got a fucking dead-end job? Maybe they didn't get the best grades. Maybe they weren't college material. Maybe they got pregnant at 18. Like, I just don't understand it. But cool, it's not for you to have the empathy. I'm not going to say sympathy. I say empathy. That's being able to put yourself literally in someone else's shoes, or knowing someone like that and understanding what they've been through and why they are where they are in life, instead of kicking them while they're down. Shit is nasty work. I'm done.
No, that's Devon. Just because someone's working in Walmart, you don't know what else the fuck they got going on in their life. They could be in school. You know what I mean? People have side hustles, man.
But where do people shop if we're supposed to be in a boycott against Target, right? If Walmart may not be a safe space to do shopping, right? And we're supposed to be boycotting Amazon, so that we're limiting the income they're getting in. Like, at a certain point, where are we supposed to go shopping? Because at some point, you have to go to the store. I get paid tomorrow. I got to go grocery shopping.
Farmers market.
Where am I going?
Local market.
That's the answer. In what area? Yeah, absolutely, Asian. That's it. It's farmers market's a great option, yeah. But even Aldi's, I know that may sound like Aldi's, but yeah. But from what and that's correct me if I'm wrong, but that's someplace that you can shop where the money isn't going to smart Trump. Just about everybody has Aldi's now. But Walmart is one of the major ones that we should be boycotting as well. And Lisa's talked about it before. I really hope that I'll post a link to it's called Blackout something. I'm gonna find it and post it in the chat. But they're asking that other than, I hope that everyone takes part of it. during the blackout time, because our money, that's how we speak. That's really our vote in between. And so while we're preparing and doing all the other things that we're doing, that's what we need to do. But Walmart is one of the worst places that you can go. And I know it's hard. I know that it is. But there's also websites that are giving you like black-owned businesses where you can buy online. There's it's been I used to buy on Amazon all the time. It was a transition. I had to find those places too, but they are out there. But that's our job to do, is to find them.
Local. I mean, you have local butchers, you have people, cobblers, and all.
They're rare, but they're out there.
Stuff. It's out here. During the pandemic, I was able to find a butcher. I was able to find a farm to buy eggs when people had the issue. Something happened with eggs or something. I don't remember what it was, but eggs were low and whatever else. So I went local, and I have all those folks still in my directory, and I just buy local, so I don't have to, shop at a Walmart or an Aldi's and all that. And if you're in states where they have large farming, you may be able to go to the actual farm on Saturdays and Sundays, and they'll give you a big brown bag, and whatever you can fit in those brown bags, they weigh it and they sell it to you right there off the farm, from potatoes, tomatoes, you name it. Okay, so that stuff is out there. Get on up there on Saturday mornings and Sundays and get what you need. Onions, radishes, and all that is up there. Opalee also has a massive farm. If folks want to come on up there, pick some stuff and put it in your bag, that is also available for you. Or if you need one small plot, you can also grow small plots of food and things like that. So there are ways that we make sure that you have, our church is looking at buying a lot of land so people can have plots and things like that. Even grow vertically indoors. They talked about buying shipping containers and welding those together so people can have food year round and grow in that hydroponic type way of doing stuff. So we're trying to come up with innovative ways for folks to eat, but we need the space and we need the land. And if we can get that 155,000 square foot building, now we're cooking with something, and we'll be able to feed a lot of people, and we'll need a lot of land, about 50 acres, and we'll be able to put lots of plots on that land so y'all can eat. That is our goal, is to make sure we have farm to fresh food on the table, and I think this is the way to do it so that everybody can have food growing right in your backyard, right there. Here we feed you, we eat, make sure you eat. Ain't nobody who went hungry around us. We do make sure you have food.
I live in Minnesota, so we are at the end of our growing season. Our harvest is in, and so from this point on, we don't have that regular harvest now coming in like we do during the summer, where there's regular sweet corn and tomatoes and strawberries and those types of things. That product now is in, and our fields put to bed.
Move it indoors. So you didn't move the harvest. You didn't move the stuff indoors in a massive building so you can grow it inside.
That's not how farming works up here in Minnesota. We do have indoor farming, but primarily it's fish. So we grow a lot of fish indoors. Old silos and stuff are converted into, to basically grow fish. That's kind of what we do here during the winter. Is you'll see fish, you'll see chicken, you'll see turkey. Of course, we always have cows going on up here. But our main products, we don't. You can't do many of our products indoors. They have to be done outdoor at scale.
We do have bushel. I'm in Minnesota too. We do have bushel boy tomatoes.
That is true.
That's grown indoor year round.
Well, there's also that lettuce company too.
I'm sorry?
There's a lettuce company that grows what they call living lettuce. So basically, it's grown hydroponically. They contain it. You buy the plants. You got two options. You can just eat it, or you can put it in water, hopefully with some nutrient liquid in there, and it'll consistently grow. And then you just eat a few leaves off of it. But to really make it work for you, you need to have a large shelf of plants going during the winter in order to be able to eat off of it on a regular basis.
We do. We run large heating pipes that run up underneath all of that stuff. We blow hot air in there, keep the plants and stuff from freezing and all that. Then we take that stuff and cover all that stuff at night, and something looks like sheets, keeps the plants from freezing over and all that. You can do it, okay? And temperatures here have gotten as cold as 2 degrees, and the stuff did okay when we blew that hot heat into that area there. And then on top of that, we had a massive greenhouse that covered all of that in the shipping container. So that doubles keeps the heat double in there. So I don't know what buildings or what y'all are using. We have to change the way you do that if you're trying to feed a lot more people. You have to buy a greenhouse or a massive 155,000 square foot building. If you got something like that, I think you can really make it happen. I don't know what y'all have up there in Minnesota, but find a very large building. You'll need something 2 stories so you can grow something upstairs, and downstairs can be used for something else. But yeah, however you want to set it up, that's the size building you're gonna need.
I think Michael can vouch for this. It gets a little colder than 2 degrees up here. Like where our numbers go negative, like really negative.
In June. I spent a lot of time. Listen, I spent a lot of time in Minneapolis because I was at Prince's place all the time in Chanhassen. I literally went out in June one time after an after party. It was like 3 or 4 in the morning. I saw my breath when I spoke. That's how cold it was. But Ashton, I hear you, but not everyone does have that ability. What you do have the ability to do, however, is find out, local stores, whatever, even smaller chains, if they, who owns them, who they're being run by, where the monies are going. I have the link in the chat for you to find that. There's a place called Sprouts. Don't like it. I'm figuring out who they, because I used to go to, I fully admit, I was a Whole Foods girl. And when Amazon took it over, it went to food. It's not been the same since. The food's not the same. It's a little lousy.
Stop.
What? I'm just confessing.
I don't shop
It's true.
for Whole Foods, but I don't know what you guys are missing out on. What's missing?
Whole Foods went to crap. What after
Amazon? That's your personal opinion, but okay.
So you really don't see a difference in the produce or anything?
Well, not where I shop, but it could be possible. But they also have I'm just trying to help people with the food, because I'm just trying to figure out how we're gonna do an upstairs, downstairs warehouse with growing. I don't think we'll be able to accomplish that in the amount of time. Maybe down the road in the future, we need to start doing that. But as of the next 30 days or so, you know that Whole Foods has
I know somebody who
Whole Foods has a baby store called what is their brand name? What is
365?
Yes. Have you seen the 365 stores?
I have not. No.
Okay, so they have it's their brand store, right? And they're for people who I don't want to say can't afford Whole Foods, but it's just a cheaper version. They sell all their brand in there. Plus, they have everything you would find in Whole Foods, but instead of finding the other brands, they only feature their brand. It's really a cute little store, boutique, whatever. Everything is in there, you guys. 365. You have to Google it. If you like Whole Foods, but to each his own. I don't like Sprouts. It's creepy in there.
Yeah, I don't like it either. I'm not feeling it. And everything. Yeah, I'm not feeling Sprouts either. Fresh Market. I do like Fresh Market. I don't know people, but that's pricey too. I mean, I really do that.
Fresh Market. Is that like a all organic store?
You don't have a Fresh Market?
Not to my knowledge. I have to look around. They probably have one in New York.
Yeah, just being in the fresh market is like an experience. It's like you're in a,
Is it like expensive, organic? What is it?
Well, they have organic. It is an upscale store. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to try to find one.
Lisa, there is one in Brooklyn. That's the only one I know of in New York.
Oh, Brooklyn.
I've seen it in Brooklyn.
Okay, you gonna go over there for me, maybe?
I'm in DC this week. I'm in DC this week, Lisa.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna check out.
You know me, I'm bipolar.
Yeah,
that's true. You are. But we need to think of. That's what I was trying to. While you guys are talking, trying to troubleshoot in my brain because this is real, and it's going to happen, and I'm just trying to figure out other ways. I don't know what else to say. And then you know what I saw, which was interesting, you guys, and I'll try to be quiet. I did try to go to what is it now, Dollar General, whatever they're calling it, and I'm telling you, everybody was taking every bag of bean, rice, canned food. I just said, okay, I can't let it go. I mean, just literally like those pinto beans, people were like getting 5, 6, 7 bags of them, and then the rice, because they're like what, $3 in the dollar store, something of that nature. But yeah, they were wiping that store out. So good luck with that too. That's an option.
I already got mad beans in my freaking house.
You got mad beans?
Mad beans and rice already.
Yeah. So maybe you guys with all these recipes, coming from the places that you come from, I know it sounds corny and whatever, but I only know how to make it one way. Maybe you guys should share how your mom makes it or your grandmother makes it. So I can't eat beans every day. I'm gonna go crazy. I'm literally gonna go crazy.
Eat black beans, red beans, kidney beans, pinto beans, lima beans.
That's so many beans. Oh, my stomach is
green beans, collard greens.
You don't have to eat beans. You'll get chicken and all that over here. No beans. You don't have to eat no dang on beans and all that. You'll get steak, chicken, shrimp, and all that good stuff down here. And so you don't have to.
I can't fly to Texas just to eat some chicken and some shrimps.
Man, we got black Angus steak too as well. We'll give you good cuts of meat. You go to the butcher with me. You go to the butcher. Well, look here. Go to the butcher. He'll give you. I'm sorry, I can't repeat that again.
Steaks. Are you giving them away free?
Yeah, because people they're not getting food stamps.
You will sell that at a reduced cost on Saturdays, and you get your cut. You'll see them make your cut. Some people don't like when the stuff is cut, so if you don't like that, just pick your cut, and the butcher will take that back. And you can have weigh that cut.
Cassie's right in the chat. Wegmans is definitely the #1 grocery store.
Who?
Wegmans.
Yeah, I've never heard of that before.
That's my grocery store.
That's where you go.
It's yeah, we have it in Maryland and Virginia.
Red Miss?
Wegmans.
Oh, Wegmans. Oh, yeah.
It's actually from the Northeast, actually.
No,
I think it's from
heard
Rhode Island or Maine.
Yeah, I've heard of
Wegmans. Like if the cousin shit like that. I was talking about New York.
Yeah, just to understand you, but Wegmans.
It's the best supermarket in the world.
Oh, wow.
It's the #1 supermarket in America, too. And I've lived in I've lived in 9 states, and yeah, Wegmans definitely takes the cake.
The prices aren't bad for what they have to eat. What do you think, Emil? The prices aren't too bad compared to for what they have to eat.
No, yeah, I mean, you pay a little bit more. For instance, like when I did a comparative analysis, like I say Wegmans versus Harris Teeter when I lived in Virginia, Wegmans was just a little bit more priced, a little more expensive. But I like Wegmans because they have a wine store in the supermarket. So therefore, I used to go there and buy my wine.
They got restaurants within there too. You got like
and they have a restaurant. Yeah, you can go out during the seafood section and pick out what you want to eat, and they'll cook it right there for you.
You guys
it's kind of pretty cool.
What happened to beans and rice?
I get all my groceries from Costco and Aldi. That's where I get my stuff.
Shout out to Al.
Who said that?
So my wife only buys meat from Wegmans. My wife doesn't want meat from anywhere else but Wegmans.
Question: What is Wegmans? And I know you talk about the meat, but is it like going to an actual local local butcher where the your big cows are hanging up on these big, huge racks.
It's a grocery store. It's a grocery store, but it has a lot of different foods and different stations in there. You can have the sandwich shop. You go to Asian. You can go, wings. You can do Italian. There's a lot of different things you can do right there.
Pick out different things. It's kind of like HEB is also a very good grocery store. A lot of HEB buys local, and a lot of their stuff is fresh. It's beautiful. They've got fruit and other stuff from places like Hawaii and just some beautiful cuts of meat. They get from our state here and parts of New York have good meat up in New York as well. So parts of this country, instead of getting dang on beans, see if you can get some meat and things like that. Your Black Angus steak is a really nice cut of meat. Get that.
Actually, people are not getting paid right now, and people that get the food stamps are going to lose the food stamps.
I know.
Who's going to buy this steak?
Who can afford that? I can't afford the Black Angus right now because regular steak at Whole Foods is $27 a pound. So how am I gonna do Black Angus?
Well, gets a smell of plate.
Ashton is a secret billionaire.
So something's going on.
Down the street, down the corner back here, he cuts the meat up here on Sundays.
How are they gonna pay Ashton?
She said it's free. Free.
I don't know. It's cheaper to buy local, it seems to me. And I do buy a lot of meat local. In most states should have some kind of butcher. Some states should have something that is local. Even a cobbler. I needed custom shoes made. There's a cobbler around. So you can get this stuff local if you're really willing to look for it and write it down. I have 73 places written down.
Money, Ashton, is what I'm saying. It's not free.
No, sweetheart, it's not free, but it's certainly better than getting stuff from Walmart. Have you seen
I could not be getting custom shoes, y'all, till we get over Black. Dr. Jen was trying to tell you guys about Black Christmas. None of us should be, it's up to you guys personal, whatever, but the whole goal is not to shop at all. Thanksgiving all the way to January the 31st. So I don't know. It's up to you guys. It's called Black Christmas, and don't buy anything. So just to throw off the big box stores and the projection of what they think they're gonna make, because there was a projection. I'm gonna be quiet. There was a projection that last year the average family spent $800 and something odd dollars, and this year they're projecting that the average family is gonna spend $1,200. I don't know where they're coming up with that because I'm not even spending $2.50. So I don't know where they're coming up with these projections.
I got turkey on layaway. I've got like 8 or 9 left.
You said 8 or 9 pages left? Oh, that's hilarious. Nothing wrong with that, brother. Nothing.
Turkey on layaway. Eat your trunk.
Instead of buying nothing, how about buying from local independent stores?
But if you don't have any money, don't feel bad if you don't have any money. Don't stress yourself through your credit cards. But if you have the means, yeah, why not? Local, small business. Yeah, that'd be cool.
You go in there, the people in those small businesses, their name, they even give you a discount. One business gave me $100 gift card because I shopped there how many times, and they punched this card, whatever it is. Yeah, it's not bad. Some businesses, hell, even have drawings. One guy won a stereo. I'll take that, thanks. So there are ways that businesses get you in the door, and if they're local around Christmas and stuff, some of those businesses, especially Black-owned businesses, have really, really good deals. Johnny's Chicken and Waffles, they had a really good deal around Christmas. Buy one plate, get one free or something like that. So there are ways that local restaurants and businesses are trying to get you in the door. And I told one guy, I'm glad you got me in the door. He was a cobbler, and so he made some shoes, some insoles that I needed for my foot because I had surgery. And so he was able to custom make what I had asked for. So there's ways to get what you need. And it doesn't have to be expensive. I mean, you get a pair of shoes made for $375, which is the price of some Jordans. No, I just would rather have custom shoes. I don't know Jordans. I want my own shoes, and he made them, and they are nice. Better.
I wish I had $375 to spend on shoes.
What, dude? You said $1. Well, I didn't hear you. What'd you say?
I said I wish I had $375 to spend on shoes.
Go out and spend $1,000. I'm saying, I'm not trying to make people feel. Is that I don't know, because I used to be homeless and had nothing, and so I've come made a lot better for myself. But $300, I'm not saying go spend $1,000 on the latest sneakers, right? We're saying something custom made specifically for your foot is what I'm saying. And so I don't know if custom made stuff or suits or any of that, you have your suits tailored or you have them hanging off you. You don't want that. So the clothes are tailored and they fit your body. That's what I'm
saying. What about Family of Five?
You get them all custom shoes, suits.
From Payless, right?
Boy, and as you're walking up to the person Payless, can you customize them?
Absolutely no Payless, no sir. This stuff is not Payless.
Ashton, we're talking about hard times. We are talking about hard times, and you talking about steaks at $400 pair of shoes.
Yeah, people survive.
Does anyone know about Rob's?
I didn't know that was high. I'm not saying go out and spend $2,000 on a computer or something. I'm saying
have $500 to spend, Ashley. Average American don't have a pot to piss in right now. You're singles, you alone, you have families they can't feed. And you talk about steaks, come on, man.
Money.
Cereal, milk, and bread, that's $500 right there. I mean, you want like water, that's another $2-3 grand just to drink water. I mean, it's food and just if I could order all my food on Temu, I would. Just so I didn't have to pay like half of my income just to eat.
What is What is Temu and Shane? What is that?
Temu is a Chinese company where you can basically buy things for cheap, and these are the same companies that make stuff for all of the brand name companies. They're just trying to sell off their excess supply. Right now, they're not as cheap.
Eric, I have a manufacturer in China if you need some stuff made.
I just need a pair of shoes.
I can buy some for clothing, I'm saying, for mostly like clothing, hats, whatever.
Looking it up, it looks like it's not good quality here. I don't know much about it, so I can't speak on Temu or whatever. It just doesn't look like good quality stuff. And even if you look up sports stuff, I don't even know if the stuff is licensed. What are you buying? It don't even have the signature of the NFL.
Yeah, I don't mean to interrupt Ashton. I think maybe he was joking because you can't buy food on Temu. I have a girl.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's like he said. This is really low price products, and I have a girlfriend that buys things on there all the time just for the fun of it. Because I know you spend a will, get a discount. I have no idea, but she buys things on there, but they're not high quality. The majority of them, that's from what I understand. But I think he was making a joke with that. So
Bye.
Eric, listen, have you guys heard of Too Good To Go? It's an app that connects. Yeah, I think that's a great service, right? Like, there's so much food waste that happens, and to be able to take that food that's perfectly good instead of put it in the garbage, to allow people in need to be able to connect and get it for, like, pennies on the dollar. I think services like that are huge and desperate.
What was the name of the app you said?
Too Good To Go. Yeah, so restaurants and stores, the food that's left at the end of the day when they shut down, they basically allow people to say, hey, I'm just going to pay $7 for a mystery bag. And then you go to the store at the end of the day when they're closing up and you grab that bag and you get like $40 worth of food for $7 because it was all the stuff that is perfectly good. But
Can I ask you something? If I came in there with $100 or whatever and bought all the food that they had left over, they would let me do that? I'm serious. Like, come on.
Not all of it, but like he said, they're going to give away a mystery bag. They just put a big ass bag and they'll charge you for a flat price for it. Just pick it up. And this is like, semi-expired, but it's like, when something's expired, it's not really expired, right? So it's still good food, but they just have to technically just like discard of it. But instead of doing that, they'll just give people a discount.
some of it's even like, some of it's a bakery shop, right, with all the stuff they bake that day, but they don't sell the old stuff, so they give it away at pennies of the dollars, or a restaurant that still has, a whole bunch of chicken or whatever. So it's not even like, necessarily expired stuff. It's stuff that was made that day fresh, but it's just the store's closing, so they'd rather get, 10 cents on a dollar than throw it out. And more often than not, there are tons of food that's being thrown out across, North America every day. So it's like apps like that are just a brilliant idea, because not only do you get rid of the food waste, but you're also, providing, totally quality food to people.
There's a local Chinese restaurant I used to go to last place I lived, and at 8 o'clock, right like 30 minutes before they actually closed, they would just, give it to you for hella cheap, or even just like make you a plate, just like, hey, just take it, because like if you're a regular there, they just want to help you out. So yeah, be friendly, man. Be friendly.
And there is something to be said about that, Jeremy, because just real quick, Ashton, I'm sorry. I used to get, when I used to work, I was working at a private practice, but I also worked at, it's called behavioral support services. But I would get food, and they would give it to some companies won't, because there's a liability issue. That they will give. There were a lot of companies that would give food, and it was even like some of it was a day old, what have you, but it was food. And so if you want to donate and you don't have the money to come out of your pocket, think about calling places and just asking them if their day old food, if they'll let you pick it up and take it to a food shelter or where have you. So it doesn't necessarily have to come out of your pocket if you don't have the resources to do that, because I understand not everyone can do that. So I just want to throw that out there as well. It's a real thing. They'll do it.
Yeah, there's some companies, I know, like some McDonald's are part of, and I'm sure other fast food restaurants, they get rid of their waste every day. Kind of nasty process, and I saw a couple videos on it. So they'll literally grab the waste, and they put it in plastic bags, they freeze it, and then the company that comes and picks it up, they bring it to a homeless shelter, but they grind it. They literally mix it all up, so there'll be like eggs and, biscuits and muffins. It is that, but I mean, hey, people gotta eat.
That's not a problem.
That's what they grind it up into like a mush and they serve it, but I mean, still, it's good food. It's not how you and I would eat it, but
it's just a scramble.
There you go.
We're not gonna serve. Look here, man. Can I say something to you? That sounds like something straight up out of prison. That ain't never gonna be served at our door.
Y'all rich ass. Not everyone got it.
We're not.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm just.
When we were talking.
Hold on. We're not eating, brother. This isn't fair. You're taking food sloshed together as if people are pigs. That is not an order.
Ashley, I got it. I got it, but you're taking that out of context.
So people are hungry. I don't know exact reason why they do it. There's a reason they do it. So I don't know the exact reason why they do that. It may just be it preserves, but I don't know.
Freeze dried so it's frozen. They may are preserving that food. I'm just thinking to myself the way you described it when we would work with Aramark, and when we still do, and they're one of the largest in the country. We also work with the State Fair of Texas and picked up several tons of food from the State Fair. So there are ways that we are feeding people, and we passed out that food, 14 truckloads of food went out the door, and that was thousands of pounds of food on 18-wheelers. So there are ways that we are trying to get food for people to eat. And when the State Fair shut their doors, they called folks with pickup trucks and 18-wheelers, and folks, came and got that food. Nothing goes to waste. We also the Blue Zone Project, a massive project that stretches across this region. They are also making sure that people eat. It is horrible that everything is a political game. I've even given money so that people can have something to eat, right? So it's not just keeping, it is helping those folks. And thank you to the State Fair for allowing us to get all the food that we could load in our 18-wheelers. So I'm really grateful for that. Look that up, folks. The State Fair will even feed you their food, and it's packaged, not ground up in a mush. They're going to give you the food in a nice condition, and it's air sealed and stuff like that. It's a beautifully plated.
And you guys do that. And you guys do that every day, Ashley? So people can come there every day and do that?
Well, we come and pick up the food when the State Fair concludes. They have table. You can look it up.
I got that. But I'm saying, do you guys do that every single day?
We have a center there at the food bank. Community Action Partners also partners with the utilities and community food bank, 3,000 gallon beds. We do that Monday through Thursday from 9 to 1 o'clock. Monday through Thursday from 9 to 1 o'clock. So, and then on Fridays is the day that we reload all the shelves. So yeah, we do that consistently almost every day. Yes, sir. Monday through Friday.
And then let me stop, because you're doing a good thing. I was going to take it to a level I don't need to. So, no, appreciate it.
We're making sure people eat, and the folks who need that food, we make sure it doesn't go to waste. That food is also dated with the correct dates and stamped so that people know exactly what they're getting, and the food that is not good. Of course, that food is ground up and sent over to farms, and that's fed to pigs. We're not feeding mixed up food to people. That food is sent off to animals. We feed people the good stuff the animals get, what they should eat. We're not going to do that to them, all right?
Damn, man, you dragging us. Damn. Hey, people, you know what? It sounds terrible, to us, and I would wish better that people wouldn't have to eat that, but hey, that's what's going down.
Just the vision of it, brother. I never ever thought that is what America. I'm dead serious, bro. I never thought that that's what's being fed to people. That stuff. I'm serious. We send to the pig farm down here. We would never ever, under no circumstances, in our 75 years, have we ever fed people stuff like that. And if people are eating stuff like that, then they need to, check out Funky Town Fridges. That lady has stepped up to try to help feed people. She will also be feeding people in the parking lot. She's trying to find a high school or somewhere that will let her set up, and she's going to open up refrigerators around the city in conjunction with Tarrant Area Food Bank and Feeding America. Those folks will be putting food in the refrigerators for people who really need to eat. And it's called Funky Town Fridge. Look her up and she'll make sure you eat. Hungry. If you're in this area, you won't go hungry.
Hey, Ashley,
Austin, you ever have a hot dog?
I'm sorry, sir.
Sausage, McNuggets. You ever have a McNugget?
Sometimes, not really, because I don't like how the crap is made. I try to get sausages again local because I don't like I'm just serious. I don't like what is ground in it. I've seen it put together, whatever you want to say it. So I prefer to do a lot of that local because I told the guy I'm going to know my cut from the cow to them making the sausage. That's the difference in the Texas, is that you're going to know what is being added in your sausage, and they show you on the computer with the cow, right? Your custom cow's up there. It's going across the screen, and you point and let them know, I want that cut. And that guy goes back there and makes your cut for you. So you don't have to get this ground up, nasty, whatever. It's just a hodgepodge of a mess. If you've ever seen how sausages are made, they ground up everything. Not here. We're going to ground up the beautiful.
You don't be having no turkey tips or nothing. No turkey tips, no.
No, I believe in the cut of meat. Brown.
No hot wings.
Hot wings. Got spices and stuff in there, right? Like.
What about homemade venison sausage? Homemade venison sausage is fantastic. Come again, sir? Homemade venison sausage with wild rice mixed in. I mean, that's fantastic. You can't go wrong with that. Bear sausage is really good as well. I mean, it's, you know.
You just say bear?
Bear. Yeah.
What kind of bear?
Bear sausage?
Black bear.
Black bear?
Oh,
black bear.
I think that's supposed to eat the bear one.
I can't.
What's black bear taste like?
Like bear?
I'm saying like what kind of compare this comparison to something.
There's really nothing to compare it to. It tastes like bear. It's like people ask what does deer taste like. It's very gamey and very fatty.
Oh yeah. So it's not lean.
That's fatty.
Hey, you know, Haitian ostrich is not comparable to chicken. It's comparable to steak, red meat. Yeah.
So when you eat bear, do you have to render off the fat? So I don't know how this works, but if the guy's making his cut, does he have to then steer or render off the fat? Like when I tell them to make that cut, they cut that at an angle to really take that fat off, and then they'll take that fat and put it back. If you want that actually cooked, they got somebody that will smoke it for you, and they add the fat back in to put the flavor back into the meat. But you don't want to just eat a bunch of fat. You want that render to cut off. Do they do that with bear, or how would you make your cut, or what? I don't know how that works. I've never had bear. Do you see your cut on the screen, or what are you doing? Well, first you shoot the bear, and then you drag that bear out of the woods, and then you hang it in your garage and you process it. That's how it's done up here. No. We call a butcher. I don't know what in God's name. Back up. You call a butcher. They put it onto a truck and they make the cut on the computer. I ain't never in my life took something and put it in my house and said, "Hi guys, I got a cow." Brother, no. I would have the USDA talking to me. No. What do you? No. Not in your garage. You don't take that thing down to the butcher and have him make the cut on the computer. You did this in your house, bro.
We is the butcher, Ashton.
Yeah, that's how this works. I mean, it's like, you know, none of us really. I mean, if you hunt it, you got to take care of it. That's just the way the ball bounces. If you kill a deer in Minnesota, you got to drag it out, and usually you're taking that home and processing it yourself, unless you've got some extra cash, because it costs money to have a butcher process your meat.
Same thing.
It costs a lot of money.
Butcher is a dude with a knife that knows how to cut the meat. Really. So if you have to do it already, then you're the butcher.
The problem is that when you get the guy who cuts through all the scent glands because he doesn't know what he's doing, and then you get that horrible meat from him because he doesn't know what he's doing. But if you sit and you follow like an experienced man who knows how to learn, how to cut up a carcass, it's really not that hard. It's not, but I'm talking about this is done on a computer, brother. What are you talking about? Computer. They put the dang on thing.
Before computers, were there butchers before computers, Ashton?
I'm telling you, the guy's old school, but the guy got everything in the shop. But he said, I can also make these cuts manual, but the measurements for the cows, they're by weight and all that. I ain't never cut no animals in my garage. Never. What a mess. Like, I've never done that. You take the stuff down to a butcher and you let them make those cuts. You let them do that. You know what I'm saying? I believe in that because I'm not cleaning up all that mess.
I chopped up a person in the garage before.
I mean, we allegedly. We go hunting, and you know, we actually cut it up at the campsite, so you know we don't have to worry about the mess. All the blood and everything it goes back into the nature. So we don't waste time bringing it back to the freaking garage. But sometimes we do if we have time. But the less time the better, obviously, because you don't want it sitting there. So and you got to put it. You know,
bringing it back is because it's cold.
Yeah, usually it's for cold.
As long as you don't leave it in the park, it's okay.
Yeah.
Okay, you leave the guts out in the woods, right? What you're bringing back is you're bringing back certain types of food. It's like fishing. Actually, you take your fish to the butcher to have him clean your fish, or do you clean your fish yourself? Like my wife, or any of my kids can dress a fish with no issues. That I've done all that stuff, but I'm saying I just love the fact that you can take that stuff on down to somewhere and it's not smelling up your house and all that stuff. You have these folks cut this stuff, whatever it is, fish, whatever. They said, look, this is what we do, and you just take it to them and you don't have a mess to clean up. I just believe in efficiency. I believe in precision, and when they make my cuts, it's done with precision and everything. And so I don't have to worry about dealing with whatever y'all talking about, and you talking about hanging up a bear or some animal in a garage where I'm taking it to a sterile place. It's cold in that room. It's almost like at operating temperatures when they cut the meat. It's like a freezer in there. Your garage, I'm just gonna tell you, it's not a conducive space to me to make cuts. You need to make those cuts precisely in the freezer because those cuts come out beautifully and flat versus trying to cut a warm cut. It's a little bit different and the meat can come out jagged almost on the cut. It's a lot better frozen. It's almost like cutting marble. They cut that marble with a water saw and it comes out less jagged edges because that water is so cold. The same with meat. You want to cut that, he cut that meat with water even. He's got a bandsaw that sucker cuts just like water. He cuts that meat all with water. No, not even a saw. Why? Because I have a sawzall and a hacksaw and a knife. That's more than enough to butcher any animal.
All I need is a machete, Ashley.
Machete.
I mean, sanitary is using, but it's not as sanitary as using this like water jet to cut the meat.
This dude's chopping up the meat with a machete, like.
And a box cutter.
In a box cutter.
Don't wear while you're doing it. Do you wear a hockey mask, patient? And do you sound like?
I put the war paint on and like Shaka Zulu.
Like, hold the leg.
But listen, if you listen to them folks talk about cutting a damn bear in your garage, I
cannot believe that y'all will not. I mean, for food safety reasons, you don't cut stuff in a warm area. You just don't do that. That's why you take it to a freezer and cut it. And and you can watch them cut your meat there in the freezer. Y'all need to be cutting this meat in a cold environment. And I'm serious when I say this, because I used to work for Aramark, and every cut that we made was done in the freezer, because that was for safety reasons. I've never heard of this in my life, to cut meat inside of a freezer.
You know anyone who's Muslim or a very conservative Jew? Because at certain times, the lambs go into the house and the lambs don't come out. And that's just the way it is. They do it, they prepare their own meats in their homes. The garage comes open, they haul that sucker up, they slaughter it, and they do their thing according to their religious traditions, and then they cook their meats. And I'm over there when I get invited to eat. I mean, consuming an animal is as natural for a human as just getting up in the morning. We are humans. We are built to go out there and get animals and slaughter them and take and process them and cook them. That's what it is.
I have no problem with that. I'm just saying that I get it, because I work in food service. I'm saying that the stuff, you guys need to do it in a safe manner at temperature. Why do you think they keep operating rooms cold? It doesn't matter about the tradition. Cut the meat in a cold area so you don't get sick and bacteria doesn't grow in there. That's a liability reason. That's why that meat's cut in a freezer, sweetheart. You want to do that so that you don't get dead.
Ashton,
I'm trying to.
Humans been hunting in like really hot areas, right? Before freezers were even invented. What do you think humans did when they were hunting?
I killed a lion in Africa like some folks did.
You killed a lion? Is that the one? Is that the head of the lion right there? In your
Yep. Kill that motherfucker.
They did a good job on the freaking head, dude.
Sir.
I'm talking about in today's
Ashton, process.
She's running out with a box cutter trying to kill a lion.
What are you saying about the meat before a refrigerator? I'm just saying today, because the propensity for bacteria and all of that, I don't know back then, whatever, I don't know about all that. I'm just telling you,
what did you do to the meat to make sure it was
when I worked in food service, wasn't nobody taking no dang on meat outside to cut it, or else they'd shut our business down. So I'm just telling you what the laws are. We're not doing that. So whatever them folks did, they may not have run a restaurant. They may not, I don't know what them folks ran back then, or whoever you're talking about, but they're not feeding 5,000 people a day, right? So however they stored meat, I don't know what they did with meat. Maybe they maybe dried the meat somehow back then. I don't know. But to cut a cow outdoors, outside, it's not going to work. To cut any animals outdoors and you expect that to be served, I would never tell somebody, hi, I just cut my cow outside. Would you like a piece? What? No. You'll get laughed at out here. Why? Because you need to be doing that in a cold area.
I think the reason why that is, Ashton, is that in some of those meat processing plants, they process so many animals that they have to have a really high sanitation standard. But when you look at like the example that Eric was giving, where you kill a deer out in nature, right? This is like nature. There's very little bacteria and contaminants. Like you're killing it, chopping it up, hauling it out. It's refrigerated by the end of the day. Like there's nothing unsanitary about that. That's perfectly sanitary. And a lot of hunters get their meat that way, all year round. It's perfect.
Just real quick, I have a question. Lisa, are you still there? Are you around? You're fine. Hang on 1 second for me, if you would. I don't know if she's available or not. So I'm curious how many people. Hey, Drew. I'm curious as to how many people are interested in having a room, because Lisa was talking about this the other day, where for people, for the holidays or what have you, to places and things that we could do to shop, to where we could still be honoring the blackout. If I don't know if you want to put if you're interested, I've never done this before. You might be like, oh, one in the chat or something, so that we know you're interested in that type of room. She was talking about the other day. Somebody just said, "What's the blackout?" It's during the Christmas holiday, and there's a link that I put, but I could put it again. So I mean, there's a lot of things we could talk about things for a long time. I don't know if anyone has another topic. This has been a great information. Great information. But is there any new news or any other topic that someone wants to hit today or tonight at 11:30?
Yeah, I had one, but I'm sure it's been discussed already.
What is it, Drew? Give it a shot.
I wanted to ask Trent what he felt about RFK walking back. His whole Tylenol conversation.
He didn't want.
Try to sue his ass, which he did.
He didn't walk back, but my Halo game just started because Ashton was taking forever talking about Bears. But I'll come back. He actually didn't walk back.
Yeah, I mean, he may not have. I guess.
If you go look at the entire statement that he gave, Drew, but he doesn't.
No, I mean he doesn't give up on his theory, but he just said that he can't prove it.
I'll tell y'all something. Tylenol should come out and sue. Man, y'all Republicans be saying some stupid stuff that is unfounded. Let me tell you something. We literally had a doctor come out and say the stuff that Donald Trump and these folks talk about with Tylenol, that stuff is unfounded.
June was trying to speak to Trey.
Okay, so I'm gonna play Halo and talk on Clubhouse is difficult, but so Drew, here's what I'll tell you, and I know that it's hard to believe. If you go and you look up a woman named Rachel Weinstein. Rachel Weinstein was the lead epidemiologist for a company called Janssen. Janssen's the pharmaceutical arm of Johnson & Johnson. And in 2018, she sent an email to one of her colleagues saying that the weight of autism and Tylenol is heavy. Now, Ashton, you can't talk. You know what, Ashton, I'll come back. When you come back, you talk, and then I'll come back, because I can't listen to you.
Wait a minute. Hold on for a second. You don't have to be disrespectful. Ashton, let him talk, but that's disgusting. You don't have to be disrespecting no people on here, no women. Y'all know Ashton's been on this app like she brand new. So actually, can you let him talk? Because if he doesn't, he's gonna take his toys and go home. Oh, okay,
what a baby! Nice. What a Birkin baby.
Move him. I guess he left himself. I don't understand. I just told him it was unfounded because I just feel like when people say false stuff that's not true about Tylenol, and then you ask them where they get their information from, that's all I ask him. I just want to know where he got that stuff from, and he's not producing that, and that's a problem.
We have people in the audience who are far more adept at talking about that. So, Lisa, I asked if folks are interested in the room you were talking about the other night, where we talk about alternatives for what they could do for the holidays if they do feel they need to buy things or what have you. And several people put a one in, so saying yes in case you're interested.
Cool. Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
I'm just listening here. I'm just laying here in the dark listening to you guys. I'll check it out.
Well, no, you mentioned running a room like that the other night, so that's why I was bringing it up.
I thought somebody else was going to do it. I was hoping somebody would grab it because we have so many things up. But yeah, we can't be alone with it. But yeah, there's already a lot of people setting this up, and I got it. Maybe I could just do Dr. Carr. He's the one who started it, so maybe I'll just run the first 30 minutes of him talking about it, and then you guys could probably understand it better when he explains it to you and it sound more feasible. I can do that tomorrow if y'all want to. Only like a 30-minute little spot.
I have a question for whoever wants to ask this, wants to answer this. How soon is too soon to put up a Christmas tree?
I do it when I do it on time. I usually wait till last minute, but when I do it on time, I do it after Thanksgiving.
What about putting it up before Thanksgiving? Because you're in a foul mood and you just have to take Thanksgiving in your home.
I mean, it's your house. Do what makes you happy.
I think any of the burr months, like September, October, November, December, all the burr months are the ones that are, you can put up your tree and your lights.
I'm not gonna be out here stringing bodies lights. I'm finna call this Mexican guy that I always use anyway. He good. I told him he don't hang up that stuff anyway. He said, "Cool." I'm not doing that. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna be on no roof stringing up no lights. Sorry.
Up here, if you put up lights, you got to do it in September or October because you can't be putting up lights in November or December up here.
No way.
I think the best day to put it up is December 26th.
Just leave it up all year.
There you go. Yeah, be like, I'm just setting it up early for next year.
Well, last year we put our Christmas tree up.
Drew, was that you?
Yeah.
We put our Christmas tree up. We didn't put any ornaments on last year. We just put the Christmas tree up. I got one of those Christmas trees that has the lights embedded in the artificial tree. So all I gotta do is just put it up. I meant to put ornaments on it, but we just never got around to it, and it was fine without any ornaments on it.
A tree. What kind of tree? You said a tree with lights embedded.
Artificial. Yeah, it's an artificial tree that has lights embedded in it.
Dude, okay.
Why not a real tree with just like lights wrapped around it?
What happens with real trees? Real trees bring real bugs.
We always do.
I've never had an issue with bugs.
Never had bugs with no real tree. You gotta water the tree. Make sure the stem of the tree is inside of water. Hello, so the tree don't dry out and die. If you take care of the tree properly and you just spray the leaves with a little bit of moisture there, then you're good to go. Then you don't have problems with bugs, and just put a little mothballs around the tree, and then you're good to go. I ain't never had no problems, dude, with no bugs or whatever you talking about, and just have an arborist come in there and just primp it up, and you good to go. I ain't never had any issues with none of that. So where in the world are you getting trees that attract stuff? You should have, and the real trees smell good. Them old plastic trees, nothing. You can't smell a dang on thing but plastic. Who wants that? Get a real tree and take care of a real tree, okay? And they're just as nice as whatever tree. I ain't never seen no tree with lights embedded in it. I wrap the lights around the tree and like decorating it. A real tree. Go get one of those.
Over to Lisa. Lisa, artificial or real tree?
Artificial or real tree? Okay, so now that it's getting a little bit too close, I would do artificial now because of the drought. So I do artificial. They're beautiful. They had some on sale, which I didn't think that they were going to be selling these trees. Those artificial trees are quite expensive. I was shocked. So they're on sale. I don't know. I guess it was a 6-foot one with the lights embedded. Very beautiful. It was on sale for $300.
And they have music too on them.
What? Oh, that's nice. I'll do that one. I'll do artificial.
And some of them have different colors too. Like there's a dial on it. You can change the colors, have a different pattern.
And the real ones annoying if you have the real ones annoying too.
That sounds beautiful, you guys. I didn't know all that. And they were literally selling out of them at $300. I was like, damn.
$100 isn't that
Think about it. How much are real trees nowadays?
I don't know.
Where I am, it's anywhere from $50 to $100.
For how big of a tree do you can get for $50 though?
I get about 7-8 feet.
What?
But see, I live in a land of trees, so you know.
I should pay about 100 every year, maybe 150, and we can get something like 5 foot by 9 foot.
Wow, when he said $50, you guys almost set up straight. That is whoa. For 9 feet.
You know, again, in Minnesota, we live in the middle of a forest. You know, there are 2 major forests here. And we have a lot of tree farmers in the area. So the scouts are always selling trees, and if you wait to the last minute, you can probably get one for as low as $20.
Wow, you guys. Okay, I'm down for that. If I can find a live one, but then also I know you guys are gonna say what happens after the program to mulch them. Is the nice program, and they mulch them. Sometimes they mulch them and give it back to you, and sometimes they mulch them and take them to the park and spread it. So
yeah, my county turns them into mulch, and you get all the mulch. It's free for anyone who lives in the county.
Yeah, that's really super sweet.
The mulch, Lisa, and they put it back in the yards. A lot of our church takes that mulch and uses it for the flower beds and stuff like that. So a lot of the real trees that we use, we just ground them up and reuse all that stuff. Nothing goes to waste. But I always use real trees. But I just don't understand how the guy's saying that he got bugs and all this other stuff.
From outside.
He said his tree gave him bugs. He's not taking care of the tree properly because I've never had bugs or other issues. Brother, where in the world did you get the tree? That's what I kept asking you. And why does the tree have bugs all of a sudden?
It's outside where the bugs are. That's where trees live. Is outside with the bugs.
Before they bring the tree to you, you gotta have them treat the wood. Did you ask for somebody to treat the tree before they brought it in the house? You never took the tree anywhere to get treated or sprayed. No.
No, these are Boy Scouts. I'm not going to ask a Boy Scout, hey guys, where did you get these trees treated? I mean, they're scouts. They go to the woods and cut the trees and drag them out. And they sell them to people these are just boys.
I think one of the reasons I don't get bugs is I usually get the trees after it gets cold and there's snow and stuff. I think that's why I don't get bugs, because I get them from the Boy Scouts too. Super cheap.
Yeah.
So regularly.
I thought you got them from an arborist. I normally get the trees from an arborist. They take them to a massive building and they treat them. So I've never, I don't know, maybe I'm shopping different. I don't know. I've just never heard of this issue with bugs with trees, because as long as the arborist treats that tree, you shouldn't have any issues with it. It comes with instructions on how to water it and all that. What type of tree you would need to hold up in the season, like here in Texas. Yeah, they give you all kinds of instructions. So I've never had issues like this there. Little baking soda can also keep away bugs and stuff too.
You gotta move up here to God's country, Ashton, where everything is pure. The air is pure. Get outside in the middle of January. It's a beautiful thing. It's just,
So when you say God's country, what are the temperatures low up there? What you talking about?
No, it's 20 degrees below zero. It's perfectly silent. It's perfect.
You know why it's that way, right? When it was being there. French used to say that when he lived there, he stayed there because it keeps all the bad people in. I'm like, it keeps everybody out. 20.
Is that what you said, bro? I ain't finna be swimming in that. You best to come on down here to sunny USA, Texas. We still swimming right now. I ain't finna be doing that.
I love your accent. Texas. I love you, Ashley.
I know swimming, 20 degrees, you can miss me with that, bro. Like, what kind of fun is that? My butt cold, bro.
Ashton, you never skated on the lake?
No, I've skated at the Galleria at the mall because they got food upstairs, but no, not on the lake. I'm sorry, there's no food on the lake.
Yeah.
So Ashton, you have not lived until you have driven a car on a lake. I had my aunt in a car with me, and I didn't think about it at the time, and I needed to take a shortcut home, and the shortcut was across Lake Minnetonka, and because they have, during the winter, we have like these roads that go across the lakes so that you can get from one part of the lake to the other quicker. And so I thought, I'll just drop off on the lake and drive across, and it freaked out my poor aunt from Maryland because, we were just driving. I'm thinking of Minnesota, and that's just what you do to get from one point A to point B in the winter. It never occurred to me that other people don't drive on frozen lakes in the middle of the winter, but apparently they don't.
It always surprises me how little ice you need to support a car too. It's like I think it's like 8 to 12 inches of ice is all you need to support a car.
Say something to y'all. Can I say something? I hope men aren't offended. That's probably why y'all's lives are shorter. What the hell? I'm gonna risk it all. And they sit up here to tell you, turn around, don't drown in Texas, because we done seen 18-wheelers swept off entire highways. But y'all gonna talk about, I'm gonna go across a frozen lake and take a chance, bro. I'm so good, man. If it's gonna cost me $100 to go across the bridge and wait in traffic, I'd rather do that than sit my butt on the lake and chance it. I'm sorry, man. That sounds crazy as hell.
Ashton, did you see that research paper for why men's lives are shorter? Because they take out the garbage and it gives them bacteria infections.
So I just looked it up, and actually Minnesota has a much higher life expectancy rate than Texas.
Look here, bro. I'm talking about you. Somebody just said driving a car across a lake, and there's not a service road. I'm just telling you, service road on the lake if something goes wrong. I'm just telling you. I'm not
on the lake all the time. It's come March. There's always going to be an idiot out there with his, gigantic F-150 truck. They're never from here, and they drive out on the lake thinking I can continue to do ice fishing, and their truck drops through the lake. You just have to have good common sense as to when to drive on the lake and when not to drive on the lake.
In the coldest parts of the winter, up in the northwest angle, they actually have a whole city on the lake. There's I think at least 1,000 people live on the lake for months at a time.
Wow, that's amazing. What's that called again?
It's up near the northwest angle, the little bit of Minnesota that looks like it should be a part of Canada.
All right, I'll look into that.
But yeah, I was surprised at this life expectancy. I had never looked this up before, but Minnesota's in the top 5 in the country in life expectancy, 79.1 years versus 77.5 as national average and 76.5 for Texas.
Here, look here, man.
We have some of the best healthcare in the world. We got the freshest food in the world. We've got some of the best water in the country, and we've got good housing. I mean, it's a very, very healthy state to live in, and I don't want any of you people.
Big open.
You said you don't want any of them to move here.
We got wide open places and wide open spaces. You go to some states, you on top of people. I went to New York, and a guy said, "Hey, those are row houses." I said, "No, sir. You can touch the house next to you. Too crowded." I've been to many cities, and I come back to this area because I get a lot for my money. I told the guy, "Where you gonna find a 2,000 square foot place? You put that stuff up in other places, you paying $6 to $10 grand." The guy says he pays over $6,000 a month to stay in what I'm living in. I'll take a 2,000 square foot place any day. Got big old closets up here, big showers, stuff tall enough. A ceiling's 10 foot tall in here. You're not on top of somebody. So no, I'll take that every day over being crowded out. I've been in places that seem like you're on top of people. California, beautiful, but it was also very crowded and all of that. One of those populous states in the country. I have no problem with that, but I also like spaces, and Texas seems to have a lot of land. If you want 100 acres, there's not a lot of land that you can grab 100 acres. You know what I'm saying? We're looking for that, and we may be able to find that in Texas. So I'm just telling y'all, it's not a bad place to live. I don't like the political stuff, obviously, but most places don't have the size of our apartments here are bigger than some homes. Who's going to complain about living in a 2,000 square foot place?
Here's what Texas does. Can whoever lives, like, where's the place you said, the land of the trees? Since y'all are talking about it, can you just tell us some of maybe the highlights of your state? I don't know what the land of the trees is.
You mean of Minnesota?
Okay, so Minnesota.
We have Minneapolis, which is chock full of things to do. We have Lake Superior, which is the largest freshwater lake on the face of the earth. We've got skiing, we've got fishing, we got hunting, we've got the Mall of America, which is the largest mall in North America. We have the Minnesota State Fair, which is the coolest state fair.
It's the best
on the face of the earth.
It's the biggest one too. Texas tries to claim that theirs is bigger, but their fair goes over like I think it's like 3 weeks, and ours is only like 10 days, and we get more attendance per day.
And the food's better.
Yeah.
And we have one of the best music teams in the country.
Our park system is rated one of the best in the country as well. You see everybody out doing things all the time.
So it's more like a family oriented, like it's not like a city vibe. It's more like a suburban kind of vibe there.
No, there's both.
Our worst community in Minnesota is probably 8,000 times better than the worst cities in this country. Like, if you're from Detroit and you come and stay in our worst neighborhood in Minneapolis, you're going to feel like you're living in a suburb. It's a boring, white state.
We also have more theater seats per capita of anywhere in the country except for New York.
Correct.
Also have the stinking cold. And to me, it just doesn't lend for much to do. I guess you go skiing or enjoy that. I just don't find myself saying hi. I'm going to enjoy 10 below zero temperatures today. You folks are going to have to stay indoors. That's what all I could hear over the radio when I was in Lancaster, Ohio. If it's cold today, make sure you cover your face. I'm like, what the fuck? This is crazy. So I remember telling this dude, I said, bro, can I get the fastest piece of transportation the hell up out of here? He said, it'll cost you $1,500. I said, $1,500, I'm out of here. That dude was driving like an old man to the airport. I said, brother, you guys can step on me. It was so cold in Lancaster, Ohio. I swear to God, I told this dude, here's your $1,500. That dude gave me my ticket. I caught the fastest piece of transportation was a damn plane. And we get in the air, they talk about an hour later, the airport is closing down because I said, I'm glad I'm getting the hell up out of here. I would never, ever do that kind of cold. Good luck to those who live in Minnesota, but I'm telling you, if y'all are ever on a trip with me and it gets cold like that, $1,500, and we're out of there. I will never, ever be in that kind of cold. I don't know how it's fun. I did not enjoy it at all. It was not.
Cold is great. You have to acclimatize to it. Like for me, the worst thing I go down to seminary a couple times a year, and it's always when it's cold. So it's cold here, but then I drive from winter into summer down there in Missouri and Kansas. And so you're down there and it's 70, 80 degrees. And then I had to drive all the way back into winter again, where we could still be in March having snowstorms and it dips below zero. It does a number on your system. So I prefer to stay in the cold if we can possibly stay in the cold here. We're only really, really cold 2 weeks a year. And when I say really, really cold, we're talking 20, 30 below zero, not including the wind chills. But that's only for 2 weeks.
That's why when I saw the temperature, I told my friend, I said, brother, if you don't want to be up there, and this was in New York, I said, I get your plane ticket up out of there. He said, please, I don't like being here. It was so cold. That dude was on the phone. He said, man, I want out of here. And he was happy to land in DFW because I said, bro, I cannot do this. I went to New York too. And it just going around the building, the wind was just, it's not fun in the cold. It's like, I don't care. Like I told the dude, I said, bro, I'm freezing. I'm going to this store. I said, can you sell me the best jacket you got? He had this fur jacket. I said, I'll take that. I put that real fur on. I don't care what people say. All these other groups say, hey, shit, wear fur. I don't care. That was the warmest thing that I got. And I still wear the fur coats because it seems to keep me warmer than all this other crap. The only other jacket that kept me warm was a plug-in jacket. I could plug it into the wall. The suit would keep warm, but this fur coat, man, there's no matching real fur and what God created. That coat kept me warm up there in New York in the heavy cold. It kept that wind off of me. So don't knock real fur coats because they do hold up for real. And it kept me from literally freezing because the jackets I bought was from this region. I had on 3 jackets and I was still cold. And I was shivering when I went into that department store. And that dude was like, we have a jacket that'll be this cost. I said, bro, I don't care about the cost. I'm cold. I paid $470 for that jacket.
New York isn't cold. They get snow, but they're not cold. Lisa, are you guys that cold? You guys aren't that cold up in New York, are you?
Joe,
you're talking, sir. Not the kind of cold you're talking. As a matter of fact, the last couple of years, they haven't been getting a lot of snow, so I don't know.
Your upper state has been getting crashed with snow, but usually New York City is like warm.
Yeah. Probably because of the buildings. What you think?
Yeah, well, and the heat island, like we get a heat island effect too. Usually storms will split and go around the cities instead of going.
Which is nice.
One of the things I like about the cold is it keeps us from having poisonous things and bitey things and, flying cockroaches and things like that that you get down south.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, mosquitoes.
It ain't no big deal. Them water bugs, they may land on you, just boop, you grab them and keep going. It ain't no big deal. Y'all freak out. Oh my God, it's not a big deal. They water bugs. They just buzz around you, zoom, they buzz on and you keep walking. They water bugs. They not gonna
Those bugs will eat you though, Ashley.
They just fly around and everything. They may let you go.
Ashley, tell the truth, those ants will eat you, right?
Ants, but if you're not an idiot and put your hand in the pile, that's on you. But
Ashley, if you haven't been out there, you can step in the anthill and then they'll eat you.
I actually had. I was in Florida and I had fire ants bite me in my sleep in an apartment building.
Well, they'll get you. They're
painful as hell too.
Right. If you just sit there, you'll die.
It was actually a good thing that they bit us because my wife and I were sleeping in what was supposed to be the nursery for a new baby, and if the baby was in there, that baby would have been dead.
Oh no!
Luckily, it was us and not the baby. And then the landlord wouldn't do anything about it, so they moved to a different apartment building.
They don't like the taste of California meat, though.
Ants should not. I mean, the biggest thing we dealt with, like when I went up under a house, well, before I go up under a house, I normally smoke out the front end, meaning that I create a smoke and blow smoke in there so the animals and all that run out of the other side. You should never crawl into spaces where there are ants or none of that. And you can stick a pole in the ground that's hollow and drive smoke into that pole, and all the ants come up, and then, you know what I mean? And then you put your baking soda and all that, kill all those ants and stuff before you even crawl up under the house. I would, you know what I'm saying? That's just how I did it. So you shouldn't have problems with bugs if you smoke out that area to get rid of those bugs and stuff. We did the same thing with bees. When there were bees in a kitchen, we took them bees and smoked them dangerously out. Well, I smoked them out on the other end. I took a large pipe and smoked them out. No, well, the bees were in a kitchen, and the lady was trying to swat at them, and I smoked them out, and we got them out of the house, and we were able to call the bee folks in, and they were able to get the nest out of there. So once you get the bees away, it helps. It helps a lot. I've done a lot of that stuff, and I never been bit or stung or nothing. As long as you do the stuff the right way and control.
Can I finish asking the questions? So what for your food? Are you guys known for cheese? Are you known for beer? Are you known for syrup? Are you known for, what are you guys known for?
I had a Honey Crisp apple.
A Honey Crisp apple.
Yes, a very sweet apple.
I actually like Sweet Tangled better than Honeycrisp, but that's a newer apple.
I've never had a Honeycrisp.
Minnesota is known for developing different types of apples.
Yeah, that's my favorite apple. Those are fire.
BG apple.
Sweet.
Do you know I don't see people eating apples anymore? Is it just me?
I eat apples all the time.
I don't see people doing that. When I was little, I used to see people eating apples all the time.
I like the sound of them when you bite into them. It's just a crunch.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
We do have a lot of breweries. My family in Orlando, they make their own beer, and they were blown away by how many breweries we have compared to Orlando.
Wow.
In the world,
Yeah, we got a lot of breweries.
we got rid of all the MAGA. Don't you think?
Oh, we have lefse. We have lefse.
But we also have a huge East African community, so we have a lot of East African food too.
Yes.
East Africans in a state with its 20 below. Stop playing.
No, yeah, because what happens is when there's refugees, states have to agree to take in refugees, and Minnesota has almost always agreed to take in refugees. That's why we have the highest Hmong population outside of Fresno, California, and one of the I think we have more Somalians than anywhere else in the diaspora.
Eric, talk about the fact of the indigenous people and Native American culture and.
Yes. We have some of we have the Minnewacan Dakota Sioux. We have the Chippewa, of which my two of my grandbabies are part of that particular tribe, and as a result, we have like wild rice, we have fried bread, we have walleye.
Fried bread is so good.
Oh my God, it is so good.
Fried bread taco.
We have we have what are called we have powwows. They're called something else, but what you'll find in different parts of our state are these structures called and a wasipi is kind of the best way to describe it is a stadium where the ritual dancing takes place. And most school districts will have a powwow in the gym where you bring in food vendors and stuff. But a lot of the powwows now, yes, the tribes gather, but regular folks will gather as well because native culture is Minnesota. Our name is literally a native name. You know, we've had a good relationship, we've had bad relationships, but I will say we're in a good place right now. I can tell you this: they've got the casinos. If you're buying legal marijuana, they're the ones that are selling it. You know, yeah, they took the land, but now they're buying it back from everybody one trip to the casino at a time. They have done good. There are still pockets of massive poverty, but if you want to see tribes that have done it well, Minnesota is a place for that. We also have an expansive Hispanic population that is all over the state of Minnesota. Between them and the East and West Africans, they have probably single-handedly saved a lot of small towns in the state of Minnesota. You know, immigration has been very good to our state. I don't know, I just can't imagine living anywhere else. This is the best place on the face of the earth. It is paradise.
Yeah, that was the thing that surprised me, how many Somalians live in small towns in Minnesota.
Cold, I mean, it's always funny. You always know that if it's a new Somali family that has moved in, because they look like they're just wrapped up like Nanook of the North. And then after a while, you just see them with their big coats under their burqas as they're wandering around, and they're fine. It's a great place to live. We have here.
I did a refugee mentor program, and my refugee that I was mentoring was from Cameroon, and he moved here in December, and there was a day where it was like a bright blue day, and he's like, "Oh, it's so nice, I'm gonna go outside." And he went outside and learned that when it's bright and blue, that's usually the coldest time.
Exactly. Do not. I mean, it's the best time to be outside because there's nobody else going to be outside, but you don't want to be there. Now, Lisa, the other thing is we have some of the best universities. We're not like East Coast, but we've got the University of Minnesota. We have Carleton College. We got St. Olaf. We have Gustavus Adolphus. We have the University of Minnesota Duluth. We got Hamlin University. We've got an extensive state university and technical college program in this state, and
Mayo Clinic.
Mayo Clinic, the University of Minnesota's clinic. We've got Hennepin County Medical Center. We've got a fantastic facility. And no, Sangoku, Minnesota schools are very good. We rank extremely high on the ACT because our kids are required to take it. So we have high scores on the ACT. We have high admittances to colleges. It's a good place to live, which we don't want you to move to here. Just stay where you're at. We have a lot of jobs. We have more jobs than we have people right now.
That's true.
Glad you making it up there. I mean, I can see maybe the life expectancy stuff and all that. And you said something about the jackets that people wear. What did you say with a burqa? What did you say? What kind of coats they got down there?
To wear artificial gear. There's no reason to wear anything like that. You just wear regular gear.
There's a Scandinavian saying that applies to Minnesota. There's no such thing as bad weather, just bad clothing.
You have a nice heavy fur coat, nice something like that.
No.
I mean, something anywhere from something that's reasonable, anywhere from $200 to $1,500 for some fur coats. Nothing.
No.
Goose down is really warm.
Yeah, but you can get away with just wearing layers. I always wear 4 layers in the summer. I wear a base in the winter. I wear a base layer, a shirt, maybe a sweatshirt, and then I wear my jacket over it.
Ashton, do you mind if I ask? Ashton, I'm sorry. It's good to talk to you. Do you mind if I ask you a question? I know you're talking about.
Just ask what a goose down coat was, because I want to buy one.
it's a heavy coat that you don't ever need in Texas, because their state is freezing. That's why people don't go up there. But I will be up that way, Eric, and for 2 days in December, and can't wait to get back. But Drew, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Can you explain what I was trying to ask in the comments, but you didn't respond. What did your client say about vaccines? Can you explain that?
I mean, I can't like go into depth about it. That like I don't really remember the details. But he had told me about one of his close friends who, you know, had basically come up with I guess the idea that, or the theory that, you know, the vaccines had caused autism in his son. He had told me that his son was, and of course this is third person, so I didn't get the story directly from the source, but he had told me that, you know, his son was, you know, vibrant, you know, just a normal little boy, and as soon as, like, right after he got the vaccine, he started just, I guess, started to show signs of autism, and then was eventually diagnosed and put on the spectrum. But it was just like a night and day change from what he had explained to me. But it's been months since he had told me about it, and I know that he was doing some like research of his own, but I've been meaning to like circle back to him just to, you know, pick his brain about it.
And that is kind of how I learned about it as well. There is a movie called Vaxxed, which I thought was an anti-vax movie and a documentary. It's not, and it tells that story. There are thousands of parents reporting those same instances that their kids take the DTaP or the MMR vaccine. They're normal, and then they, like a light switch, they switch off, and there's video of these kids. Some of these kids are walking and talking, and then are nonverbal and banging their head or throwing tantrums, showing signs of autism right after they take the vaccine. And so as I started researching this myself, I've had other parents, close friends of mine, who are, one is a lawyer, went to Baylor, has 3 kids, and she said after her 2-year-old got their vaccine, there was a noticeable change in him. And so that's when I was like, how could I know this amount of people? Because I wasn't really asking. Like 4 or 5 people are telling me the same thing. And as I did some research, it's not just Tylenol. It's the vaccine. The kids have a reaction, you know, from the vaccine, and then they get Tylenol. And 40% of us have a gene. Go ahead, Ashton. Go ahead.
That's a good question. So, do you have any validity or evidence that a vaccine caused whatever problems you're saying? Because the stuff that I looked up, and when, you know, the health department came out, they didn't say anything about a link between Tylenol and autism, and the man kept saying that the information was unfounded, and that was from the health department. So am I going to believe them or you? I'm going to believe the health department that came out here and said, because people had concerns about that, and they kind of calmed those concerns. Tylenol should fire back with a lawsuit if y'all keep saying that their company caused autism in people with no validity. Y'all Republicans have mentioned about vaccines causing autism in people, and this information was absolutely unfounded by several folks at the health department out here. So where are you getting this information from, dude? Like, for real, it's concerning. We would never tell our congregation, hi guys, we're not doing that, brother. We're telling people solid information from the health department. This is
okay. So it's 2 separate things.
age when kids get vaccinated, right? And I'll land with this, is that the studies that they've done that looked at like the amount of autism in communities that don't get vaccinated, like high-rate communities and things like that, the studies that they've done showed absolutely no major difference in the number of autistic kids, right? So I think this is more a case of like, what is it, causation versus
correlation versus causation.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So I believe that initially as well. There's two problems. One, the Tylenol lawsuit didn't come out from Republicans. The Tylenol lawsuit started in 2019. It actually came out of California families. It was actually Democrats, and then it got put into a federal lawsuit. It was 361 families across the nation that filed a lawsuit against J&J, and it became a federal lawsuit in New York. That federal lawsuit, in the discovery process, the emails, that's what I put down there, Drew, the emails that came out of that federal lawsuit showed that Johnson & Johnson had knowledge that there was some problem. That's what Rachel Weinstein says in her emails, that there is evidence that she says the evidence is heavy, that Tylenol may be causing neurodevelopment problems. That's what the email says in 2018, and then they have further discussions about it. And so what Ken Paxton's lawsuit against Tylenol that he just filed, the Texas Attorney General is based upon those emails trails that there was a failure to warn. That if you suspect that there was a problem with something as serious as this, that you're supposed to warn the public that you know the public, and Tylenol didn't. And then what Johnson & Johnson does, which a lot of sometimes happens, is to get rid of the liability. They spun off Tylenol to a company called Kenvue. They created a separate company to mitigate liability. The reason we're doing so is during the same period, they were also under a federal lawsuit.
Can I ask you a question? I really am sorry to interrupt you. Just give me 1 second. Can I ask you what you do for a living?
Yeah, I'm a product developer, and I'm in product innovation for a car manufacturer.
Okay, thank you. So you're not a doctor?
No, ma'am, I'm not.
You're not in the medical profession?
No,
this is ultimately up to Patty, Lisa. This is her room. Lisa, I don't know if you're around, if you're away from the phone, but
yeah,
I think it's
I'm
really
not
dangerous.
I'm not talking about, ma'am, I'm not talking about medical. I'm talking about business side, which I do.
Brother, you telling folks stupid gobbledygook stuff, and I'm gonna tell you the same thing. You got a pickup truck, take a long drive, and think about what you're saying. Take the service road, go a little slower, and think about what you're saying, brother. It makes no sense whatsoever to say this stuff that's not founded. I just sat there and told you that we had somebody from the health department come out, and it's unfounded.
Ashton, if you'll let me finish, please, because I listened to you talk about codes. If you'll allow me to finish. During the same,
it's not false.
Yeah, during the same period, Johnson & Johnson, if you'll remember, Dr. Jen was under a federal law. Dr. Jen, okay, they're under a federal lawsuit for ovarian cancer and baby powder. During that lawsuit, it was found that Johnson & Johnson had known since 1978 that their baby powder contained asbestos, and they hid it. And it was a lawsuit that came up in the 80s. It went to a federal judge. They were able to basically pay off the judge and not have an evidentiary hearing and kill that lawsuit until it came back up in 2019 when they had to settle for $700 million. The same. What?
To the chase, brother, it's like now you drive your pickup truck faster. Step on the gas and figure out what you're saying. And the information you're saying is so false, brother. It can't even have validity spoke out and said, let y'all,
In all
brother, it's
fairness,
not
just,
true.
just for 1 second, let's just take a breath. The reality of the situation, though, is Trent, is that you're comparing it to the baby powder incident or what have you. If you no, hang on. If you look at the instructions on baby powder, it's not telling you to put it in the places that some people chose to use it. So we need to look at that first of all, and that's true. So people chose to use it in different ways, and I'm not going to sit here and act like I have some type of knowledge or authority in that area. I'm only going to speak from some place that I do have knowledge and authority from. So what is dangerous is when I hear what you're saying, I hear what you're talking about, bringing up the lawsuits, all of that. I understand. There, get it. At the same time, if you are not a medical professional, doctor, a nurse, no, Trent, please let me finish, and then
Let her finish, Trent. Thank you.
Okay, you need to understand that there are people out there listening to this, and this is just what I'm gathering from people I know in the medical community, and from because I work with a lot of doctors. I actually, it doesn't matter how I work with doctors, but I work with a lot of doctors. So what's going to happen is, and I want you to think about this for a moment, Trent. You're gonna have a mother out there somewhere who needs to take Tylenol. And once again, I am a psychotherapist. I am not a medical doctor. You're gonna have a mother out there that is hearing all of this rhetoric about Tylenol, and she's gonna be fearful. Take Tylenol, thinking she's gonna harm her baby. But much worse things can happen if the temperature spikes. And I'm not gonna go into it because once again, I'm not a doctor. So that's the danger in talking about these things to the level you are. You've stated I'm not done. One more second and I will be done. And I will be done completely with it. And I won't talk about it because I don't want to participate in a conversation where what you're saying is being included when it can be damaging and even deadly in situations where people are not going to want to use it because of the very things you're talking about. They do not coincide. They do not correlate. They don't. They don't, Trent.
Ma'am, so I'm just telling you what Drew said. I'm just telling you what the Texas lawsuit from the Attorney General Ken Paxton says. Now, I don't like Ken Paxton either. I think he is. I don't think he's the best.
Since you don't have any of the evidence, why don't you let it play out in court?
There you go. No, right there. What you just said.
Since you don't have any evidence and we don't have the brief of the case, because they've been studying Tylenol. As a matter of fact, I hope they do take Tylenol to court. I really do. This has been going on. People use Tylenol. As a matter of fact, I just took 2. People have been using Tylenol for decades and decades. There's something else going on with RFK's friend and Tylenol, and he rather ruin a brand to enrich himself than to have some real study. And instead of him studying, what study have they done? Himself. What study has RFK and that weirdo done themselves?
Lisa, the lawsuit started well before RFK was in office.
No, okay, so let it play out.
The lawsuit, so if you'll just let me finish. The reason why the Texas AG and they talk about the spinoff, because after they had Johnson & Johnson had to settle the $700 million lawsuit on baby powder and admit.
Okay, so that's another thing for baby powder. Don't put baby powder in your coochie and you won't have it. It doesn't say anything on the back to apply this powder up your coochie and so you can get cervical cancer. So they ate that one, and they did because they respectable enough. They did it.
Continue this.
I know what it has, but it's not meant for your coochie.
No. It wasn't supposed to have asbestos in it.
There's a lot of shit that has asbestos in it, though. So it was an accident?
No. It's not. Yes, you're right. It's not supposed. They had to apologize. That's why they had to make the settlement.
So it was an accident that asbestos got in Johnson & Johnson.
No, ma'am. It was not an accident.
So they were putting in it to stabilize it.
They were. I don't know.
Okay, so there you go. I'm going to mute it.
Yes,
you saying off the ball, Trent, you're not on target tonight. You're saying stuff. The Texas person that's suing or what have you, Ken Paxton, Tylenol's gonna fight that in court. They said that on the news the other night because the guys, again, it's not a medical Trent. You can't listen to dumb buck in a truck or somebody who ain't a doctor. Trent, it's like going and listening to an auto person talk about my teeth, but that's not what you do, and this ain't what you do. You're a person that works on cars. You ain't no dang on doctor, brother. It's like, look here, you gotta sell, brother. Hold on, you gotta give me grace and show me the right information. You're not on target tonight, and you're telling these folks up here stuff about Johnson & Johnson and baby powder. I'm asking you about Tylenol and what type of information that you have to make your argument where it's at right now. It just makes no sense, dude. You're going to end up telling people information that's not true. And I sat there and told you that the health department out here said that the information that has been said on the internet and other places about Tylenol is not founded. They work for the health department. You don't work for a health department or governmental body, do you? No. So where are you getting this information from about Tylenol on the double? Where is that coming from? Because it ain't making no sense. On the double, go. Where are you getting that from?
From Johnson & Johnson, from Janssen. Ashley, from their own meetings.
So, but Trent, you know, like, I hate to go there, but on the asbestos though, that was a contaminant, right? Yeah, so, you know, they only found it in one lot, right?
They found it, they've known since 1970, their documents show that they've known.
Then what times?
They found it in, but when they tested it, right, the regulators, they found it in.
No, they hid it. They hid it a lot. That's the crazy part. So, like, we don't need to go back. That had to make the $700 million settlement is because they knew that it was there and they hid it.
Admit to doing wrong, buddy. You can settle it all the time, but it doesn't mean you say. Some people can settle and say doesn't mean I'm admitting to. Do you understand?
I don't think you understand that women died because of this. People lost their lives.
Trent, you can die. Let's stop with the sensationalist shit. Okay, yes, you are. Because people, they died from Rye's disease with aspirin. There's a lot of shit that we die from. You have people eating Tide Pods, and they had to put a top on it where I can't even get the top off the Tide. So, you know, it's a lot of stuff that's going on, and, you know, people are dying. So, just bring bases in. When they settle both cases, we'll go over them. But I do, like I said, if there's something wrong with Tylenol, and they take Tylenol all over the globe, and you're trying to attach it to something, can't even think right now. Everybody takes Tylenol every fucking day, every minute of the day. So I'm just wondering why maybe that's what's wrong with you guys. Maybe I should join in that class action, because some of you guys are cuckoo as hell. So maybe it is the problem with Tylenol.
You maybe should. What they're saying, Lisa, from a neurological standpoint, there are 40% of us that can't detoxify Tylenol correctly. So in the second and third,
can't say this stupid information, brother. You keep saying googly gop. Get your butt on target.
Yeah, let him talk because he needs to get the point out.
What he's right is googly gobble. She's absolutely right.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, one more time, Trent. Unless you're going to put evidence in the chat, not just what you're saying. I mean, it just, do you understand why it doesn't make any sense? It's harmful.
Yeah, you know what?
Trent, 1 second, Trent, respectfully. So I heard your point earlier about you're talking about business and lawsuits, but to Dr. Chin's point, now you're talking about very exact neurological numbers, and you have no medical background yourself. That's not business related, Trent.
But then what's bothering me is that he's coming in here. Okay, this is something that should be presented by. It should be presented with evidence while you're talking. Because there's somebody tonight who doesn't want to take a Tylenol because of what's going on in here. And this is inappropriate on this platform to be talking about that. Consult your doctors if you guys have a situation, if there's a question about Tylenol, if your body's able to metabolize it or not. Consult your doctor. This is dangerous. This is reminding me of COVID. where we got people who should be speaking on stuff without empirical data. You don't have the case, the law in front of you, at least the case at the very least.
Lisa, so you know I'm pro-vaccine, and you're right.
I think that has nothing to do with it, though, Trent. It's dangerous.
If I could just finish what I'm saying.
You guys notice I don't give out any medical nothing
But
on
you're
this
not
app
going to
ever.
finish, Trent. That's the problem, is you keep going. Listen to what she's saying. We want you to stop. Okay, we're trying to be polite. We're asking you to please stop now. Stop.
Here's what I just...
No, we don't want to hear it. Stop.
Medical misinformation is dangerous.
How can I put the tip in it? God, gosh, you can't fucking understand.
Tip in is crazy.
Don't listen to me. I don't know what I'm talking about. I apologize.
Medical misinformation is super dangerous. Like, you really want, like, especially there's people in Clubhouse that listen to a little bit of everything. If somebody's articulate enough, they'll believe that bullshit. Medical misinformation should not be spread across the state.
To the health department, Trent, stop. Seriously, you need to take your butt down there tomorrow, and you need to park your butt in one of them blue chairs. Seriously, because I'm not getting my information from Googly Gop, right? We work with 211 Texas. And the health department here, when all that stuff was going on, they had diseases and stuff go on out here. We're not sitting up here going to some internet or whatever. That we can't do that because we have a congregation and folks of people that folks are responsible for. And we can't just sit up here and say, hey, Tylenol did this with no evidence whatsoever and standing up there just saying anything. Trent, you can't be on no stage or no area sitting up here talking about this stuff in front of people or a congregation because you're going to find yourself in situations and you're going to be a liability. You cannot do this on a stage, brother, or anywhere like this here. You need to go back and sit your butt in the blue chairs or whatever them chairs are in there, and you need to go talk to the health department and then come back with good information, solid data. But everything you talk about, the health department here has refuted and has said that Tylenol has had no links to whatever the world you're saying, Trent. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. Go sit your butt down in a blue chair tomorrow.
With all due respect, is there another topic we can switch to now? Because I would like to stay in the room. I think we have great conversation. Trent, no, we've already made it very clear. We don't want to talk about it anymore.
I appreciate you guys educating me. I appreciate that.
All right, thank you, Trent. Thank you. We appreciate it. Next topic.
United States, I don't know.
Well, the good news, Big L's album dropped. So you have to go download it if you want to download it now.
How you have a new album?
Cool stuff, bro.
I know, but that's many decades at this point.
Yeah, mad tracks. Method Man's on it too.
They waited a long time.
Don't come out. Repeat that again. You said it came out when?
What you say?
Don't come out, please. Can you run that again or repeat that again, please?
Well, he was murdered in 2000, so it's been since 2000 at least.
Yes, 2 decades. Yeah. 2 decades and a half.
Yep. Legends don't die though, bro. The Mobb Deep, you listen to Mobb Deep album?
Yeah, he's definitely a legend. No, I haven't heard Mobb Deep's album.
Bro, the Mobb Deep album's crazy, man.
Is it?
Yeah, man.
I've always been a Mobb Deep fan. I gotta check it out.
Yeah, it's tight, bro.
Solid music. What I don't like is AI music. That's what I don't know what the hell you want to call it. AI music. That stuff is a bunch of crap, and you got people. I don't know, whatever they're using it. It's not being used in the correct way. They're using it to make music and all that. And I don't really like it because it takes away from composing the music yourself or whatever. I think AI has its place, but writing music, I'm sorry, man. I don't know what the hell, but it's like that music that came out, auto tunes, where people were singing into some whatever the hell. it just don't work out very well. It just sounds very robotic or something. AI didn't sound too crisp like a real person singing. I don't know. It doesn't have a place to me with the authenticity of music or how it's composed. I would rather have a person having real thought, because I would think that an effort went into that, but you're just composing something on an AI. I don't get it. I don't understand that.
Well, you know what, Ashton? I know a lot of people in the music industry, and one of my best friends, it was Morris Hayes, and he worked for Prince. He was his music director for years, and we've been talking about it for years of what AI is going to do to music or what have you. However, so I mean, we've been scared. We've been having the conversations. What we're going to do. I'm a spoken word artist. Blah blah blah. So, and I'm in the recording studio right now doing something else. But here's the thing. The other night, somebody brought up, it was Dr. Mel actually, and she brought up an AI tool where you can create a song, and you type in the situation or your feelings, or you write a poem, whatever, and it generated a beautiful song for what she was talking about, a very touching song, and she's using it to send to her clients as affirmations. So while I personally am always going to be a purist because I am a creative, and I personally would never use AI in anything that I do. People are using. You can go to ChatGPT right now and say, "Give me 10 love songs," and they'll be good. I mean, it's scary, but the soul of it. Hang on 1 second. But it's here, so it's not going anywhere. It's here, and so it's just staying true. Put your money in where you want, and that's in real music. So what you do with that is you support independent artists, and then you let what's going to happen happen. But AI is a part of our lives now, and if we don't embrace it and learn it, you're just going to get left behind. Doesn't mean you have to use it, but we do have to learn it and allow it to be what it is, because we're not going to change it. And there's actually a lot of very positive things that are coming from AI. There's great dangers that can come from it, but we have to keep a balanced perspective. And where's I left because I'm not in this area. This is not my area. But when you're talking about the music aspect, I do get it, but at the same time.
I do use it, and I use it a lot for things like screen readers, computers, and things like that. But there are even looking up recipes for cooking. I'm not going to cook those recipes. Good luck. That stuff is shoved to someone else. I'm not doing that. That's it. That's one task that I will not do. I will clean, cut grass, whatever. I'm not somebody that's going to be behind the stove. But I'll buy you whatever you want. You can cook it. So that's the deal here. But AI, though, it is used in a lot of applications, and I like it in all of those things. I just think that we need to make sure to keep originality. For example, someone that's an attorney said, yes, I use AI for certain things, but the final contractual agreement is then written by me, right? I can't use AI to, understand, because there are laws. You can't do that. You have that contract has to be composed and typed by you. You can use AI to put together the body or whatever you're writing, but then you're gonna have to type that contractual agreement out yourself, because the laws hadn't caught up to AI. You have people using it to do schoolwork and whatever. I'm just saying it's taking away from a lot of the creativity to me, because you're allowing the thing to do your assignment and not you. Maybe I'm old way of thinking, but I think people need to learn how to do certain things themselves and not just depend on the computer.
Just real quick, and I'm gonna mic up. I'm a professor. I'm an adjunct professor in psychology, and we have tools. I mean, we were having meetings on AI for the last couple of years. We have tools that let us know the student is using AI. It gives us a warning, and then we talk to the student and we handle it. So
there's ways around those tools at this point.
I know.
Right, they got AI to make AI not appear to be AI. But in regards to the music aspect that y'all are talking about, I've heard AI music that was actually decent. I've heard AI music that was just soulless and shitty. I think that AI is going to be best used as a supplemental tool, not your primary creative tool. One of the dopest versions of AI that I heard was today, where Benny Siegel has a new song with Jadakiss, and he has something going on with his voice where he doesn't have the same voice anymore. So he used AI to generate his younger voice, but it's still him rapping. So it's all his cadences, and that shit sounded fucking raw as fuck, right? So he's using AI, but it's him using AI to regain his youthful voice. So I think the more that they understand and learn how to use it, it could be dope. I also seen Timberland just drop a music video for his AI artist that has a record deal, which is crazy. And that shit sucked. Worst shit I ever heard Timberland put out. Like garbage, super garbage, like hyper garbage. But, you know, yeah, I think it's going to be one of those things that people are going to figure out, and it'll be an enhancement tool that makes music better when it's all said and done.
Voice behind that, and that, because I look at AI for licensing and legal reasons, because you do have a lot of folks that, I don't know, are using others' voices. As long as you're using your voice or whatever, that's fine. I have no problem with that. But I just get concerned with, has the law caught up yet to protect the rights of folks, right? You have folks who have used AI in school districts. It got so bad out here that the state had to pass laws. You had people literally taking AIs of students, I guess their faces, and putting them onto sexual objects, and they got in big trouble for it in the state law. They're trying to catch up, you know what I'm saying? But the AI is moving at a speed that laws can't catch up. And I feel that a lot of people, because of this new wave of AI, or what I call the Internet of Things, a lot of people could be taken advantage of if laws aren't catching up to protect the most vulnerable folks and students and people. This stuff is being used in a malicious way. The state is trying to find ways to stop it, but I don't think they can even do that either. So it's a really big concern that this stuff is being used sometimes sexually in explicit ways. And they tell folks if they're caught doing this kind of stuff, that students can even sue the school district and all kinds of other stuff. And they're even considering putting folks in prison because it's being used in a sexual way against students at schools and minors. So I don't know what y'all think about AI, but to have your head put on an object or something, I think that's really concerning, and I don't know if the state can stop it, or I don't know anything about AI, who makes it, or if there's a company, who makes the stuff. I don't know. But if they know the company, I guess the state is thinking about going after this AI company. I don't know how that works. Maybe y'all do, because that sounds kind of concerning. Deep fakes, or what they call that? That's what the state of Texas called it, deep fakes or something. Anybody familiar with that kind of stuff there? Deep fakes. In the chat that this AI wrote a song, you said in 20 seconds. Can you speak on that? Was the song complete? Or I don't know much about AI. I'm from the country. I don't know. I just buy the stuff and use it, try to figure out if it can work for my life. AI seems to work for a lot of application type work, but music and other original type works, I don't know. I don't know how all that works. Seconds or whatever, wrote a song. Is that? Here it is, AI on writing stuff like songs or whatever. If you, I don't know, give it a cadence or something, does it exactly understand what you're trying to do and pick up your voice correctly? Sometimes some voice things don't really, pick up. Anybody know about AI and how is it? It's accurate as far as the screen reading stuff and what I use, but I'm not composing anything, so I don't know how accurate it is for writing a song. Pretty interesting.
It's very accurate, and it will blow your mind what it has already done. Like, there were whole music artists that are AI generated, and the music, all the instrumentals, and even the vocals, lyrics, everything, all AI generated.
listen today. I got so hooked on theirs. If you guys check us out on YouTube, just go to Jesus Walks Gospel Kanye. It's like a gospel version, like an old school, like soul, classic soul version of Jesus Walks. And I was like, wow, like it's crazy what they have.
Accurate. I don't know. Like I said, I am trying to upgrade everything, around here because that's where the world is moving. But I just find it to be really fascinating. But it seems like it's moving so fast again that laws can't catch up. And how do we make sure that this thing ain't being used for nefarious reasons or whatever? Like, how do you protect the consumer? What I call the consumer class. Because I believe in protecting people. I don't give a damn about the internet. I want to make sure people are all right. The internet will be here forever. I'm concerned about people and their lives.
Yeah, my very favorite way they're using it right now is they're turning like hip hop songs into like 50s versions of it.
BBL.
Dope, dude.
Some of that is cool, but a lot of times I can tell it's AI because there's something about the rhythm. They're just like they take the lyrics, they put a certain style on it, and the style is dope, but the rhythm misses. There's just when you can play it for me now, like that's AI generated because the rhythm doesn't sync up with the beat, even though they got the right tonality for like 50s or 60s, or the inflections are right, the cadences are right, but the rhythm's off, and that's everything.
Yeah, I have like 3 different Instagram channels I look at, and there you can tell which ones really pay attention and like they listen through and they kind of audit it and make sure it's like quality all the way through. But yeah, you can tell like you listen to it all the way through which ones pay attention.
Have y'all heard that Ludacris move, bitch?
Yeah, I heard it.
Oh, you didn't like it?
It was cool. It was cool. I wouldn't put it on a playlist, but it's dope. Yeah, I like the way it really feels like the 50s or 60s, but the rhythm, man, that rhythm, like I don't know. The rhythm gotta be there.
Rhythm not accurate if the thing is composed. That doesn't make any sense, man. This is why you can't use AI to do every damn thing. Because if somebody said in this room one time, robots can do this, pick grapes. I said, yeah, good luck with that. You still need people to do certain jobs.
I actually think about this aspect of it, though, right? Go ahead, Sherry.
You want to hear it? Hey, thanks, Shema. Ashton, do you want to hear it?
I don't know how to make songs with AI. Sure, I know nothing about it.
Okay. If it pleases the mods, just 2 seconds.
Do what you know.
Thank you very much.
No, that was a classic, and I like the way they used that as the intro during the when they was beefing. They used that as the intro for one of Kendrick's songs. Yeah, which actually turned out to be dope.
And that dude Bologna started right here on Clubhouse.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And that was a year ago, so it's technically.
I want y'all to think about this though, right? Like when our parents were younger, cell phones were bricks that you set on a table. Right, and then later on they got smartphones, the first version of smartphones, and now we're all on a phone that's the equivalent of what a computer couldn't do. The first computers, the Commodore 64s, didn't have an eighth of the computing power or the data retention or the smart elements that our current phones that we're just using for fun does. Right, so if you were to take that and you look at the internet and how rapidly it's advancing, and then you incorporate that into AI, which it already does, right? That's its primary resources, gathering data online and then processing. So you start looking at that and you think about we're in the infantile stages of AI. This is baby AI. This is iPhone 1 AI, right? Imagine when it's iPhone 16 AI, iPhone 18 AI, right? So what we're talking about is limitations are going to be laughable at that point. Imagine when they start incorporating that with the actual physical components where it can think and do. It can actually do whatever. Like that's where we're headed. Like I think we're prejudging something that's in its infantile stages. That's what I'm trying to say.
Have you all seen the study that they did with the AI that situation, it would have tried to blackmail someone, and then
It said it would terminate him. Yeah, I've seen that.
That's these red room studies that they do, or kind of run edge cases. But I think it's important what you said, Jeff. Right? Like
it's not exactly an edge case though, because if you think about it, an AI is wants to achieve its goal at all costs. Like that's its number one thing, and if it finds out that something is going to end it, then it can't achieve its goal.
Do this goal with accuracy. You can't be wibble wobble and all over the place. This stuff has to be shored up with accuracy. It's kind of like the Waymo car that went in a circle in the parking lot. I said to myself, hell to the no, I don't want to be stuck in a car with no driver and the thing is no. So I'm that stuff needs to be cleaned up and advanced a little bit better before it ends up killing somebody. They've had that crap stop in the middle of the road, and it's just not where it needs to be for me to feel safe in that right now, unless they work the bugs out of it and whatever else. You have autonomous vehicles that stop in the middle of roads and can't make a merge properly. That's a problem, right? So, they test these vehicles on open roads and stuff, and they do the best they can, but you still may need a person in there in case something goes wrong or this thing breaks down on the road. You can't have the thing, in the middle of the dang on road. So I just think that things need to advance and the laws need to catch up, in order for this AI to not, get ahead and harm the public. That's all I'm looking at, is making sure for, even legal and liability reasons, that people understand that even their careers, make sure no one's using your voice or whatever. This stuff is weird to me, and it's fine, but it really does. We need laws to ensure that it's okay.
Ashton, I want you to think about something. There's going to be somebody that sounds exactly like you, with a Texas drawl, your intonations, everything that embodies you sonically, audibly, is going to be recreated. And you've already granted the rights for that to happen by being on this app. Their last update told you they're going to be using our likeness, meaning our physical likeness that we upload, our audible likeness, our cadences, our voices, for AI. This app is gathering data for AI. Don't believe me? Look it up.
And Gemini, to build on that, like when Sam Altman was asked in an interview recently, what was his biggest concern today when it came to AI, right? And there's no one who knows more than him right now. And one of his answers was any type of security that relies on facial or audio authentication. And there are so many bank apps and apps online that still use facial and audio recognition. And when the technology exists to replicate someone's face or replicate their voice in real time, like that's a massive security hole that needs to be addressed. But Gemini, to your earlier point, like if you've got a kid, young enough, and you ask them to mimic answering a phone with their hand, they don't do like pinky and thumb. If you're old enough, you know what I'm talking about. They just hold their hand flat and put it to their head. Right. And so I think when it comes to things like education, and this is where I'm a bit of an optimist, is that for the first time with these AIs that are, free, with the right prompt, you can get personalized, high-level education deep into any knowledge that you want with just an internet access. Right. And when businesses care more about, employees that deliver outcomes versus, what preppy college you went to, I think, the upside of that is that this AI is going to give an opportunity that nobody has had access to unless you had the cash to have access to.
You got to go to college. Let me tell you something. I ain't going to no damn medical city and for somebody to lean over and say, hi, I just got my license online. I'm going to give you 6 C's of injection. Boy, if you don't get the hell to the no, brother, no. When you go, hell to the no. You mean to tell me that somebody can extensively learn to be an anesthesiologist on the internet and they gonna come work? Brother, ain't nobody paying that kind of money for some dang on students to work on me. Ain't no way I'm gonna have somebody do a surgery. I'm sorry, bro. You're getting information off the internet and you're gonna come work on it. There's some livings that I won't put on this thing. I'm dead serious. No, brother, you need to go to college. You're working at a hospital, you're working on somebody, you can't get your possibly think you're going to do this stuff on the internet. You're not performing surgeries. So there's no way. Somebody else is a doctor and all that. There are certain things you're not going to be able to just wiggle your way through if you go learn something on the old internet. Brother, there is no way. Even medical coverage and stuff. You pay for the right hospitals, brother. They ain't going to have some AI. Just right now, I mean, it's fine for certain things, but a real doctor, you're talking to a doctor, brother. You're not talking to some hologram. My surgeon wasn't, I don't know, brother. This sounds scary. I don't think surgery should be done this.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm good. Just saying, like, I completely agree. No one's going to be comfortable with some like, hey, ChatGPT taught me how to do a kidney transplant. Let's get into it. You know, like hell no, I'm with you for that. But when you've got the new Meta glasses, right, that have real-time visual AI that support, right, and blind people today are using glasses like these to be able to have descriptions of what they're seeing. But you can literally think about a plumber or a mechanic that sits there and says, okay, this is the car I'm working on, this is the problem, what do I do next? And then within their vision, the AI says, okay, grab this wrench, go turn this thing, take this step by step. It takes the expertise of every mechanic in the world and puts it at the fingertip of anyone with a hand and a wrench. So that's where it starts changing. Being developers who can learn code, have code talk to them step by step.
Are you nuts? What time is it? Now we got people coming in here telling you can put on Meta glasses and you can be a surgeon. I can't even sleep anymore. This is crazy.
The opposite, Lisa. No, I said the opposite. I said you can be a doctor with AI. I'm saying you could be a mechanic or a plumber maybe, but you can't be a doctor.
Yeah, because that's weird. We had somebody in here the other day that was talking about robotics are already in surgery. But we had somebody in here the other day talking about robots are doing surgery alone, and they're not. They are not doing it alone. Oof. Okay, go ahead. I'm interested. I'm just listening. I'm trying to just be quiet and mind my business.
They thinking that thing does stuff alone. They're stupid. Like I told one dude, he ain't never been to a damn hospital, it seems, in his life. He must not have any insurance. I said, brother, have you ever had a surgery? No, I just think that they do. Brother,
but that is cool. If you can be a plumber with it, that's cool because you don't need the tactile touch. You can beat up a pipe left and right, or you can beat up a water hose in a car left and right. You don't have to have the tactile touch of knowing when you go in too deep or you put a knife in too deep or something like that. But that's pretty cool if you can.
It can help, but that's still a risk because if you do it wrong and there's a slow leak somewhere, pressure goes wrong, mold builds up, that can be hundreds of thousands of dollars depending on the job. So, that's still a thing that needs to be monitored.
But I wish we would get to that one day, because we're so eager to get our lazy asses in a chair somewhere. And somebody was connecting this the other day to getting, what is that, when they pay for you to sit at home and do nothing? Because they said this way the society is going. What is it called?
Universal Basic Income?
So it's like pretty soon when you got robots doing everything, and I can see it almost in my eye, like the thousands of people that got laid off from Amazon because these two huge, centers went dark, and it's nothing in there but the robots all night crawling and a few people who are there to either program or repair. But all those people lost their jobs, and they were on the news and they were crying. So I said, eventually we're going that way, but it's just, what are you going to do with the population of all these people?
Do you have the robot janitors at the hospitals yet over there?
Oh, they've been had those robots, like the ones in the hotel.
Yeah, they go up and down the floors and clean all the floors and in the bathrooms.
Yeah, Mount Sinai's had those robots delivering trays to the OR maybe for a couple of decades. just, they're programmed to take the trays where you need to go. Nobody has to run and get them out of the OR anymore. Just decades. Da Vinci robot's been around for decades.
No. I'm talking about these. I don't know. That's why I'm asking. Right? You would see it more. I'm seeing are actually
in the Matrix.
Am I still in the Matrix now?
No.
The ones I'm seeing are cleaning bathrooms, cleaning floors, cleaning tables. Like they got faces.
I haven't seen that one, you guys. With faces?
Yeah, they got little robot faces.
Oh, let me go Google
that. A little arm that can open up doors and scrub and clean UV rays that clean the surface.
Oh, that is so cool. Let me go Google that.
Have a robot.
I think what's interesting, Lisa, is I think it was UAE or one of those like super wealthy nations back in the 2000s that had all the kind of like guaranteed basic income. Even the workers, they were just given like BS jobs that weren't really needed and just paid great wealth because the nation was so wealthy, no taxes, and they had to hire happiness consultants because they were having a problem with depression because nobody had any drive, nobody had any like need to get up off that couch, and it became a serious problem to them. So like, how do we get people happy? Like, how do we get people driven when they've got everything that they need handed to them?
I know that's going to be so interesting to see where we go when you don't have to get up and. I mean, we talked about this last night. I'm gonna be quiet. What's the purpose? The people said travel. So then I asked them, so if you're traveling, are they going to start limiting how many children you have? Because then you're just going to have a whole bunch of people bumping into each other and no one's actually working.
What country was that? I haven't heard that, and I think that people actually do want to do stuff. That seems just anathematic. What country was that? I need to look this up.
I'll find it.
Right. I love it. I love volunteering. I mean, and that's something you can do for the rest of your life. My folks, and stuff. And so you gotta find something in life, regardless if you have it or not. Find something where you can be involved in people's lives, whether that's public speaking or other endeavors. There's a lot out there to do, and I would advise people to take advantage of that, whether that is traveling or going to the UAE, right? If you have not done that, 5 things in life maybe that you have not done. Like I've never been to the UAE and I wanted to go. So these are things that I thought was important to me because I wanted to see that part of the world. And yes, it's absolutely a fantastic part of the world. And yes, the American dollar goes very far over there because there's no taxes. I wish America functioned like that. We get taxed in it. I don't know. It's just different over here. But it was so beautiful and safe. That's one thing I do remember. Very safe in the UAE. You can walk around with money. Nobody thought about beating you over your head or trying to take what you got. In some parts of America, you can walk around with money on you. You can forget about that. Have you been to the UAE? The UAE?
No, I haven't been to the Middle East, but
I haven't found the robots with the faces yet. What am I supposed to be Googling? The ones that clean? I'm all the way down the rabbit hole here.
So Lisa, you can look up Noetics robot. It's only $1,400 and it's a customizable robot. It looks just like me too. Yeah, it moves like me too, so you might want that robot.
Is that the new little tiny smartphone cost humanoid robot that was just launched?
It's larger than a smartphone. It's the size of half a person.
I think I see that one. But where do I put it at night if it looks like you staring at me?
Well, you can put it on the lower part of the bed or the upper part of the bed. It's up to you.
Oh my God!
What's the name of it?
This boy is crazy.
Noetics,
Noetics.
Robotics, it's highly customizable. And also Unitree has H2, and everyone's on ROS. or us too, so you can program that. Everybody's got one.
Unitary is the world's biggest, or per cap, on a cap basis, humanoid robotic company. And they've got, I think, a $14,000 model that you can buy right now. And they've just announced next year availability. They said they're going to do at least 150.
Yeah, and the Noetics one is only $1,400.
Yeah.
There's another one, the California tech company is selling a AI humanoid one, but this one is 20. Yeah, this one's $20,000.
This is what's scary about that one. This one's scary. Alan knows what I'm going to say. This one's scary about that one is they say they're going to allow a certain amount of people to buy them, under the condition that they know that when it gets a little stuck, one of their specialists with the VR gear is going to take over. So they're going to be in your house with the robot, a stranger, and they're going to help the robot finish that task so that the AI can learn. So the agreement is that, you can buy this robot and have it in your house for $20,000, but some unknown stranger might jump in at any point, see into your house, and complete the task of typing a little bit of crossing the line.
So you may or may not agree with your people
Amazon already has a map of everybody's house that uses a Roomba.
Tell them about the room side technique.
No, I did never thought about that. I didn't get one. I almost did a project and actually had an electric. You're up.
So we were talking about the room that, because it was discovered that it was being used by women for masturbation.
What? Say what?
Coming in, no pun intended. When you talk to
Coming in, don't say.
It's already out of my mouth. I couldn't take it back. Tell me what you're talking about.
Actually, she just I didn't want to say come again, but it was already out of my mouth.
She said what? That explains everything. That's when the word was coming.
I speak French. Let me get us out of this cul-de-sac. The 30,000 jobs that Amazon just announced, came a couple weeks after them announcing 3 new AI robotic tools, right? Like AI glasses for their drivers so that they can be more efficient and scan things and automatically take evidence of delivery. A robotic AI arm that goes inside of some of the delivery trucks, grab packages and send it to the driver. And there's a third thing, which is eluding me right now. But as they add and increase the automation, we're going to see more people losing their jobs, right? I think we're just on the cusp of what's going to be an avalanche of job losses in the next couple of years.
They say they're going to lose, what they say, they're going to lose 600,000 jobs? 2033?
There's a layoff tracker too, website you can see every day what companies laid off.
Yeah, the one I'm most familiar with is layoffs at FYI.
Yeah, so
that's the one that started off as a tech industry and it expanded to federal government workers and now it's expanding outwards.
And now, for you guys, do you see this as a negative thing, or just net it's going to be positive? It's going to be bumpy, but once we get through it, it's obviously a positive thing.
It's absolutely a positive thing, right? I think there was a lot of opposition. Listen, I think it's kind of like the internet, right? Because initially, everybody was resistant to it. A lot of businesses didn't want to transition to it. but now it's a marketing tool in another storefront for everybody that is conducting business on an intelligent level, right? Most people have websites where it's businesses from level, so that everybody's a digital footprint. So I think it's going to be like that. People that learn to utilize it and leverage it are going to advance a lot further. And the people trying to fight against it or trying to, I don't want to use AI. I don't feel like computers or artificial intelligence can really benefit me. They're bugs. They're so bugs. They're done. You're not going to be able to compete. It's like winning a race against somebody that has a turtle and you're still trying to do the 80s shit. Like, you're done. Either implement and learn how to leverage it or be a dinosaur. I ain't trying to do the 80s shit with no legs, bro. Facts.
I mean, if you're old as fuck like me, advertiser business was the Yellow Pages. Right? Like, that was your vehicle to advertise your small business. You want to have a pizza shop? You named it AAA Pizza so that you could be right at the front of your pizza. You know what I mean? Like, that's marketing. And then Google, and then fucking Google. So yeah, like, it happens all the time. In 1903, the biggest industry in the world was whale hunting. Because if you wanted to have a little light in your house after it got dark, you had to burn some whale oil, right? And then petroleum came along and overnight disappeared. And then horses, same thing when the car was invented. Then internet, Gemini, to your point, like, bam, overnight, no more Yellow Pages. We're just going through it again, and once we get through it, there's gonna be so many jobs that we can't even imagine right now that are gonna exist to replace the ones that don't need to anymore.
A whale for fuel. And what in the God's name kind of fuel? And how long did this so-called whale fuel burn? I don't understand how many lumens.
30 days and 30 nights. 30 days, 30 nights.
You can burn any fat.
All right, then I'm pretty poor if I gotta use fat fuel, I guess, bro. Whatever.
He's talking about before there was electronic lights. Like, that's what you use oil or coal. Coal if you were fancy.
For coal, for gas, you got other fuels you can burn, ethanol, put under great pressure and all that. You don't have to use that kind of well, man. I would never purchase that for any reason. Can you imagine trying to light that in your house? Oh my God. That's not gonna happen to me, bro.
This is from like the 1600s, 1700s.
No, y'all need to learn. You need to learn to embrace well fast.
Right. Just in this.
The humpback whale is just now returning to its pre-whaling numbers. It's actually just got taken off the critically endangered list.
But even in the 1800s, I'm looking this stuff up. There had to be other sources of fuel. I mean, you can burn other things. I mean, you got lumber, you got plants. What in the world was they thinking back then, even in that era, to use? Well, I mean, there's other fuels, even back then. That's all I'm saying. There had to be, what happened? That's all I'm saying to y'all. There was other fuels even then.
And I'm so sorry, I feel I'm getting really mentioned so much here, not hung it up, but in the 1700s, right, about the whale, the exports of whale from the North American colonies to Britain accounted for about more than half of the silver that was earned by exports, right? And the appeal with using whale oil is because it burned brighter and cleaner than most herb oils at the time, right? So things like lighting street lamps or putting lighting stuff inside your house, or even like oil uses like for machinery, like it was the go-to. And so early whaling and burning that whale oil was literally like the world's source of clean, best use case oil in the world.
I live in that era, bro. They have to kill. You know what? They have to kill something. So, man, whatever, man. That's crazy. I don't know, man. My my brain, I have to think about health for a minute. Hell to the no. I'm glad I live in this area where I can find other things, other ways. I don't know, man. Even back then, that shouldn't have been your last resort. Is using animal fat. There had to be other ways. Is it because they couldn't refine what they had? I'm not following why they specifically had to use this only way of fuel is animal because you're killing something to light a house. Don't worry. I just found it to be very interesting. I've never heard of that in my life, but I will look into it. It sounds really weird.
And to your point that you made asked earlier, I think it's a great question. Like, if we had all the resources, right? Like, what would you do with your life? And I think one of the benefits would be that people would start having babies. Like, we're facing a population collapse globally, at least in the most wealthy nations aren't producing more than 2.0 kids, and that's problematic. So I think having a lot of kids would be a positive outcome. And I'd like to think, like, if I was just given unlimited resources, I would be like travel, and I would learn so much. I would just spend my days just consuming, shit that would just tickles me because it's new stuff I didn't know, like learning. And I think that would be the benefit. Yeah, I'm a bit
So
People are already here. We got kids that are already here in foster care and all that. Yeah, I want to have more kids. That's great. But what about the ones that are already here and that are falling through the cracks? I worry about those kids too. They need somebody in their lives too. That may be a good cause as well.
So I'm like a broken record on this, but I'll just keep being a broken record. There's a story called Man by Marshall Brain. Two outcomes of humanity from automation. One is super capitalist and not great, and the other one is one where you get to do what you want. You get to pursue those things that make you happy. And this is a side project, side note. One of the things that really, I was at a socialism conference and they were talking about how all these countries were, having low birth rates. And I was just thinking to myself, it was like totally unrelated to what they're talking about. But I was just thinking to myself, like, why is that bad? Like, if you have less people, you're, using less resources, that's good, right? Oh, wait, capitalism needs more people to create more things, to buy more things, to make more things, to buy more things, to make more things. And so, yeah, it's you always need more people. You actually don't need more people if you automate everything. You want everything. It's over.
I disagree with that, Michael. Is that if you zoom out evolutionarily, we need more people. There is no species on this planet that has done super good by not actively and at all times trying to increase the number of the species at any given time. Like, that's literally evolution. And the fallacy is that we have some sort of resource constraint or some sort of energy constraint. We don't. We have nothing but resources and energy. We have an energy conversion constraint, which is going to be solved in the next couple of years. And so this fallacy that we, less people is good and more people is bad. No, go out and if we have all the, have as many kids as you want if you have enough resources. Like, if you didn't have any restraint, big enough house with as much pay, you could support them. How many kids would everybody have? My guess is it would be a hell of a lot more than the 1 or 2 that they're having to.
0 for me.
There's going to be 2 out of 6 that'll make up for your lack of food. It's all good.
Yeah, Jake. Ooh. Talking.
Breastfeeding reversed. Ordered. Waiting on his idiot delivery man.
I don't think she knows you don't need it. link to the story in the chat. It's a short story, so it's not a crazy long read. It's really good.
At least what I've heard is that the majority of first world nations today have less than 2.0. And even some of the highest countries that are in Africa, that get up to like a 7 or even 8 2.0 birth rate, those are in decline from historical numbers that were around like 60. Right? And so if you look at some of the projections that they've done, it shows like a complete population collapse for humanity. Which, Michael, I hear what you're saying, right? If you're saying like, hey, if we just have fewer people and the same amount of resources, that means everybody gets access to more. But long term, I don't think that that doesn't bode well for humanity if we're all clustered, huddled in a little circle together on a little continent, we're all that's left, versus us going up there breathing like weeds and populating our solar system because the same reason that Europeans left Europe and came to have the Americans.
I don't think we need more people than we have now. Like, we're already encroaching way too much into natural areas. Like, that's the reason COVID happened. Like, people are living and moving into places where they're not supposed to be, and they're catching diseases that they're not supposed to get because they're not supposed to be there. But we keep going into these environments.
What places, hold on, with the right technology and look here, you got the right situation. I don't think anything is impossible. Now, you may not want to build right up on the ocean and all that, whatever. Your house may be washed away. You may be talking about that, but you got the right infrastructure and will to build it. Why can't it be there? If you got the money, like my folks said, look, we wanted a 2-story house. We had the means to build it. Put it up there. Why can't you? What's the reason for? Why can't you go there? What's the problem? Where are places that people shouldn't be? Obviously, the ones I mentioned by the ocean and things. Obviously, volcanoes or other natural things. You know with common sense. But outside of that, brother, why can't we be where we want to? If you got the means to build it there, a solid footing or foundation into the bedrock, it'll stay there for as long as you want it. If it's all the way down the bedrock, what's the problem?
Ecosystems are fragile, and when you go into a place and you disrupt that ecosystem, there is a chance that you disrupt everything. Like, for instance, people think that we get most of our oxygen from like the rainforest, and we do get like I think 20% of our oxygen from the rainforest, but like I think 70% of our oxygen comes from the oceans. So we fuck the oceans, we can't breathe anymore. Like, there's sure, like, build whatever you want to do what you want to do, like, okay, but then you've messed up the planet. Like, we're supposed to take care of this thing.
Yeah, I don't understand this having all this children shit. I mean, he left, but I don't know what his end goal is here, because he's a Bitcoin maximalist. I'm sure all of this ties in somehow, but it's kind of weird to me. We know that the planet has finite resources. We know that we have housing shortages. We know all of this shit in the streams that we're putting on the planet. I don't know we're having all these children unless you just want to spread your seed out there and have more little U's or whatever. I don't understand the logic behind any of this.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, people that, some folks aren't having kids, and a lot of this for financial reasons. I don't, when I looked up, I didn't see environmental or whatever. And money does talk, and kids, have to be financially taken care of. And, and a lot of women are wanting to hold off on having kids for other reasons and stuff like that. So, but I think there should be balance. I think, you let the good Lord take care of populations. I don't think that people should try and, one guy said, well, we should eliminate some folks. I said, well, that ain't our job to eliminate anybody. But I think that finding a finite balance in this world and letting people have that balance, belief, or whatever,
I don't have a problem with trying to find commonality in something, but when we talk about environmental stuff or whatever, I'm serious. I think if you've got the means to build it and you're not really disturbing the environment, I'm not saying going in an environment and kill stuff or whatever. I'm saying if you're building there, house, what's the problem? If you've got the means to do it. I mean, my folks never had an attitude that, oh my God, we can't do that. No, my folks always had, yeah, we can do it as long as we have the means to do it. You see what I'm saying? There's a difference.
People have way more means than you or I, and that's the problem. If we have that logic and philosophy, then anybody with any means can do whatever the fuck they want, and that's why we're in trouble.
They can't go out here and go live reckless and some stuff like that, but I think, don't live reckless, but I think if it's structured solid and, my folks, look, they had a 2-story house built and people, they'll laugh, whatever. My folks didn't give up on the project, and I don't think that anybody should give up. Again, as long as yes, there are rich people out there and folks that got a lot more money than me or whatever, but if you've got the means and you don't want to, brother, you can have a beautiful piece of land if you want to buy it so bad. Why not? Why can't you buy it if you want it? Like, for real, like if you want to have peace or land or whatever, and it's for sale, my folks, if it's for sale, come buy it.
Go buy it. Go buy it. Absolutely. Just remember that the water getting to your property somehow has to happen. The infrastructure, the sewage, the roads getting there. It all doesn't just magically appear. So if we're living in society and communities, we all have to be able to put our own resources and share them so that we can make these things happen. But there are people that are like greedier than others. So we can't have everything that we want. But yeah, make your money, buy your property, but realize that this is more of a collective effort than it's just individual.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I mean, I get it. I'm just saying that there's, ways to have what you're talking about, even off grid. You may not have to bring in, city plumbing and all that. You may be able to bring in other things like a septic tank, other ways to be more so off the grid. I know my folks, did these things and have a house out, in the middle of the wilderness, stuff and, things. So they make sure all that stuff is taken care of and it's nice. So I think if you can build it and put it out there and, you got heating and all that good old stuff. We can talk about some cabin out in the middle of the woods somewhere, brother. It's a nice place, you know what I mean? You're not, I don't know what your idea of the wilderness, but we ain't living like that. We live pretty nice out there. Lights, electricity, all that. We're ready to rock and roll, brother. We live pretty okay. I mean, you got 1,500 square foot upstairs. You got good footage downstairs. You can work with something like that. You and 3 other people, however many people you won't live in there, but yeah, you can work with that kind of square footage. That's a little over 2,000 square foot. That can work for you, right? All right, that's comfortable,
What's your biggest tattoo secret?
It's gonna be there, brother. I'm telling you, you built up right. Not no sloppy stuff. You do it the right way. Your house will look really, really nice. Are you trying to say don't build in certain areas because you want those areas to be like a nature preserve or something like that? Is that what you're saying? That certain areas should be kind of cordoned off for, I don't know, commercial use or building at all? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, there's not one right answer. Like you have protected areas. That's not what I'm talking about. When people are selling, 200 acres or wherever the hell in Texas, I don't care. Go ahead, buy it. I don't care. Build your dream house. just know that there are resources that you have to purchase that need to make it happen. I don't really care. Do your thing.
Asking in general, because just for general sakes, not just whatever, but for general sakes, that maybe there should be areas and things in this country, more of those areas preserved to keep them pristine and not have buildings on those sites. So I'm for that too. If the areas can be opened up, maybe like a nature preserve or park or something like that can actually be used. I'm for that too, and I'm for letting preserving the beauty. Absolutely, I don't want everything cut down and flattened. No, but I think that if you're going to build on land, you should also want to preserve a lot of what's on it, like the natural trees. And when my folks built, they just go in and bulldoze everything down. No, they kept a lot of the natural topography of the land and all that stuff. Only bulldozed some of the stuff because of fire reasons. You don't want trees, obviously put up on your house like that for fire reasons. But other than that, they kept a lot of trees and natural stuff on the property and had those trees dug up and moved instead of cutting them down. So there are ways to actually preserve some of the larger trees on your property instead of cutting them down. So there's ways to do that.
Yeah, that all sounds good. I like that. Your parents preserved a lot of trees. It's very important.
As many of the trees as they could through a professional arborist and things, and then the trees that were tagged that had disease or whatever they call it for trees, then those were mulched, and so nothing ever went to waste. It was put actually back into the ground and used for nutrients. So yeah, we didn't waste not enough, man. We believe in trying to preserve that stuff and move those trees. Is it costly? Does it cost a lot of money? Yes, but over time, those trees take a foothold in the property, and we put them up. They offer them great privacy. They put the trees in a row, and great privacy, man, and sound barriers. So I was like, that works. So and it's natural. You know what I'm saying? Them big old thick trees, you good to go. They stand up in high winds and all of that stuff. It's better than even a fence. You take big tall trees and stand them up. You got something solid to work with. For real. Dude, I like it. Trees are cool. You can put there's one lady that had a tree house built, man. I don't know if y'all into stuff like that. She had a tree house built, man, that had that whole thing, beautiful electricity and everything. I said, God, this ain't your normal like tree house. In my mind, I was like, no, I don't want to go out there. I don't see a tree house. No, this place is magnificent. It's pretty awesome too. Awesome. Treehouse, I don't know if I'm asking about that question. Y'all live in something like that?
Oh, I live in a treehouse, sure. I live in a cabin in the woods. Yeah, whatever. Just give me brown water, a toilet with a, Japanese bidet. And I'll be good. Yeah, Japanese bidet attachment to the toilet upstairs.
That's awesome, but I'll tell you, tree houses are so modernized nowadays, and yes, you would love. This lady has a TV on the wall and everything. She has a 80-inch some kind of TV up on the wall up there, a big swivel thing. It's a real cool treehouse trend, and there's a hot tub and all that. I'm sorry, but I'm sorry, dude. But there's a hot tub and all that stuff right there. It's really, really cool set up out there, and that is something I think you like. Right now it's been in the 40s here, so yeah, a hot tub is something that a lot of people bringing out right now. Before that, when nobody in no hot tub, a couple days ago, it was in the 90s up here, it was cooking, but nobody sitting around no fire and dude, not when it's 90 degrees. But now, folks are bringing out, you know, the stuff that, fall stuff. I saw a lady taking out some pumpkins and stuff, and so they setting up, looks like she was setting up some Halloween decorations. I said, yep, that time of the year. Day of the Dead or something. Somebody said they celebrate Daylight Rosa, whatever that's called. I don't know if you folks celebrate Day of the Dead, but that was an interesting thing I saw. The way their faces were painted and stuff. I don't know much about it. I looked more into it. It was a celebration of the dead, supposedly derived out of Mexico. That was pretty interesting. I have to look more into it. What, celebrating the dead or what? That's interesting to me. I don't know. I saw that on the news. I don't know if anybody heard about that. If people do that or whatever, but it looked pretty cool and colorful. I don't know much about it. It looked like they were mourning. It looked celebratory. I don't know how to do it.
I don't know about that, but we got the Halloween parade here in New York City. You got almost 1.5 million people. We got 15,000 people marching in the parade in costume. It's pretty incredible, and that's happening tomorrow. It's the largest one in the country.
Colorful and very lively and very wow. Cause this thing I saw in the news, what snippets I can see, it looked very lively. It wasn't, you think of Day of the Dead, you think of mourning. No, these people were very music playing, and it just seemed interesting to me. I thought, is that a celebration of life ceremony? I've just never seen nothing like that. Cause like I said, it derives out of Mexico, so Mexico, man, y'all know how to celebrate stuff in a way that I would have never thought about celebrating the Day of the Dead. I will tell you that. I'm just gonna tell you. So they got something out here called Celebration of Life, ceremonies, but I have never heard of this Day of the Dead. No, I have not.
Dia de los Muertos.
Black thing. Hey, Dad. We have not celebrated anything to do with life in those black house. I don't know my grandma was celebrating the dead. I'm just telling you, I don't know. Hey.
This beast is about to fall off the cliff. Sometimes when I get to
The world's going on in our society. Yo, a man shot somebody over some food. Damn.
the good has become evil, and evil has become good. Oh, so good.
Over food, somebody got shot over food. That came across the news over here. That's crazy. Over, I guess, a Uber, one of those apps or delivery apps and stuff. They say more details to be followed. But people are crazy out here. We shooting people over food. That's crazy. Nobody somebody else no food, you don't have to steal no food. There are two chicken places out here that I don't know how to explain what's going on outside. It's just like, wow. You don't have to steal no food. I remember one guy, they was gonna arrest him because he was stealing food. You know, he didn't have enough, you know, and he got up there, you know, and I told the people, you know, hey, maybe I can pay for it or whatever, you know, so he, you know, won't go to jail. He was an older guy, like he had to be in his 60s and 70s, and it's like, man, stealing food to get by. I just hope people don't have to turn to that when they don't get their card or whatever, man. Come see us so you don't have to, I don't know, like turn to whatever people talking about on TikTok with folks running out of Walmart. I think that was an AI thing that I saw. It was like all these people running out. Yeah, just kind of concerning. Lisa, you went? Lisa. So y'all want to wait? Ain't no replays on. Come on, maybe it's the replays. Oh, no. All I can say is, go look at the picture of Turning Point USA, TP USA, Ole Miss, Jaden Vance, and Eric Turner. Come on, what's happening with it? Well, Erica and JD are hugging, and she got her hand all over his hair. And I'm like, wait a minute, what is this, the dog? Touching him? Let me see if I can make it my PPR. Y'all hold on a minute, I'll be right back. Hold on, I'm coming. Okay, that's PPR. Everybody PPR. Click on that. And then click again where you can see it bigger. Wait. No, I'm going to give you another picture that shows the other side of this hug. Just look at it for right now. Click on it. Wait, on stage, you kidding? On stage? Yeah, they're at Ole Miss, okay? But I'm going to show you the rest of the picture. I'm going to show you the rest of the front part. Easy. I'm going to show you the back side of his head during this picture. You got her hands up in his hair. You don't put your hands in no hair like that on some man, dude. It's supposed to be your deceased husband's friend. Oh no. Yeah.
Let's go pick. Hello? Do you have any man like this? Excuse me.
What is the world? No, you don't. Big.
It's up in there. Dark and Georgia Peach, y'all get up here and talk to me. Somebody got to talk to me. Right now, I'm bringing y'all up. 5 seconds.
Nasty, nasty, nasty.
Now, Miss Georgia Peach, when you see a man and woman like all no.
And the other picture, look at it. He had her down by the middle lower back, and she almost was trying to place her body on that part.
All up in her hair too.
Yeah, in her hair.
This is too much for me. This is too much. This was a day ago.
There was before I got married.
You did this when you
a woman. No, let me finish the story. So the reason why I know this is inappropriate is because I've had so before I got married, I had a woman who was a lover of mine, and after I got married, there would be times where she would hug me and touch my hair like that, and I'm like, you know I'm married, right? Like it doesn't even feel good, you know, like your hand has to reach, I don't know, man. I mean, I would never hug a woman like that. That wasn't my wife.
His friend's wife, his deceased best friend, he said. And you not just look at her hand, look at his smile on his face. Now, if my last name was Vance and I was first, whatever they call her,
Second lady.
the second lady. Oh God, she's gonna be the second lady.
I didn't even realize that. That's what
She's gonna be the second lady.
That was a funny catch, actually. I didn't even realize I said that. Yeah.
That is some secret lover shit going on right there.
You put that head on that neck. Right?
Yes, and he is not that close to his wife right now. If you look at pictures of them more recently, he's not even putting his hands on his wife.
Coming down the especially on the mid Air Force too.
It's her hand in his hair, and the smile on his face is like, huh? What is going on right now? Wow.
Look at that breast tissue you had placed in her body.
I'm gonna change it back, but you know, Georgia, think about him now with her as the first lady. Oh, Lord.
So how much does it actually?
All right, we're going back to the furnace now. Look what you said about his hand on her back. The lower one in her hair. His nose all in her hair. Oh, Lord, this is too much for me. What is this? Neither Lisa's okay. What is going on?
I thought it was gonna be John Jr. or either.
Oh, honey. She was for that first lady.
Oh, she was the first lady. Okay.
I mean, I can't think. That doesn't look like. If my husband died and his best friend came up to me, how long has he been gone? Since August? He ain't even 3 months gone yet.
Has she cried yet?
I haven't seen the tears, but I've seen her face crying. No, that face with the dad and the tears in it. This is wild to me right now.
She looks really happy.
Don't they both look really happy there?
Yes.
I mean, this reminds me of a couple that we saw on that Jumbotron. Remember? At the Coldplay concert? How they got caught?
Right here, philology, so maybe
Wow. Yes, I found this scanning TikTok this evening. That's my evening job before I go to bed. But I'm gonna save this for Lisa and Patty too. I can't believe they got away right now. Michael, what you come up to say? Come on. Michael.
I didn't come up to say anything. I just opened the app again.
Oh, shoot. Do you see my PTR right now? That's yesterday. Go ahead.
it's crazy that this guy got a wife. I just would like to know what he has said about this whole thing. Can you imagine sitting at home? Man, I would be mad.
He knows when he gets it. That was my man. He would already know when he come home after some shit like that. He's going down.
You grab a man by the head like that, you about to do some stuff.
You already know, Georgia. You don't put your hand. If your best friend, your brother, your cousin, your uncle, your daddy, your hand don't go up in no man's hair unless or has went down. Call me crazy, but that's just too much for me.
You're dark as a man and he called it out.
So he did. And the look on his face isn't like. The look on his face, it takes me out. Oh my God, no. We should better get her shit together. Start creating some bank accounts and moving on. That's what I be doing. I ain't even gonna lie.
As I said, I mean, that literally happened to me, and I feel fucking awkward. I am married now. You can't do that to me anymore. I was like, okay.
Did you push her off? Like, what did you do?
Well, I was in a public setting, so I didn't want to like cause anything, but I kind of, I just like made a note to myself to not really hug her ever again. My wife knows about this situation that happened before I married her. So, she kind of looks at it and it's like, well, too bad for you. You missed out.
You were sexually
My wife is quite proud. So it's like, you know what you're missing too fucking bad. But yeah, no, I've had that happen to me, and I would not feel comfortable with a woman doing that to me, and I know that happens. So yeah, that's why.
Yeah, he looks like he's enjoying it, April, but listen how the tendency to not like push a woman like I would push her in public, definitely by herself, but it's interesting how men look at it though, like he just made a note to himself not to hug her again when she actually assaulted her.
This is crazy.
He looks so happy.
He does.
I mean, I saw a picture of the full pants. I saw a picture of her full pants, and I gotta say, I'd be pretty happy too.
Oh wow.
Michael's like, yeah, no wonder he's grinning like that. Those were in them damn pants.
How long I wonder have they, been together in the background? You know what I'm saying? We see a lot on on that picture there. I wonder what's really going on, like for real behind the scenes. That's crazy. I don't know what Dr. Jim thinks about that photograph. April's PTR
too, the way she was like the day of the so-called funeral, which was to me, I'm gonna say it, a white supremacy meeting, or event. But I mean, the way she was with Trump, it was just like I think they played it like just on Instagram, certain parts of it, and it just becomes more disturbing to see it. It's almost freaky.
This is wild. Michael, did you see this one? This was my first PTR. I don't know if it was up when you came in or not. Look at his face and her hand. It's like, no.
Yeah, but isn't she also already, I'm not positive about this, but like making deals for podcasts?
I'm not sure. I think she is because she's taken over the Turning Point thing to continue his legacy. I see trouble ahead. Ooh, wait, I see trouble ahead.
If you were his wife.
Listen, let me tell you something, Dr. G. Any husband of April's knows you damn well better not. You damn well better not. Don't come back to this house and try to tell me this shit ain't going on. Well, ma'am, I caught somebody who don't want to hear us and do some shit like that. That's not how your husband told me. That's all I got to say. My husband. My husband, I'm not going like that. Yeah, we'll have a room about that tomorrow. Lisa and Patty, where y'all at? They're asleep. I'm closing it down.
Everybody going to sleep, man. Patty's there she is.
I don't have anything to talk about, so y'all can shut down anyway.
Lisa, did you see my PTR?
It is gross, April.
No, look at my PTR right here.
It is JPEG, so yeah, it's gross.
Maybe Maybelline. Look at it. It's yesterday. That's yesterday in the Turning Point of being an old man. No, just touch on it and look at it.
Okay, I'm trying to touch.
Bring up closer.
I don't see anything.
Lisa, you don't see Erica Kirk's hand in J.D. Vance's hair?
Erica Kirk. Not Erica. I didn't know what that should be.
But do you see it there?
Okay, something's going on.
Oh, she can look at it. She get on my PTR and she goes on my PTR.
Wow, that's crazy.
This was yesterday, Lisa. Do you put your hands in your man's hair that you did?
I did. No. That is deep right there. That's like a very loving caress.
Now, if you contact him, pictures of him and his wife very recently. You'll be like, huh? He hadn't put his hands on his wife's waist and he got her all up in a bare hug. Now, Dark told us that before he got married, between his marriage and his ex-girlfriend, the ex came up, I guess, what was it, first, and did this maneuver on him, and he was like, No, you can't do that anymore. Can't do it.
Well, that would be shocking. For this gang.
So yeah, I came back to get you because I was scrolling TikTok. I was working hard tonight, and I was like, oh wait a minute, I ran over here, girl. I ran, tripped, fell, got up, stumbled around, ran some more. I was like, Lisa,
that's nasty work right there.
Mm-hmm.
It was just the fact that I've been on this thing for over 24 hours, and I'm like, I don't even want to hear Clubhouse. But it was because the room was open, and then instead of Patty opening up her room, she just stayed in my room, so the room ended up staying open all day. And it was just too much. Every time I looked at my phone, I wanted to barf. I was like, yeah, it's just this is just too long to be on an app. It's wild.
You need to go to bed, sister.
Yeah, I'm laying here right now.
You are, and I woke you up. But I had
No, you didn't wake me up. I'm gonna listen to you, half looking at this new movie.
What's the new movie?
I'm gonna tell you because every time I have to restart it every time. A House of Dynamite. Netflix.
I almost watched that last night. Is it any good?
Oh yeah, it's good, but I have to sit up and watch the kids like this. Otherwise, I'm gonna keep filtering on. But it's a good movie. It's got really good reviews about real-time response to missile launching in the U.S. And it's supposed to be very accurate. So I'm gonna watch it this time of morning.
All right, I went back to my cat persona in my PTR.
It's only 2 hours. Y'all go watch it.
Is it the video?
It's on Netflix. It's House of Dynamite.
Dynamite.
Yeah.
I'm going back to troll through TikTok, see if I can find some more breaking news. Breaking news.
That's breaking too.
It is breaking. That's gonna be some shit breaking.
Yeah, and it broke me all the way down. Oh my God, everybody's gone. Okay, good night, y'all.
I brought them back up, Lisa. They're here.
Oh, okay. If they want to talk, I'm out though.
I'm about to be out too. Patty's already gone.
Yeah, she's been gone for a long time.
Everybody's leaving and going to sleep and all that stuff.
Ashton, what time is it at your house? 2 in the morning?
Only 1 o'clock over here. Morning.
You need to do an Ashton at night room. Take over on the night shift.
You know what I'm saying? Because I don't have a problem. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't have to work until later in the afternoon. That's why I went to sleep. I was in here, man, late last night until, man, what, Lisa, 4 in the morning or something. So.
Well, everyone have a lovely weekend. It's been a great day. Evening. Thank you.